All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a new day, but you're still watching the Wild Rift League Asia Open Qualifiers, day number 3. My name is G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang. And yesterday, we saw 3 teams qualify to the regular season of the Wild Rift League Asia. Today, we're going to find 3 more teams who will find their
Yes,
way.
and the games yesterday were so amazing. Uni team, they had such incredible performance against in the unstreamed ones. Uni team won against versus Esports. Team Flash won against Genius Esports. Fennel Adversity, they won against G2 Blacklist. And on the live stream ones, we have witnessed so many fantastic fights and games. BRU against Invate Esports, we saw them defeat them in a 3-1 fashion, even performing a perfect game in their game number 3 after losing game 1. I mean, Invate Esports, kudos onto them. They have done what is very, very difficult to pull off against BRU. Pull off a game 1 victory, which was very, very convincing as well. Cerberus Esports, same scoreline, 3-1 against GAM Esports. And they even pulled off a Zoe in that game. I mean, Genza, and you witnessed it with Oculus. It was a monster of performance, 40k damage and stuff. Here is the official bracket and the progression as well on the side of Invate Esports and Buriram United Esports at their games yesterday. Invade Esports is gonna be the schedule of today's matches. Of course, Invade Esports and Uni team here for the Southeast Asia region. Congratulations, by the way, to Buriram United Esports. Well deserved. Of course, for Vietnam qualifier, we have witnessed the incredible performance of Cerberus Esports 3-1 and the Zoe of Genza. First Zoe, in fact, here in Phase 2. In Phase 1, I believe we have witnessed it in some of the games in all of the scheduled games there in the elimination rounds, and now we are about to witness the first game, live game here of Team Flash against Gambit Esports after Team Flash won against Genius Esports yesterday. And let's stop the last part of today's games. Wow, 300 and Fennel Adversity will be facing against each other again, and both of them actually had lost their games against Nigma Galaxy, but main difference is 300 actually put up such an incredible fight. Yesterday, we have witnessed one of the closest and most electrifying series yet here in WRL-A Open Qualifier, and we will see 300 and Fennel Adversity fight off once again here to qualify for Season 1.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yesterday, all of these teams played amazing games. The 300 had one of the closest matches that I've ever seen against Nigma Galaxy X. But at the end of the day, Nigma Galaxy did win out, and they did secure that first spot for the Philippine qualifiers. But today, there is a chance for any of these teams to be the second team to lock it in, while the rest other teams that did fail to make it into the qualifiers will be dropped down to the last chance qualifiers. So we only have room for 3 more confirmed teams today. What do you guys think? Is it going to be Invate? Is it going to be the Unit team? Is it going to be 300? Is it going to be Fennel Adversity? Time will tell, but first let's take a look at who's going to be playing for our first match. Of course, Unit Team 3ZL in the Baron lane, Sir Domino Jungle, Miracle in the mid lane, VVV and Supporter in the Dragon lane. Now, we've seen these guys go up against Buriram United, and if I'm being honest, yeah, they didn't really put up all too much of a fight, but I think that's because BRU was just on a whole different level yesterday.
Yep.
Or the other day.
It's BRU. I mean, even Oculus and you discussed yesterday how strong they are. best team that Southeast Asia has produced, that is basically them. And Uni team, they didn't put up such a good fight, and they are still in the tournament, the qualifiers. They have defeated so many teams as well, coming towards phase 2 and phase 1, and now they are going to be facing up against Invate Esports, which yesterday had a pretty interesting time as well, because they have won against their respective. I mean, they lost against a BRU, but at least they put up a good fight. I mean, team number 1, it was very convincing, and I don't think BRU has expected that as well, or even BRU fans in general, given how confident they are with the performance of Buriram United Esports. Now they can learn from their games again as well yesterday, implement it and innovate it as well towards their match against Uni team, and that's gonna be something both of us are gonna be looking forward to, given how incredible and creative these players and their coaching staff can be.
Yeah, most definitely. Really, yesterday it was all about being able to pick a game plan, being able to, pick champions that required different sort of win conditions, and really put different pieces together to be able to win. And BRU was one of the teams that did it the best. So was Cerberus Esports, but today we are going to see who is the second best, because if I may remind you guys, this match is a best of 5, and you need to be able to consistently beat out your opponent's strategies. You need to consistently either outstrat them or have a strat that cannot be outstratted. So something that is a very clear-cut win condition that your opponent really cannot mess with. So if you are consistent, you have to beat your opponent 3 times in order to actually qualify. So that is the ultimate test here. Yeah.
And I think it's also important to take note, the champions that they are going to be looking into this particular series. One of the common trends that we have seen yesterday is how strong and reliable Aatrox can be. Invate Esports, they tried it out and actually pulled off a win against Buriram United Esports, and that's something that Uni team should be looking out for, because in their games against BRU in particular as well, they didn't actually use the Aatrox particularly. It could have been banned. We haven't really seen some of the trends on their other games as well. So this time, I am interested to see more of information here for Uni team as they challenge Invate Esports here in the last time of phase 2. Because after this one, if you lose, then you only have the last chance qualifier, and that is going to be an absolute bloodfest. I think if you're a team or a player or a coach or a manager, perhaps you would prefer to get qualified here and now than go into another round of battles against all those teams that are just as hungry or even hungrier than you to qualify for season number 1. Because not only are you gonna be facing off against the other teams that you have faced off in the phase 1 and phase 2, but also you will be facing off against the other regions as well. For here, Southeast Asia, they are going to be facing off against the Vietnam region and the Philippine region, and those types of battles are so intense to go on with. And so I think this time, as for the weekend, this is their last chance and they should make it count.
Yeah, last chance for most of the teams here, because as you said, the last chance qualifier is going to be an absolute bloodbath, but there is still one team that can make it through. So depending on how on how well those teams at the bottom scrap it out, we could see the LCQ qualifier come from anywhere. They can come from the Philippine server, they can come from the Vietnamese server, they can even come from the Southeast Asia server. So time will tell, honestly. But most teams, they do not want to get into it. They want to get into the regular season here and now. So we're going to be going into our very first game Unity team gonna be on the blue side, Invate Esports gonna be on the red side, and me and Autolus were discussing this. And unlike League of Legends PC, you actually would prefer to be in the red side here in Wild Rift, because you are able to get two very important priority picks, because the meta here is so much more defined, and of course Wild Rift has less actual champions than League of Legends itself. You know, getting a champion that immediately has synergy with another champion that you pick up is going to be absolutely insane. So of course, first we're gonna get a Fiora ban and a Wukong ban. This is kind of strange, Young, honestly, because okay, so the Yuumi ban does make sense. However, I'm still looking for the Gwen ban. We did see a Gwen pop out in the first two matches yesterday, just because it was so high priority to always ban that Gwen. But I think the 300 did get a chance to play that Gwen, and well, you can see how devastating it is.
Yeah, Gwen is one of the premier champions we have now for League of Legends Wild Rift, same as the Aatrox. We have seen a lot of ribbons as well yesterday, and all three, in fact, are open right now. Good job by Unity team sniffing the Ashe out. Nobody wants the Kitty as well, as we have witnessed such monstrosity of high sustained champions yesterday, in particular Aatrox, the synergy or combination of Yuumi and the Aatrox, the Nasus as well, and in some of the games that we even have witnessed BRU has performed is the Garen Yuumi. So Unity team, they don't want anything of that. I think they might just exchange the Baron Laner x jungler champions Gwen and Aatrox. Primarily, Invate Esports can even pick up the Karma here for their side.
Oh yeah, but of course, Unity team, they're gonna pick that Aatrox up, and Invate, they have quite a lot of very good picks here. As we said, Gwen is open, and you can get a Karma, and of course, we're going to get that Gwen. I think it was a mistake letting Gwen go instead of Yuumi. I think that Unity team kind of respected that Yuumi too much after their loss against BRU the other day. So they let the Yuumi get banned, let the Gwen through. So that may come back to bite them in the butt, especially since that Gwen is going to be coming up with a Karma, which we have established yesterday as one of the more annoying champions to deal with in Wild Rift, just because of the frequency and large damage of her poke.
With the pick off, or the taking here of the Karma, it is going to be a nice response, or decent response here of Unity team getting the Lux for their Mage Dragon lane or Mage bot lane. Galio is going to be their preference here, though I would argue as well, and I'm sure others would argue, trying to deny, I guess, the Nautilus here for Invate Esports, because Karma plus Nautilus is such a big combination in the Dragon lane, and especially in initiating fights. And I don't think any coach or any team would want to have that kind of combination to challenge them in their game. But still, give it the chance. Invade Esports is gonna take that particular chance. Karma and the Nautilus combination in the Dragon lane. But Unity team, I think the Galio is a good argument as well. If you would want to engage alongside with an Aatrox, Galio is that champion that can follow up almost unexpectedly, but also incredibly well. 3 crowd controls at level 5 is such a big interruption for team fights, plus double global pressure, the Lux Final Spark, the Hero's Entrance. That is a lot of presence that Unity team will have across the map. So it kind of can translate into safety as well here for 3ZL and Miracle later in the laning phase, and even on team fights and in objectives. Invate Esports, despite them having so much sustain and pick potential with the dredge line of the Nautilus, of course, they still need to be very careful, especially that their damage department kind of goes well only in the mid to late game.
True. So with that being said, Invade Esports does need to get a a really big damage Baron laner and mid laner here. Gwen, of course, usually we will see in the jungle, though can be flexed into the top against the Aatrox. Though Merle is an absolutely insane jungler. He just really got demolished yesterday by Bavarian United, which is no fault of his own. So a couple of very good bans here from Unity Team onto the Baron laner. We got Jackson Riven not gonna come out, but there are a couple of good things still to pick up. For example, against Aatrox, you can put
Renekton, perhaps?
yeah, Renekton. Who else? That honestly, Renekton I think is maybe the only viable one here that you can pick against the Aatrox. But the Corki for Bluff X is definitely a huge pickup here. Literally going for that poke composition that we saw Cerberus Esports pick up and absolutely dominate with in the second match yesterday.
And even if we suggest a champion like a Renekton for the Baron lane going up against an Aatrox, we're not even quite sure yet if the Aatrox is going to be in the Baron lane, since it can be flexed in the jungle and in the mid lane as well. Even if Unity picks up the Jays, we're not even sure. That's the beauty of Wild Rift here, especially with the meta right now. These solo laners can go into the jungle, and these players, these talented people in esports has demonstrated how well they can utilize these champs in any part of the map they choose. Despite the UNI pick-up, these three champions can still go anywhere they want. Aatrox can go in the top, mid, and jungle. Jace as well. Even the UNI, though UNI usually just goes into the jungle. So that kind of gives some information here for Invate Esports, unless they would want the UNI to be in the mid lane. Here for Unity Team, Invade Esports gonna go with what's standard and what's safe here. The Renekton with decent amount of sustain, good in and out. The Dominus as well have so much in team fights, and his damage capability or damage creation for team fights and for solo kills or 1v1s can be decent as well. This can provide that early game advantage or early game safety for Invade Esports as the Corki here of Invade Esports scale up and as the Gwen scales up as well. But they need to be very careful because Unity, they have so many setups. You have the Lux, you have the Gal, even the Aatrox can set up as well. And if we see the Jace in the mid lane, that provides so much stability and split push potential, because most of the time when we see a Jace in the mid lane, that's a first item hull breaker, and when he gets the hull breaker, that is going to be the time of start of the Jace to just go into the side lanes and be that irritating dude that pushes those towers down.
Okay, so the counter to that, however, is the Gwen. Merle on the Gwen is going to be able to shut down, any split pushing that Miracle does want to do. So if that is the way that the team wants to play it, it's going to be a little bit tough for them to, try to split off from the main push. Maybe go for a 1-3-1, because that will divert attention away from from the Jace. However, for the early to the mid game, it's just going to be a poke fest, both in the mid lane and in the dragon lane. I mean, what do you expect with a Lux and Karma and a Corki and a Jace? It's just going to be a lot of long range poking until somebody gets their Triforce, their Hullbreaker, and then everything is just going to depend on how clean I think Invade can actually execute the Gwen pick, because that Gwen making it out is really, really not good for Unity Team.
You know how we can compare the poke strat against engage comps or heavy dive comps? It's like an MMA, right? You have a big opponent that can suddenly pin you down, and some of the MMA fighters strategize keeping distance against their opponent and going for low kicks, trying to cripple down and try to slow down the movement of the opponent, trying to do some damage that will prevent the opponent from charging into them. And once the enemy is crippled down, that's when they actually strike with a finishing blow. That is how Invate Esports wants to operate in this game against Unity because the engage of Unity is obnoxiously strong. You have an Aatrox, you have a Galio, you have a Yone, even a Jace. Everyone will go in, and you have that Lux that will just spin her staff
in the
and
back,
go
final
from
spark.
the base. Yep, final spark. Pretty much from anywhere across the map. That is how incredibly insane, I would say, the Lux here is in Wild Rift. So as the game number 1 starts in this best of 3 series, let's see who's going to be getting the early momentum to be on match point in this series, the scaling one or the full on dive. But as we start the game as well, let's take a look at the matchups. Renekton and the Aatrox is very, very standard. No assistance from supports as in the meantime. So Azrael might have a decent time trying to bully 3ZL as in the meantime, since their Dragger laners are going for a standard start in the bot lane.
Yeah, pretty much standard, but Invade already, they are kind of showing their aggressiveness, their aggression with Rich. There you go, the level 2 almost Power Spike. No, they're still level 1. Yeah, they're still level 1, but finally they should be getting level 2, and then Rich is gonna go forward. Yeah, you gotta respect the heck out of that Nautilus already having Dredge Line and then coming in and, you know, just messing your entire day up if you're not quick on your toes and ready to dodge. So yeah, for the foreseeable future, Raven and Rich should have run of the Dragon lane here for Invade.
Kind of interesting as well here for Invade Esports actually. I want to point it out. I want to point this out earlier. Merly, this is the first time we are actually going to be seeing him use the Gwen. Coming from yesterday's games against BRU, he actually used champions like Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, and even the Aatrox in the jungle. Now it's a refreshing point of view, I would say, having Gwen for late game scaling. And this champion is actually one of the best champions, or one of the only champions that can shred. Yeah. I mean, in League of Legends PC, this champion is obnoxiously strong as well. At least in some parts of the meta. But in here in Wild Rift, I mean, the Gwen, no matter how tanky you can be or how tanky you are, given the state of the game and given the items you do have, the Gwen can easily shred down those HP bars with that snippets, just with the ultimate scissors of this Gwen.
Snippety. Yeah, snippety, 1,000 cuts, and well, your armor is going to be like paper to the Gwen scissors. So we gotta wait for that Gwen to scale up first to see if Merle can actually play it to full efficiency. But so far, 2 minutes 30 in the game, and both teams playing incredibly careful, just really not giving anything to the other team. Look at how Rich and Supporter are roaming throughout the map, just keeping their laners safe. And we did see them go in.
Ooh, never mind.
Okay, sorry, they're not being kept safe as a gank actually came out from Sir Dub into the bot lane. Raven caught off guard unawares, but that does mean that Rich and Merle are going to go for a gank already on the 3ZL. He goes for the death charge into the Dredge line just to keep the 3ZL away, but there you go. Asriel is going to go for it. There he does have the Dominus, and so is the hero's entrance coming in. But look at this, they are all under tower. The tower is still tanking, getting tanked by Rich, but it's fine because Asriel has already found a kill onto the enemy. Oh no! The Gwen missed the ultimate. The Supporter is going to be alone. He's going to flash out. He should be able to get a kill here from the turret. No, actually, look at this. The aggro is being expertly handled. Bluff X is just one more auto attack. That's all you need. He did get a double kill onto the Jace, but there's a double kill onto the Jace post-mortem as well. Sir Dub now on the chase. Merle, he is going to just barely live. 3 for 3, all things considered.
In that particular fight, I would say Invade Esports got the upper hand since Unity picked up the 1 kill earlier in the bot lane in their gap. But it was actually pretty intense. I mean, diving under the tower for over 30 seconds is pretty crucial and kind of scary, I would say. If Sir Dump was there 10 seconds, even 5 seconds earlier, then that could have been a different story, since Merle and the other members were actually quite low in terms of HP, and it was just fortunate for Invade Esports to have that kind of timing for them to actually escape. And I guess that's the beauty here of having the Karma and the Nautilus. They were able to tank so much damage in that fight, not only from the members of Unity, but also from the tower. The shield from the Nautilus, the shield from the Karma, those slows coming in. BluffX was even confidently going at the members of Unity team, charging in front of their faces because he knows he can be protected as well, and he knows he can deal those damage. Unfortunately, though, dies under the hands of Miracle under the tower. Now, Unity team, they are starting up very low, burning. Ooh. Invate Esports. Wow. Unity team is still fighting back
Good
though.
stuff.
I mean, they're not down that much gold, and it's just the start of the game. Objectives spawn up though. Supporter?
Oh, so the Rift Herald gonna be taken out by the Gwen, but this is a pretty bad fight for Invate. They've already lost one player just immediately. The Infernal Drake is also gonna go the way of Unity team. So Invate has given away so much just from being at the wrong place at the wrong time, but now Miracle is in the wrong place at the wrong time for himself, but he still manages to get a kill for him as the Corki goes down. BluffX maybe a little bit too aggressive there against the Jace, but you know, the To the Skies burst is actually absolutely, it's underrated because you're like, oh, it's a Jace, he can't possibly kill me from full health, and then you just disappear, your health bar evaporates. So now that will cause a little bit of problem for Raven here, who's being a bit cheeky right now in the mid lane just because the Nautilus is there as well.
I mean, to think that Jace won't deal damage just because it's, well, early game and he picked up a Hull Breaker. Some people assume that it's not going to be dealing that much damage, and this is not entirely a damage item, but more of a split push item. No, you have to take into consideration the burst, especially if it's executed pitch perfectly. And in Invade Esports, you should avoid some of those miscalculations. Now, it gives a little bit of a slight edge here on the scaling part of Unity team, especially that Miracle was down a little bit in gold a while ago on the farming part of the game. But due to the kills that he has gotten across the map, 3-2 on the scoreboard, that allows him to actually be on par with the economy here against BluffX. If we look at the other champions here, 3ZL is a little bit down, 1k against Azrael, but that doesn't matter that much because you're looking at mid to late game here for Aatrox. As long as you're not having a bad time, or you're not being out leveled that much, and you're still being able to at least keep up a little in terms of the gold and farm up, you're gonna be fine because you'll have so much protection later on. You have the Yone and even the Gallia Lux to add those bits of protection so that you'll be just that confident demon charging onto those victims of hell. And Invade Esports will struggle against this Aatrox. Theoretically, if the pace goes on positively for the Aatrox.
Yeah, I mean, the Aatrox, the longer the game goes on, the more he's going to be relevant, and the more Renekton's going to lose relevance. So while the gold lead is pretty huge between Azrael and 3ZL, if Azrael doesn't push his luck right now, like he just did there, he burned the flash from 3ZL, and he's already gotten the turret. And this Renekton really has to make things happen now before 3ZL starts scaling up. He's already got the Black Cleaver too. And Invade, look at this, he got a big catch off the Jace Miracle. He's now going to go on to BluffX, and BluffX, because the Nautilus was there, he was protected. And, well, that did not go the way that it went the first time for Miracle. BluffX now 3-2-2. He's got his Triforce. They are overstaying, but the rest of the team is going to be coming in. Rich, he's the one who goes to engage, and now look at that health bar. Supporter is going to start melting down, but he goes golden right into Zonius, and it's going to be Raven who gets killed, but look at this big play coming in from Sir Dub. He does get one, but Rich does not go down just yet. Oh my god, he's playing with fire, so tiny, the sliver of health. Final Spark just barely misses, and VVV does secure the kill onto Raven, but now it's just Merly versus 2. Sir Dom is pretty low, but he is a Yone. That is deceptive. That's
gonna go in.
Now VVV, he has no way to actually defend against Merly, except for Sir Dom. He does get the kill right there, and then he will finish him off 1-for-1. A little bit too greedy there by the jungler of Invate.
Yeah, almost got a double kill though. Merly was very aggressive and very confident that he can get at least a kill in that instance. Invate Esports in general though had a bit of an overextension in the bottom lane that they got punished. Unity Team still is ahead in terms of the kills, though in retrospect to the gold, Invate Esports is actually doing pretty well. Now in the scaling part of the game, since Merly is getting a couple of kills, that's gonna help them so much in team fights because right now they're struggling. I mean, we have a Corki, you have a Karma. Those champions don't really deal that much in well, they deal a bit of damage in the early game, but not as much as late game here for the Corki. So they are gonna be the ones responsible for the damage in the scaling part of the game, especially in the latter parts, because Gwen, Corki, they are hyper scaling champions. In Unity Team,
Yeah.
they need to find a way to actually punish them in their positions, because most of the time we saw even Bluff X overextend in the bottom lane. Invade
this could
Esports,
be.
they're gonna start this RH.
Yeah, Rift Herald is going to start melting down, but oh my god, Rich just took so much damage. I think he took half health from just one poke, but look at this, look at
Oh
the
my
health
God.
bars. They are melting already. Supporters down, there's no heroic entrance ready. But look at this, a hero play coming in from Sir Dubs, but he gets taken incredibly low. Bluffx now, he flashes in to go for the kill, but he misses, and he messes up just one last auto attack. He wasn't able to get it. Azrael now, he's going to go for the stun on to Miracle, but that may have been a mistake as the rest of his team is a little bit too low. Yeah, he tried to flash out, but now Miracle's chasing them away. This Jace has now evolved. He's doing a lot of damage, and I don't think Bluff X was ready for that. It was 1-for-1, but support for mid later, I think that was much more worth for Unity.
Yeah, on start of the fight though, Invade Esports, they wanted the Rift Herald, they already got it and they engage, and Invade Esports shouldn't be going at that kind of team fight since Miracle does have Hullbreaker, and they kind of messed up a little bit there, Invade Esports, as they overextend, they got punished, then Unity Team made a mistake as well. It's a bit of those odd setups. Now they're going for
Look at this big team fight. Yeah, that is a pretty huge knock up there. The death charge and the hook coming in, but look at that. Azrael has already found a kill onto 3ZL. Sir Dumb goes down as well. Invade, they chased away the overstaying Unity and got 2 kills for themselves, and that does mean that the Corki will be able to take that turret down. Goldie is slowly increasing for Invade, but you know, it's still not impossible for Unity teams to come back from this. It was just a misstep from them, but both teams have not been making, you know, the most clean calls so far. Either team have just been, you know, kind of overextending, trying to push their luck just because they know they need every single advantage. They need to take a mile whenever they're offered an inch here.
Yeah, let's look at the positive parts of the decisions here of Unity, because Invade Esports, they have been getting quite a bit of wins so far. We're seeing a 3,000 gold lead that was 4,000 actually earlier. They're being able to group up pretty well, which suits their composition. Unity Team in general right now, I don't think they should be grouping up most of the time, or at least having Miracle within the mix, because the Hullbreaker portion is being negated. I mean, you pick up the Hullbreaker, if you group up, you don't get the effects, and that's pretty much a wasted item, if you ask me. So I guess he's doing that as well because he just wants to help up the team, especially on those sudden team fights. But right now, it's a good reset, a good refresh of the strategy here of Unity. We're seeing Miracle right now actually group up with the rest of the team as Invade Esports, they're pressing for Baron. Supporter going in, missing the taunt as he looks back. Wait, Redline though, gonna be used onto him.
Yeah, that is a pretty big engagement already, and Invade, they are not ready for that, but they were able to get out of the way quickly enough. Now, Unity Team, they did go for the disengage instead because they knew that Bluff X was off waiting on the wings, and they will be coming out swinging there. So, ooh, that is a very, very low Raven. He has to get out of there. He has to get away before he, before he goes for anything too greedy. They will just start controlling the jungle here for Invate, but Unity Team, they do not want to risk anything they don't want to risk anything too greedy here, just because one mistake at this point in the game could spell the end, because Baron is up, the third Drake is going to be coming up, and if Invade do not get that Mountain Drake, you know, Unity Team are going to have a very, very powerful way to just end the game once Elder Drake comes out. But okay, Asriel, I thought he was gonna go harder there. Unfortunately, Sir Dumb not gonna go. Okay, look at that supporter now. He's coming in. He's gonna be caught out strong. Big ping, big depth charge coming in. But the dredge line, it won't hit Buddy. That is going to be a good spark timing. But 3ZL, he's still in the mix. He did go down finally. There it is. Bluff X coming out, coming through. Boom. Merle is going to be, getting out scot-free. Half health, but completely fine. VVV and Miracle, they have to defend against these two pokers here now. Bluff X and Raven, know that they cannot risk getting too close to Sir Dub, or else, they will not be able to withstand the burst of that Yone.
You know what's hard? What's difficult to withstand? The damage here of Merle. And why? Rabadon's death cap already purchased. So that allows Merle to actually deal such incredible damage in teamfight, especially when he gets those stacks for that snip. And we have witnessed some of it already onto supporter and even onto the other members of Unity. Now those front lines are gonna start to hesitate staying in the front line because Merle can just shred through all those HP and armor and even MR on those champions. That is how strong the late game Gwen can be. In 15 minutes, 16 minutes into the game, that is where this Gwen can actually flourish. Nobody would attempt to go 1 versus 1 against this champion.
Absolutely. There's no reason why you would want to go for 1v1 against Merle. Just because there's, even if you are 3ZL trying to go for a 1v1 there, you're just gonna get shredded to bits, even if it was Sir Dumb. Oh god, bro, Miracle is gonna be taking a lot of damage, has to flash away. He will not be able to be all too effective in this dragon fight. So Invate's gonna be the one who starts it, and they have 5 full health members. Let's go. Okay, big engage there, and there's Sir Dubs. He's gonna get already taken down to already a 3rd health. Final spark is going to miss because of all the zonings coming out. They have found 3ZL, and well, the CC will dissuade Unity Team from actually coming in and trying to go for anything here, as the Mountain Drake will be taken by Invate. Now that is the Elder Drake coming up next, as well as the Baron being up. This is going to be a very risky time in the game.
3 minutes. Clock is ticking. Invate Esports, they can take their time. They're happy with what's happening right now in the game. Supporters gonna charge here onto Rich, but I don't think that's gonna be a worth it engage. Yeah, they just disengage. For now, Unity not really getting those pick offs that they want across the map, and they have been trying consistently all throughout the game. The only problem is their reach and how they can actually deal those damage. Most of the time, they miss their chance. They're a little bit uncoordinated, and in Invade Esports, they make most out of those mistakes.
Yeah, and really, this game is now all about punishing mistakes. It's not. Speaking of punishing mistakes, Asriel may have made one, a pretty big one right here, as he does try to go for a 1v1 against 3ZL. So he's going to try to get this split push going. However, the rest of the teams are towards the Baron. Look, they're contesting for blue buff, and Sir Dom, he's trying to look for something here. What is he going to actually get? Supporter now. He is going to get a huge taunt, but will it be enough? Rich is being caught by Asriel from the back. Look at that, Merle and Asriel just gotta be shredding, and 3ZL now he's going to be dealing all of the CC, but he has found the kill onto Asriel. Rich goes golden, but too deep has Miracle gone, and that sends everybody from Unity Team just running for their lives. As Bluff X has found all the damage that he needs. He's going to go basically berserk mode, 3-4-1, and that means that Baron is the next target for Invade Esports.
Yeah, Merle was going berserk. Definitely, that is the best word to fit in what he was doing in that fight. Everybody was running away from Merle, using the flash, using those dashes just to get away from that full stack snip. That deals such incredible damage here for Invade Esports, and the flank of Azrael, despite him falling down, was really good here for Invade Esports. That provide that surprise factor for the team fight on, and actually prevented an escape route for Unity. Now with them getting the Baron, as pretty much opens up all three lanes here for pushing and possibly a chance for Invate Esports to not only take all the outer turrets here of Unity, but even get a chance to break the base wide open here for the closure of the game.
Absolutely, and it is just going to be, a base break incoming once the Elder Dragon does come up in 5 seconds. This is the Dragon Dance that counts the most, GAM. Invate, they've already gotten into position. Rich trying to keep them away, so it's 13. But, oh my god, look at this, Invate. They are saying, you know what, you can have the Drake, but if you try to take that, we're just going to barrel down with Baron down the mid lane, and we're gonna go for the win here. So yeah, Rich has gotten unengaged on the supporter, but look at this, Merly has got to be going big. 1 versus 3, the Shred, all of the Shred, Gwen going snip, shredding through all of their health bars like paper, and that is going to be it. Supporters down, the 3ZL is down, Miracle is down, Sir Dom goes down next. It's all up to VVV, 1 versus 4. Raven is the only one who died there on the side of Invade, but now it looks like it's the end of this game. Unity team, they found quite a bit more than they can chew there in that fight. Merly just went big, and Unity team goes home for that game.
Oh my. Well, Merly, he wasn't cutting anymore. He was shredding and shaving off those HP bars away from Unity team. Such an obnoxious amount of damage in the late game. 3v1, no problem. Incredible performance here by Invate Esports. Not the cleanest, I would say, but effectively working against Unity team, and a well-deserved victory. 1 more win. They are now match point in the series to be the one to qualify, or be the second one to qualify here at the on the Southeast Asia region.
Wait, hold on. I thought it was best of 5s today. Yeah, I believe it's best of 5s to be able to qualify today, just like it was yesterday. Just because it is the the lower bracket battles. But yeah, Invate and Unity team put up a huge fight. Both teams were just kind of dancing around each other in terms of being ahead. And yeah, BluffX got that kill, but then he tanked turret. Lots of very aggressive play on both sides. They just went for skirmish after skirmish after skirmish. Kind of the opposite to what we saw yesterday, where teams were being a lot more calculated and reserved. But this was just a bloodbath from the start to the finish. So well played to Invade, because they did get their win condition going. Merly on that Gwen was just shred through everybody in that last team fight.
Oh yeah, that game was just so electric. I thought it was already a match point. Incredible performance by Merly, and we see how coordinated they actually are here in this game, and them being able to group up allows them to have utmost damage against Unity team. And for Unity team, actually, it kind of is conflicting, because you have the Jace that is supposedly split pushing, and you have a first item Hull Breaker. I don't think they should have been going for those forced team fights early into the match, and should have been just trying to scale up for the meantime, because forcing fights early on into the game also conflicts with the scaling of the Aatrox, and we didn't see the usual or the typical obnoxious sustain and damage of an Aatrox in this game. Most of the time, we see 3ZL going in and suddenly going out, because 3 seconds after going in, he realizes all his teammates are already dead. Why? Burley was busy, cutting them in half and into millions of pieces with that gigantic scissors of a Gwen. And in the last fight, we saw Burley just being super confident, ending this game 20 minutes and 44 seconds. Landing the first blow in the series, 39,000 damage of Merly, and also securing the first point here in the series. Yeah, this is going to be a best of 5 series. First game won here by Invate Esports.
That was a huge damage stat. I mean, I think we had a 40,000 damage game yesterday during, I believe it was GAM versus Cerberus Esports. But this is why you do not let the Gwen pass. That is the first ban almost every single time, because at the end of the game, when everything is said and done, Gwen just has so much AoE armor shred, magic resist shred, and just health shred that you cannot group up against her. And when you do, that is what happens. Exactly that. 3ZL was not able to, use Aatrox to his full potential. Sir Dumb did do some really good plays in the early to mid game for UNI team. However, Invate was just, they got the Gwen, and that was just the win condition. That's all that they needed, and that's 1 point for Invate.
MVP Merly, of course. Yeah, pretty much expected. Merly with a KDA of 17 and such an incredible performance overall. And he demonstrated this is also a refreshing sight to see with Merly, because it's the first time he has used Gwen, at least in phase number 2 that we have seen live stream, because yesterday he used different champions like Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, Aatrox. The Lee Sin worked, but Kha'Zix and Aatrox did not work against BRU. This time with a refreshing start, with a new sight, with the Gwen, he has led the team to such incredible feats and secured the first blow and victory here against UNI team.
Yeah, so with all that being said, Giyang, I wonder how UNI team is going to respond, because of course this is a best of 5. They have 2 more chances before Invate become the ones to qualify next for the regular season of the Wild Rift League Asia. But before we get into our second match or game of the day, let's take a little bit of a short break. Ladies and gents, it's G10 coming at you with me as Giyang Gaming. We'll be right back for game number 2.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count and the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at a gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these 3 enriched panels: Farming Mode, Pre- and Post-Teamfight Mode, and Teamfight Mode. In Farming Mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre- and post-teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In team fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count and the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at a gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we just got off a very close game one between Invate Esports and UNI Team. Well, let's see if Invate can get their second point, or will UNI Team even up the score. My name is G10 coming at you. With me is Gi Young, and we'll be your casters for this first series.
Yeah, game number one. Congratulations, Invate Esports, striking the first blow here in this best of 5 series and having the first momentum boost as well for today's games. Invate Esports, particularly Merly, had such a wonderful performance in a refreshing champion that he used against the UNI team. So we had some comments earlier as well with the performance of UNI team, and I think that's one of the things they have to look into coming towards game number 2, because the champion pool that they have and the strategy they implemented kind of conflicts with each other. And most of the time, well, we have seen some good sides on their team fights, but we have seen some bad ones as well. And I think those bad ones has to be addressed and resolved in order to have a much cleaner execution for game number 2. Because you get the Jace, but if you go into team fights too much, and if you force the Aatrox to go into team fights as well too early into the game, then they won't have that farming time and split push time that they do incredibly well. And that gave the opportunity for Invade Esports to actually dictate how the game could actually go, despite the scaling that UNI team is already building up, like 2 dragon stacks and some farming that they have gotten 3-2 score of their mid laner a while ago. It was negated, and coming towards game number 2, if they're going to be able to address that and patch that up, I think they would be able to at least tie the series up in game number 2.
Yeah. All right, so I think that the Yuumi ban from UNI Team was a little bit of a blunder. I think that was a respect ban because they did absolutely get rolled by Yuumi Garen in their game against BRU. But this is not BRU. This is Invade, and they like playing, the quote-unquote meta. And what is meta right now is Gwen. Gwen shreds absolutely everything. So what'll happen when you give up Gwen by banning Yuumi is Merly is going to go insane, get 39,000, almost 40,000 damage in a 20-minute game, and well, it's not gonna go well for you. So UNI Team definitely have to go back to the drawing board. They will be starting on the red side this time. So Invade, they are now the ones who get that first ban. Of course, Ashe, never give up Ashe against C teams. I've learned from Autolose, just because, well, remember with the first game yesterday where the Enchanted Crystal Arrow it felt like it was a homing arrow. It felt like it was a point-and-click ability instead of a skill shot. So yeah, a very justified ban here. Finally, the Gwen's gonna get banned from UNI Team, but this does open up quite a few more ways to play for Invade. But their first pick is going to be a very big priority. It's probably going to be, if Camille is not banned, then maybe Camille. But the way things have been going, it will probably be an Aatrox.
Yeah, I want to add a bit more on your comment on the Ashe. The Ashe arrow, the Enchanted Crystal Arrows, kind of gives a vibe on the move we wanted, because the curving path of that arrow just provides so much accuracy on where you actually want it to land. And most of the time, and we saw on the games yesterday even, those arrows connecting and initiating so many favorable fights to the team that actually picked up the Ashe. So it is definitely a worthy ban. And on the Aatrox, or at least the Yuumi ban of UNI Team a while ago, yeah, it kind of was an unnecessary ban. And it could have been their pick as well, because Aatrox plus Yumi is obnoxiously strong, and it could have at least posed that threat. Now with the Gwen ban, Aatrox is available. Invade Esports can just easily pick it up if they do want it.
100% Invate Esports. Okay, so Camille is up, and that's going to be, the pick for Asriel. That does mean that Unit Team, they have a couple of ways to counter this. There is the Jax that is available. Of course, the Aatrox still a pretty decent pick up. Karma plus Nautilus are available, so the double priority pick for your team is going to be very telling of their. Oh, I completely forgot about Senna. We haven't seen a Senna lately, so this is a pretty strong pick that has been. Yeah, there you go from the back in your background. This is a pretty strong pick that has mostly been banned along with the Ashe by the red side. So being picked up here by Unit Team. This is going to be very strong, especially when paired with, let's see, the support. No, a Kha'Zix for Sir Dom.
So Sir Dom will want to go aggressively in this game. I guess go for those isolated pickups, since they will have an obnoxious amount of sustain and shielding and healing here for this red team side. Invade Esports having the Camille though poses some aggressive threats, especially if they do pick up the Galio for that double engage and so much zone control. They pick up the Karma and buff them up so much for those team fights. I wonder what support they are going to be picking this Karma with, since Nautilus is still relatively one of the best champions you can utilize it with. But they will settle for the Lee Sin for now, which is a strong matchup against a Kha'Zix, and they don't want it getting banned away in the second banning phase.
Yeah, definitely do not want to give that away. But Merly with the Lee Sin, we did talk about this yesterday a little bit. First picking the Kha'Zix just opens you up to that Lee Sin pick, right? So this is one of the ways that you can kind of negate the threat of the Assassin bug, is by having an even more early game champion in Lee Sin. But that's going to be up to Merly to, have his jungle presence felt throughout the entire map. Now Jax, though, that is going to be a really big pickup here for 3ZL. Now, Jax, once he gets going, we've seen this in the Fennel versus 300 match, and Enigma Galaxy versus 300 match, and we've also seen this in the GAM versus Cerberus match. Once Jax gets going, it is very difficult to stop him. Much like Gwen, the Jax, once he scales up, is going to be able to 1v4, 1v5.
What's scary about this, though, on the side of Unity is that so far, well, they do have the characters for the early game assassinations, and it can pose a lot of advantage here for Unity, but having double scaling champions, or even triple if ever they do pick up one more scaling champion here for their mid lane, can be a little bit difficult to execute given the composition here of Invade Esports as well, because they're going to be looking for picks for sure. Yeah, they have the Camille, they have the Lee Sin, they have so many tools in the early game to execute or at least orchestrate those fights favorable to them. Most of the time as well, we do see the Karma being paired up with the Nautilus, so good job here by Unity taking that champion away. But still, one champion is available. Galio here is available for the mix. On the side of Invade Esports, they can easily pick it up after Unity has picked up their fourth champion. A little bit odd as well, and unfortunate they weren't able to ban a fifth champion here for Invade Esports. Unity taking their fourth champion, though, as another scaling one. Senna, Jax, Corki, those champions are gonna take such a long time to reach their power spikes.
They have to get online, but it does look like we're going to be seeing a Lucian coming out as well. A little bit of, husband-wife rivalry coming out here. Senna versus Lucian, you love to see it. But Senna is probably going to be in the bot lane, while Cork is probably going to be in the mid lane. So the Lucian won't really be able to lane against that Senna. But Galio being picked up here for Rich, very decent pickup, but that does open up it does kind of open up Invate to, how do I say this? they don't have as much hard engage as UNI team does. They do have the potential of an insect, but Galio, his engage is pretty conditional, right? He has to land his skill shots, or he has to be coming in with the heroic entrance once somebody on his team is going to be engaged on themselves. Supporter, though, now that is an engaged champion. The disruption provided by the Gragas is almost second to none. That explosive cask is just such a huge tool in team fights, especially when people are clumped up together, and then that can separate the fight. Give causing some isolation damage. Give Jax an avenue to try to just go wild in the and just start bonking people, right? So it really is up to Invate to slow UNI team's role in the early game and try to finish this game off by the mid game, because once it gets to late, oh man, UNI team is going to have the best time in the world.
Also, Gragas is a good response against a Camille pick, because Camille goes in with Hexic Ultimatum. With the cast, you can actually cancel that tether towards a single target champion here on the side of UNI team. So despite the combination of Invade Esports with the Galio, the double hex, the hexagon with the hero's entrance plus all those engaged with the Lee Sin here of Merly is gonna be threatened at the very least, but still their lineup should be respected here, because well, they also have the karma. So many crowd control actually is present here on the side of Invade Esports. Single target pick-offs and also team fight based composition, or at least team fighting potential is high on the side of Invade Esports. The only thing they're lacking right now, or at least on what UNI team is ahead against Invade Esports, is the late game scaling. What you mentioned, Senna, Corky, the Jax, those champions are gonna be so irritating and so scary in the late game. And we even saw the Jax popping off so much in the game that you mentioned earlier. It's very scary to see a Jax 15 minutes, 18 minutes, 20 minutes into the game, and we even witnessed it with a match of Enigma Galaxy and 300 yesterday.
Yeah, so now Invate, again, they will... Okay, so they actually put Azrael down in the Dragon lane, so they want to be able to bully that Jax a little bit, so they're going to put the Karma up there. Of course, that range will, keep him from being able to farm safely. That's what you want against a Jax, is to just keep him from being able to, scale as quickly as he wants to, because he's not going to be able to regress, especially before the level 3, and Karma is a champion that can just run away from Jax, root him in place if he tries to go for a big engage. So it depends on how risky Raven wants to be, because he can just sit back and harass Jax all day. It's going to be a 2v2 Dragon lane, though, with Senna and supporter, VVV and supporter with Senna Gragas and Rich and Azrael. So 2 melee champions against a Senna. This is going to be a little bit rough, but because Azrael is playing Camille, he won't really mind getting poked out too much, especially with the Honeydew. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm saying. You can just auto that Jax down. He can't really do a lot to prevent that.
Yeah, and when the Jax goes in, you can easily tether and snare him down. Bot side, yeah, double melee as well. Senna's gonna have a bit of an easier time, since a supporter can just body block and body slam those members, Raven and Rich, or at least Azrael and Rich, who wants to get close the distance onto the Senna. Ooh, 3ZL is taking a bit of damage here, chunked down to 200 by Raven just in the first 2 minutes. That's gonna stall his scaling. Merly is also in the vicinity.
He hits it! That's amazing! The Sonic Wave gets hit, he goes for the flash, and then auto attack to get the first blood. That is really big for Merly. That's exactly what you want as a Lee Sin. But you may not want to run into VVV and Miracle coming through in a 2v2 situation here. But yeah, getting that Jax killed early on, that is exactly how Invate needs to play this game.
That's what they want to do to delay the scaling, or prevent at least the scaling here of 3ZL, because he is going to be so scary later on in the early game. Any disruptions on his farming is going to suit so well here for Invade Esports. Now, almost 3 minutes into the game. They have stalled a little bit of that farming, and Azrael is already ahead by a couple of 100 gold as he goes towards top lane. Counter-Strike gonna be used to negate some of that damage as VVV heals himself back up. Merly though.
Yeah, okay, great. Merly hits the Sonic Wave again. They're gonna go for a big dive. The taunt didn't land. The Jax was not able to press his E, the Counter-Strike in time. There's the heroic entrance entering. Rich, though, he may be taking the turret shots. Oh god! The bug comes in, and with the AoE from his E, will be able to get that kill. So it's a 1-for-1, but the Jax being the target here for the kills Invate is actually more worth it for them than that kill onto the what was it, the Galio.
The Galio. Yeah, it was a necessary use of the hero's entrance though, because VVV and Sirdom are already backing off it, and because the heroic entrance was used and the other members of Invade Esports were already backing away from the tower, it just created another conflict here for Invade Esports that allowed UNI team to equalize the trades of kills there. Now Invade Esports, without the hero's entrance, as it is still on cooldown, they might lack the response utility they need against UNI team for quite a bit of time. It does have a relatively long cooldown, but in a minute or so, we are going to be seeing the objectives spawn up. RH and Mountain Dragon up for the taking later on here for both teams.
Yep, Rift Herald and Mountain Drake gonna be spawning at the same time. It's going to be, you know, usually these teams are split on which objective they want to take, but Rich and Asfield are being very, very aggressive with the push that they want. They're trying to bait this out. They don't know that Merly is actually in there. They're trying to bait this. Now they know that Merly is definitely in that bush. But yeah, focusing the Jax here once again. Merly is doing the right thing. You do not want to give that Jax any leeway to farm. Mountain Drake gonna be coming up, going to be traded. Just a little bit of a handshake here. Rift Herald for Mountain Drake. But the rest of UNI team, they are here to contest. But that is not a good idea here. Azrael is going to be coming out there. Rift Herald will be secured. But look at that heroic entrance. No, not going to be procced up. Bluff X now. He's trying to just harass a little bit. But yeah, just a little bit of a handshake. A little bit of how you doing? Just letting each other know that they're thinking of him as the Rift Herald charges up in the Baron lane.
Yeah, this can help Invade Esports at least secure that first blood tower for the game. Help them get a little bit of a leverage in terms of gold, since UNI team, they're not going to be feeling that much pressure at this point of the game. 1,000 gold lead is not really scary here for Invade Esports to pose any threat against UNI team, since late game, like we discussed, is looking better for UNI team. Now, as Invade Esports looks to accelerate the game with a split push in the bottom lane, UNI team is just going to be focusing on clearing those minions. They have the Corki, they have the Kha'Zix, can help one another clear those waves. Also, Supporter has a tool for disengage. Those tools actually help them so much delay the intention here of Invade Esports, and despite the deaths here of 3ZL, 1,000 gold deficit, it's not really that bad actually here for the Jax, since given the Divine Sunder that he has picked off, it can provide so much sustain here for this champion. And coming towards a 7-minute mark, Invade Esports has actually yet to initiate what their composition is designed to do. Single target pickoffs, a constant ganking on side lane, Supporter even engage!
Oh, that is a pretty good engage, as now he has been rooted. Rich is going to pay for it with his life, and now Raven has to run away. And yeah, a huge engage from Supporter. That's not what you want to happen, especially given the kill over to the Senna. So, well done there by UNI team, seizing an opportunity when they, when they see it. And Supporter, that Gragas is incredibly dead. Maybe not as bad as Akano's Gragas in Cerberus, but definitely something to look out for. That explosive gas, just chef's kiss.
Yeah, and it's surprising as well. Invade Esports has a draft that should be the one going aggressive, but we see UNI team being the one aggressive, initiating the fight. Now, Sirdom is having an
He
oopsie
is-
of a situation.
Little bit of a hard time. He pushed in a little bit too blindly into his own jungle. Murley will be securing that kill, and the Kha'Zix, as we were talking about, is a feast or famine champion right now. 1-1-1. He is kind of in a famine right now, especially since it's been 8 minutes. But look at this, the big root, and that is going to be a very, very dead Camille. Oh no, the X-Tech ultimatum actually saves his life. The heals now are coming in, and he actually doesn't die. As we'll say, is alive, and support is the one who pays for it. And look at that, 2 really quick kills for Invate. The response time, it's like they are they're playing the same game here, and now forcing the flash out of there. 3ZL is going to be getting out scot-free because he does have quite a lot of movement options as the Jax. But yeah, playing together as 5 fingers versus playing together as 1 fist. Invate is the one making a playing more like a team, when Unity team is kind of playing almost like 5 separate players here.
Well, split push is definitely an option here for Unity team, as the Jax looks to just farm away, still down by 1,500 gold against his respective counterpart. Azrael as well, having a nice outplay a while ago. Hextech ultimatum to dodge. Oh, the kick though!
Oh! That's big, and Sir Dubs, he is gonna be staying alive for just a sec, but no, he's down now, and the re-engage coming in from support. That may not be a good idea, but yeah, Raven is bad down, so that was a good idea. Rich now, the next on the chopping block. He goes golden, sacrifices his life to get Murley and Bluff X away. So now Unity team, they are getting some really good picks here, capitalizing on some mistakes that Invade are making, so the gold lead is slowly shrinking.
Gold lead, yeah, definitely shrinking a little bit. Invade Esports still getting a couple of kills though across the map. I don't think they should be going too overconfident though, as they get punished here by Unity. Now it allows Unity to start this RH. Steal potential is high though on the Lee Sin, but due to the fact that the other members are not here, he cannot even close the distance on these objectives, and Unity will just say thank you towards this RH. Invade Esports
seconds.
lose one more tool that they can actually use, hopefully on accelerating the game in their favor once again.
Yeah, 5 seconds until the Drake comes up, and it is Bluff X who makes it there first, although the rest of the teams are not ready to go for it. The package is available for Miracle, so this may not be the best time to go for a 5v5 team fight. However, if support is able to get a really good pick, a really good engage. No, he's the one who's going to get engaged on by the Lee Sin. He actually has to use the explosive cast to save his life. Murley's the one who's going to get out of there scot-free. He is very low. Oh my lord, Sir Dom. No. Okay, the package has been used by Corky. Murley is now in danger. One last auto attack. Oh, Murley was not able to use the Sonic Wave at all. And now the one by one, Invade are falling. And it's just a Camille versus the world. Murley from the side is not able to do anything. That's 4 for absolutely nothing. Unity team have turned this team fight around.
The power spikes, man. The power spikes. Unity team is starting to have them now. Miracle dealing so much damage in that fight. And this Rift Herald is being used so well now. 2 charges in a fight. They overextend though. Sonic Wave not connecting. That allows Unity team to safely fall back. And suddenly, the 2,000 gold lead of Invade Esports, a 4,000 in fact a while ago, is completely obliterated, deleted, and turned around. Unity team is the one right now who is leading by almost 4,000 gold. And that happened within 3 minutes.
Yes, that was a very, very quick turnaround here for Unity team. And man, now it's Invade who have to kind of pick up the pieces from where they fell. Because that was a very big mistake that they committed just with their positioning around that dragon. So now with 2 Drakes, Unity team, they are looking for a 3rd Baron's going to be spawning soon. And Invade, slowly but surely, they are starting to fall off a little bit. The Lee Sin, he has to be able to make these plays. He has to be able to look for a very good opportunity here, and that's exactly what they're going to try to do here with the Insect onto the Jax, but a little bit uncoordinated there as the tactical sweep did not actually hit. 3ZL now the one who's going to turn in because the rest of the team is there to re-engage, and Merly is incredibly low. Asriel is going to get chased away. The flash and the counter-strike will not actually hit. Asriel still running for his life. Merly so incredibly low. They're going to go for it. They're going to go for a almost a tower dive, but look at how low those health bars got before they actually got away, and this Camille may still be in danger. Just please make it back, Asriel. And yes, he gets away scot-free, but that does mean that Baron Nashor, with Baron Nashor spotting, Unity team are in a really good position.
Unity team starting to pop off. This is a point in the game where Invate Esports should be starting to shiver a little bit, sweat a little bit, because the 3 champions we were talking about earlier during the drafting phase, which we said, that we discussed earlier, that is kind of difficult to execute, now has the best possible win condition. Now is in the best possible spot. Mid to late game, 13 minutes into the game, some items picked off, and their damage is starting to get out of hand here for Invate Esports. So the composition that Invate Esports designed earlier, since they weren't able to operate it that well, now poses 0 threat against Unity team. Even if Asriel pops in that Hextech ultimatum, 3ZL this time won't hesitate. He'll even say, thank you for engaging onto me, because I now don't need to jump onto you and just pop in my counter-strike and even just get it. They're gonna contest BR though. Oh my god!
Got a double body slam into the explosive cast, but a little bit of a misstep from the rest of the team, as now Invate, they have to disengage, and they have to disengage fast. Look at how fast their health bars are dropping. Camille in the middle of it, in the thickness, has to defend the team, but that is so scary. At least Invate was able to get Unity team off of that Baron, but look at how quickly their health bars dropped and how quickly they melted. Now Galio has to get in here once again. The heroic entrance is available, but will it be enough? Supporter now has to flash away as Asriel tries to re-engage, but that Corki and that Senna just keeping them away over and over again as they try to engage. They dissuade them with the damage.
Yeah, Unity team, well, it is still not enough, I guess, to break the bounds here of Invate Esports. The inhibitor tower, at least the inhibitor, is going to be respawning in a short bit, 12 seconds on the way, and Invate Esports will have a chance to reset a little bit as the next objective is about to spawn. Infernal Dragon should give more damage here to Unity team, and I don't think Invate Esports can actually contest this, because Merly, despite having the Lee Sin, if he goes in or attempt to steal the Infernal Dragon, it can be a little bit scary, because if he dies, Unity team will just have a free Baron. And now they're setting up in this bot side river, even getting that Scuttle Crab for additional vision and movement speed when the dragon actually spawns. And everything seems to be going so well and in favor of Unity team. We see more items being picked up here. 3ZL now having a better time to split push due to not only Divine Sunderer, Hullbreaker, but also the other sustain and anti-healing items he even picked up here against Asriel if ever he contests against this Jax.
Yeah, and now even if Jax is at a gold deficit and has a little bit less items than Asriel, he's still actually more powerful at this point because his team enables him to be that way. Because he will teamfight with Miracle, he will teamfight with VVV, and all that poke is going to result in Jax just being able to get into the fray and melt some health bars before they can even start to look at the inside fly. Look at that! The Zonya comes off, but he doesn't die yet. Supporter just barely lives. But now the re-engage from Unity team. It is a mess. It is a bloodbath. But Miracle is the one who is now targeted, and he will go down. However, in the back, Merly does find a death too. But look at this. The Poke champions are alive and well. VVV as a Senna is just staring through their health bars, but he is risking everything for the biscuit here. The Kha'Zix is over there. Asriel! What can Asriel do here? Asriel can go big, and it's going to be Unity that goes home. Oh my god, Sir Dumb, the last man standing. 4 for 2. 3 members of Invate have just turned everything around, and Unity actually get ahead of that fight. The Drake is up, but that is a risky proposition when the Kha'Zix is right there. Merly is up in 20.
Yeah, 4-2 favoring Invate Esports. UNI team doesn't hold back. They don't back away completely. They pushed it to their very limits. They got taken away. And Invade Esports will just get this Infernal Dragon for absolutely free. It started off though so incredibly well for Invade Esports because of early. That Dragon's Rage, that kick onto Miracle was so beautiful, and it forced so White and 2 Zonian Hourglass just to negate that engage from Invade Esports. So that is already catastrophic for UNI team, and now because of that, Invade Esports has catched up in terms of the gold. UNI team now is on par with Invade Esports, and Invade Esports is basically saying, yeah, you can scale up, but if you make a mistake, we can definitely punish you and delete you in almost an instant.
Absolutely, and that is something that, you know, is very, very real. Back, and yeah, it's gonna be a very careful game, a very tense last team fight here for either team, because now Baron Nashor is alive. Elder Dragon, oh my god, supporter gets engaged on, but will it be enough? Because he does still have a lot of health, and he has the Zonia's available. VVV is going to get knocked back. However, will he be good enough? Okay, Sonic Wave just barely misses, and Merly takes half of his health as punishment for trying to go in. But yeah, Elder Drake is going to be the next frontier, the final frontier here for this game, Gyang. We're nearing 20 minutes on the clock. This is it. Invade the team. The next clash could be the last one, because whoever wins that, the death timers are going to be far too long to defend against anything. Look at the turret state of both teams. The outer turrets are almost gone for UNI team. Invade Esports still has 2 outer turrets, but their inhib turret has been exposed already. So 10 seconds to the Elder Drake, and who's in position? Invade Esports.
Yeah, they're setting up a death brush right now, baiting UNI team to check the vicinity. They don't have vision supporters here.
But Rich, he may be in a very bad spot here. Let's go the blinding light from Lucian. Or the Piercing Light from Lucian. He's going to actually get a lot of damage onto it. But okay, the Santa, that's going to be a very big goal. The heroic charge! The heroic Andros, he finds one. The killing spree onto Supporter. But that is just the support. Raven is incredibly low. It's a 4v5 now, but it's a very strong 4v5 for Unity, because they've actually taken Raven out from the fight because of all the damage that he's taken already. So this Drake will actually be started. It's going to be started. Merly is all the way up in the top river. Okay, Asriel now, he's going to go for the interrupt. Can his Exec ultimatum actually do anything? He is going to be... Yeah, they've actually bursted him down, but it's fine because he's got Guardian's Angel. He's going to be back in the fight already. And they are just trying to burn down the Drake as fast as possible. A flash in from Raven. Look what can this Karma do. Look at all of the health bars, but nobody's dying yet. 3ZM, maybe the next one to go. Yes, and where's the health bars are going to start getting shredded. And there is the Jax's gun. Miracle is the next to go, maybe, as the double kill. Actually, no, the setup has a double kill. BBB is so incredibly healthy, but the red health bars are gonna get shredded down. Miracle, the last man standing, but the Elder Drake has given it over to Invade, and that is a double kill. Oh my god, the supporter just threw a cast, and that is Merly, the only one with the Elder Drake buff now.
Such a back-to-back action fight there. 4-4-5, a supporter lands that cask onto the last member there of Invade Esports. So it's only Merly. Yeah, only Merly with the Elder Dragon buff. That fight though was so intense, and it could have been UNI team's way if ever Serdam was able to get that smite onto the Elder Dragon, but he died so incredibly well due to that damage funneling of Invade Esports. They focused on to the Kazakhs, taking him down. Merly was able to avoid some of those damage as UNI team was focusing on Azriel. And despite Miracle dealing obnoxiously amount of damage in that fight, due to Rich actually negating most of that, they bought a lot of time, and them being able to go in and out and kite some of the members of Unity team allowed them to just win it in that fight. Despite supporter getting that last blow, now Invate Esports is posing more threat. Is even if it's only Merly who has the Elder Dragon, as long as he deals damage onto any member of Unity team and stays alive, that is gonna be the
Rich is in a bad
execution
position?
threat.
Yeah, okay, so Rich definitely kind of overstepped his boundaries there, a little bit too cheeky with his positioning, but you know, it was the intimidation factor that he really needed there. So now Baron is the next. Call Guardian's Angel available on the Lee Sin, but not on the Camille here, neither on the Lucian. So they just have to fake out this Baron. They have to bait out Unity team. This is touch and go for both teams. They're trying to bait out you know, a mistake here, because that's actually what's going to win this game, Young, is a mistake from either team. It's not the play that's going to be made, it's how it's how you respond to the mistake by the enemy team. So let's see how it shakes out. Because look at this, the split push from the Jax. The Camille is going to be meeting him there, but the rest of the team are going to be congregating towards the Baron. But 3ZL, he's actually having a really hard time against this Camille. That is one of the reasons why you pick Camille against the Jax, because she is one of the very few champions who can actually 1v1 him in the late game, and that's exactly what Asriel did, and negated that Jax threat for the next fight.
Ooh, flash barrier used. Azrael still has the flash. Popped in the Hextech ultimatum earlier to get that leverage against 3ZL. Ooh, Azrael will just back away. The Dawning Shadow was also used earlier by VVV, and now Invate Esports, they can pose a threat in the mid lane. Cask.
The Cask being used there does mean that it's not going to be there for the next fight, so support is going to be a lot less of a threat if Invate just want to rush this Baron right now. But definitely that is not a great idea, especially when Miracle is still alive. But look at this, Rich, he's going to go for it, maybe a taunt there. No, they know they're only going to get support, and he has a Zhonya, so no point in trying to go for a play right there. But this very delicate dance in the mid lane, Giyang. Each team knows that if they mess up, that is it for this game.
Yeah, Unity team continues to scale though, and continues to pay due respect towards Invate Esports. Invate Esports doing so incredibly well. This should be a Unity team dictating the flow now of the game, but because of that engaged threat, because of how Merly can initiate those fights, as well as Rich, it conflicts with what Unity team actually wants to do in this game. The split push of Azrael is still working to getting the attention of 3ZL, getting the attention of Sir Dom, but as we see on the top side, they're going for the Camille.
Can they burst this?
Invade Esports to threaten Elder Dragon. What can Unity team do?
Can they burst this fast enough? The Kha'Zix is there, but he's very low, and Rich is there to try to keep him away. The leader is there with the smite. Will he be able to smite out? Yes, he will! Oh! No! Yes, he will! The Elder Drake is now in the side of Invade, even though their Asriel is gone and Raven is gone. It's a 3v5, but they do have the Elder Drake buff. Can they make this team fight work? No, it's incredibly difficult. Bluffx, he's trying his best, but Supporter is incredibly low. They still get away. 3 members still alive with the Elder Drake. Raven and Asriel sacrifice their lives to give Merly, Bluffx, and Rich a chance to fight back in the next team fight. This is just nail-biting, Giyang. 26 minutes. This is almost like an actual League of Legends game instead of Wild Rift. We are in the late game now. 3ZL, though. I don't know how Rich didn't see him, but this could be very dicey if they try to go for this thing. The Baron is slowly dying. Not very quickly, might I add. But they did finally get the inhibitor. The Jax! Of course, the split push Jax. Just thonk it away. Bonk on your inhib. And well, this is incredibly difficult for Invate, but even more difficult for Unity team to try to secure the win.
Yeah, Invate Esports Elder Dragon is also gonna expire in the quite fast. Unity team, their Baron was recently acquired, the Baron buff, so they would be able to utilize it much more, and they can even patiently wait until Invate Esports Elder Dragon buff expires. Now they're grouping up in the mid lane. Rich is still dead for the next 12 seconds. Merly is positioning for a possibly good kick, but he got spotted out. The damage is high. He gets GA popped.
Oh man, that is a very big GA pop there for Unity team. Yeah, now Merle is gone for 50 seconds. This is a huge death timer, and it is. They are on the back foot. Invade is definitely on the back foot. The Baron Power Minions are starting to funnel in. Look at this damage from Miracle, but he will get knocked up. He will get popped at least. But the Nexus is gonna go down incredibly fast, just in the blink of an eye. And you miss it. The base has been destroyed, and it will be Unity Team who takes that second game, 1-1.
Yeah, congratulations to Unity Team. Such an incredible performance as well. It was very scary on how they were operating in that almost last fight, because the Kazakhs was in the top side. I was already nervous on what Sardam was doing, and that they got the kill on the Camille, and they actually were able to reach into that Elder Dragon fight, posing so much threat, winning the team fight 2 kills and 0 casualties, and them getting the Baron buff, allowing them to initiate a push, the split push as well by 3Z into the mid lane, the aggressive play by Miracle using the Valkyrie to go in. That was very scary, but they made it work. And now as they equalize the scoreline 1-1, now they're the ones who are having the momentum. It wasn't the cleanest game, I would say.
Definitely not.
But I also want to commend Invate Esports for this, because we talked about this composition so many times already throughout the game, the triple scaling factor of Unity, but Invate Esports, they were able to stall it out, and possibly the longest game we have seen and watched so far here in the Wild Rift League Asia Open Qualifier Phase 2.
Yeah, that was nail biter and a half, ladies and gentlemen. Man, it really did come down to who exploited the weaknesses, the mistakes better. And at the end of the day, Unity Team did get a very key pick at the end of the game, and then they just, with the Baron, they started barreling down and taking the base out. There was really not much that Invade could do about it. So big props to Invade for trying to defend that much. But yeah, this was just a bloody fight. And Unity Team, they did have some missteps as well, but ultimately they prioritized their push, and they knew that if they pushed down with the Baron empowered minions, that they could put so much pressure on the base of Invade, and they could just go for that Nexus, which they did.
Yeah. Oh, this first Elder Dragon fight was such a nail biter. The shields of Raven definitely stalled out so much here for Invade Esports. The second Elder Dragon fight was much more entertaining though, and more nail biting, as Unity Team was Sir Dove was on the other side of the map, but they still managed to win that team fight. And when they got to the base, when they got reach of the Nexus, they quickly and utterly, without hesitation, take it down. And since they wanted to end the game, they wanted to tie up the score, they did it with absolute good fashion. Miracle, wow. So we have now the highest damage dealer once more, defeating both Genza and Marky in the yesterday's games. Miracle now with 49,306 damage in this 27.5-minute game.
Yeah, definitely not like winning awards for damage per minute, but in terms of total damage, almost 50,000 on that Corki. He just landed every single missile, he landed every single skill shot. 7.5 KDA, 83% kill participation. Definitely, it was so scary to just have him chunking down the health bars of Invade as they were trying to either engage or get away. So, you know, this man's Corki is not something to be underestimated. 1791 damage per minute as well. So definitely a well-deserved MVP.
And I think one of the reasons why we see such a huge damager of Miracle is because of the high sustain that Invate Esports also has with the Karma and with the Galio. They were able to resist so much as well. So kudos to both teams here doing so well in this best of 5 series. We are going to be seeing more of them, of course, because we can go for 2 more games, I believe, if ever one team goes for 2 consecutive wins, or possibly another game 5, same as yesterday's yesterday's games in the PH qualifier. So Man, this
Yeah.
start of the day has just been really good for us.
Yeah, so before we get on to the third game and see who's going to actually get to match point here, we're going to take a little bit of a short break. My name is Cheats, and coming at you with me is Guiyang, and we'll be right back for the next one.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Hero to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post team fight mode, and team fight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' respectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre and post team fight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In team fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Hero to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and after an absolute nail-biter here at the Wild Rift League Asia Open Qualifier Day number 3, it is now 1-1 between Invate, Esports, and UNI team. My name is Cheats, and coming at you with me is Guiyang, and we're going to be seeing which team will get to match point first in our next game.
UNI team, after their incredible performance in a game, in that particular game, will tie up the scoreline here against Invade Esports. That scaling composition made it work at the very end. Although Invate Esports did incredibly well too, installing out that game. 27.5-minute game is so long, and we even commented earlier about how it is kind of similar to how League of Legends PC games, right? And almost reaching 30 minutes. Wow. Yeah, that is long. And normally we do see it in yesterday's games ending in 20 minutes or even less sometimes. This time we both teams took their time and maybe tried to avoid some of the unnecessary mistakes and did not go over aggressive, because they were also respecting the possibility of their enemy team in turning the fight around. Especially twice we have seen Elder Dragon being taken out. Normally we do see it
just the one time
being used to end the one time and then the game ending, but here we do see each other trading blows at each other so incredibly well. And now as we switch sides once more, Unity team this time will be on the blue side, and they still do like taking this Yumi away. This time they're gonna be removing it first, and
the trauma from that the trauma from that game against BRU is running deep in Unity team. I mean, after they got stomped by the Yumi Garen, they really do not want to experience that again. So I think they're gonna keep banning that champion just because they got stopped. I don't think it's a good ban, just for the way that Invate plays, but if they're just really scared of a cat, then they're kind of wasting a ban.
I guess this is how scary it is for them, since maybe just maybe this is not their preferential taste as well as a support in their usual lineup. It kind of negates the possibility of a higher sustain of an Aatrox, since they do like picking it up for themselves. And Invate Esports will have one champion available for them that usually is being banned on the blue side. Ashe will never see the light of day, of course, as it is taken at the very end. First pick, we do see the Aatrox being available. Karma as well is available for the second pick here of Invate Esports, which can be paired up with a Nautilus if ever they do want to go on that path.
Yeah, but already we are seeing 3ZL locking in that Aatrox, something that's pretty much standard, scales great, and does not really get in the way of, I was gonna say it doesn't really do badly against a lot of champions, but Fiora is one of the ones that that Aatrox does kind of flounder against in a 1v1 duel, because she is a grand duelist anyway. So Karma as well being picked up for Raven. He has shown incredible proficiency on this poke champion, doing quite a lot of damage, even though he was getting picked on again and again by Unity team. So that is a very understandable pickup for Raven. Nautilus is available for now as well.
Will Unity pick off the Nautilus or deny the Nautilus for Rich, or will they still go with what they used earlier, Lux and Galio here for supporter? Or at least Galio for supporter. They will pick up the Corki actually here first Miracle. To have that possibility mid lane champion contesting a Jace pick and having that late game scaling in general.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how good Miracle could be on the Corki. We saw how much damage he can do in the late game. So definitely a huge pickup for Unity team there. But I think it's a mistake to let go of the Nautilus here, because Karma Nautilus is one of the most obnoxious dragon lanes that is available. In Wild Rift Esports at the moment. So giving that away to Invate Esports, that could be incredibly that could be a mistake. Difficult, that could just be a big mistake. Very difficult to deal with, especially with Lux and possibly a Gragas. So Braum will get banned out though. Understandable, because that is a pretty good counter to the Nautilus support, is to just have a Braum that stands in front and just shields up. Also really good against Karma and all of the Qs that she throws away. Gragas as well getting banned out. They are pinching supporter quite a lot right now.
This combination as well, the Karma and Nautilus, helped Invate Esports so much in the game number 1 win a while ago. So Unity letting this go through is kind of scary, but they are removing some of those assassins that can be threatening as well. Kha'Zix and the Akali. Isolated fight is going to be much scary, especially with the composition that Invate Esports is building out of the moment. Gragas and Braum going to be respected as a supporter. Hasn't really picked up a support champion just yet, and the Gragas, well, we saw it earlier being utilized by UNI team incredibly well. So kudos to supporter in that part. Lucian gonna be opted be used here in the mid lane to challenge Miracle this time.
Okay, so now this gives Merly the last pick. This allows Merly to counterpick the jungler, whatever supporter wants to use. He can basically say, okay, I'm going to play the jungler that does really well against that champion. So very good strategy here, because Merly is one of the key players of Invade. That is one of their key conditions for winning. And well, I think Sir Dumb is actually going to be picking up the Aatrox instead of 3ZL. Miss 3ZL may be going with the Riven in the Baron lane. So let's see. Lilia.
Oh.
Interesting.
Now this is huge. Now this is huge. Because I can recall the game yesterday between 300 and Nigma Galaxy, in which Nigma Galaxy had such incredible performance with the Aatrox, but the Lilia posed such huge threat coming from 300 just because of that DPS and that late game scaling and that initiating power. This time we're going to be seeing the Lilia once more in this series, in the match, game number 3 of Invade Esports and UNI team. This is going to be jam-packed with action for sure, same as game number 1 and 2, and I'm looking forward to seeing more fights coming in at our way from UNI team and Invade Esports. Yeah, the Aatrox is going to be in the jungle. Riven is going to be on the Baron lane to challenge Astriel in terms of aggression and split pushing. But I want to compare lane matchups here for the meantime as we wait for the update. While I wait for you to blink your eye. Riven versus Fiora, we do see it being very, very aggressive, but Fiora can have his way, especially with the parry. Riven, in terms of timing, and especially in dueling, does take quite a bit of experience and skills to actually outmaneuver the opponent. Scaling-wise or jungle-wise, we do see the Aatrox having a significant amount of pressure, especially with the crowd control, with the sustain. Lilia does take some time, of course, to scale up towards the late game. We have witnessed it in yesterday's games, and well, the DPS can be a big problem, especially though on extended team fights, because Lilia deals an obnoxious amount of DPS when the fight is extended. Mid lane, we are going to be looking at very, very aggressive champions, Corki and Delusion, but we should see Invade Esports posing more threats, since they do have an interesting bot laner, the Karma and the Nautilus, doing so well. They had a decent amount of performance as well during game number 1. And they are willing to utilize it once again. This time onto game number 3. So
let's get back into this.
Hats off to both teams. Let's see who is going to be coming on top this time as we head down to game number 3. UNI team, Lux, and the Galio, VVV, and supporter are going to try this combination once more. But similar start actually from game number 1. They are going to let these Baron laners go independently in the top lane for now.
Yeah, alright. Apologies, ladies and gents. My internet just cut out. You know how it is. But, alright, a little bit of early aggression from Raven and Ridge on the support of VVV. But that is just a little bit of a touch and go, because it is not a level 2 power spike that they're trying to go for. Asriel, 3ZL, yeah, they are just going to be soloing right here. And Riven versus Fiora, this is 100% just a skill matchup. It all depends on when Asriel uses the riposte, and if it's able to stun the Riven when 3ZL does go for some sort of engage there.
Yeah, the riposte actually, Fiora in general, Fiora players, those who are so mechanically skilled in using this champion are so impressive as always, because primarily Fiora is one of those champions that if you use it correctly and precisely, you can pretty much defeat almost any champion. or any
Yeah.
player in the top lane. But it takes so much skill and it is very risky to use. So sometimes the players opt to go with more safe champions like the Renekton. Mid lane though, Miracle took a bit of damage there.
Yeah, Miracle taking quite a bit of damage there. Sir Dub's going for the gank here, and BluffX is in a lot of trouble. He will get the first blood by Miracle, and that was a huge blunder from Invate Esports. Lilia was nowhere near responding there, so it was all up to Bluffs, and they weren't able to actually ward that side of the river. Unfortunately, Invate will be giving away the first blood.
Yeah, but BluffX was getting too aggressive there, too overconfident, and despite Miracle taking a bit of damage in that early instance, he's the one who got the kill. So big upside here for the Scorky. 500 gold lead immediately here in the first 2 minutes. Top side, we're seeing kind of a bit of a bullying there by 3ZL and supporter to force Azrael to recall for a bit, but not much harm being experienced here by this Fiora. As in the meantime, their Dragon laners, BBB and Raven, are just gonna be there clearing out ways, doing standard mage bot lane stuff. Pretty boring for the meantime, but stable for both teams.
Yeah, and now VVV knows that he is in a little bit of danger. Sir Dumb is there to keep him safe. Merle is doing a tiny bit of counter jungling. He is just barely ahead. Okay, so here's the big engage. The grand challenge has been issued. 3ZL has to flash away, but Azrael is the one who is incredibly low. Oh my god, that final spark, he just slid right through it. I wouldn't have slid that way. I would have slid the other way, I'm not gonna lie. But Azrael, this is gonna be very risky. I don't think you should be doing this. But yeah, with Rich there, you can just farm up very safely, and that Riven should not get any ideas here. Don't get too uppity, even though Azrael is very low. If Rich is there, he can just stop any aggression in its tracks. He has so much CC, and he's got Death Charge available as well.
I would have jumped off my chair if that happened to me. For sure, absolutely sure. This is why you should not blink when there's a Lux on the other side of the team, because that global range of the final spark can tilt you off some of the times when you're not cautious or aware with it. Now, Invate Esports is responding to that group up of UNI team, but not much pressure being felt here by Invate Esports as of the meantime, since they are gonna be looking to scale up as of this game. Fiora, Lilia, Lucian, and Karma, they are relatively scaling champions and would want to avoid initial fights for the meantime, given that UNI team does have so much engage actually. Riven, Aatrox, Lux, and Galio, those champions will not hesitate when they go in.
Absolutely not, and really, I feel like Merle has to step up here. Merle has to give a little bit more pressure as a jungler, and kind of threaten UNI team with all those possible sleep opportunities, just from throwing that bowling ball down pretty much any lane whenever you can. But it is a little bit risky for Merle to actually show where his intentions to gank are, because that means that Sir Dumb can actually make a play on the other side of the map for himself. Rafael has spawned, the Infernal Drake is there as well, so that may be the target here. We do see Merle positioning towards that Infernal Drake, but the rest of UNI team is congregating around mid lane.
Leandris picked up already by Merle. First DPS item here for this Lilia. One of the most irritating items to be used by a Lilia, honestly, and this allows her to have a double percent HP base damage per second. And initially, you wouldn't really feel this in the initial fight, especially when not much items. A trade of objectives here. Ooh.
Okay, the Galio heroic entrance. 3ZL, he's in so much trouble here. BluffX, he just barely misses out on the kill. No, just one more auto attack would have done it, but Supporter was there. And I was about to say, yeah, I was agreeing with you that Merle, with his passive, with the Leandri's Torment, with the Infernal Drake, if he even touches you with a Q or an E, it is very spicy. Your health bar is just going to start melting, and you will have no idea why. Well, you'll know why, but it's a surprising amount of damage from just one item and the passive.
Yeah, and Invate Esports, it should be a little bit more careful with their execution. Unity team does not hesitate in going for those rescues. I mean, they have two champions that can actually assist from miles away. The final spot, global range, and the hero's entrance from supporter. And if you're not aware of those instances, if you're not aware that they can actually do that, you can easily get punished. And Unity team, they already got 2 kills. 3ZL's have taken a bit of damage there from BluffX as he continues to poke this Riven down. But at this state of the game, even if you have Black Cleaver, you're not dealing that tremendous amount of damage just yet compared to when you're already at like 12 minutes, 15 minutes, when you get those crit items for Delusion.
Yeah, and I mean, BluffX has just been using the culling basically willy-nilly whenever he can to clear out waves, to get some sort of some sort of poke going. He hasn't really been using it reactively, which is, I think, a decent way to use it though. Okay, our Asriel committing a little bit to the fight, but just poking the Riven out. Merly is there. But speaking of committing to the fight, we are in the mid lane, and Sir Dumps has already committed pretty hard to this along with the Galio. But this is a sleep opportunity for Merly. He does go for the sleep, and he does get to, but Rich is still going to pay for it with his life. The Broken Blade will not get the kill, unfortunately, for 3ZL and his Riven, but the Fiora is in a little bit of danger. I don't know if I would push up that far. Maybe go back under turret. Now a 1v1, Lucian versus Corky, exhaust for exhaust, and there it is, the culling coming in, but he is standing right inside the Valkyrie. No mana, and that is bad for caster AD carry, so BluffX has to get away there already, and Invate Esports, they are not looking all too good. 3-0 in favor of Unity team, but the goal lead is only around 1,300.
Yeah, I would say Unity team is having a cleaner execution, but also Invate Esports was making a little bit over a miscalculation in how they usually engage, not considering the amount of, or still not considering the amount of re-engage or reinforcement Unity team can actually do in assistance to those isolated and small skirmishes of a fight. Now with 3 kills, their leverage is 200 gold, despite them not having a dragon stack just yet. The gold is actually helping them so much. 3ZL though.
Oh yeah, 3ZL, the Grand Challenge has been issued, but unfortunately he was able to flash out, and Riven's mobility is just a little bit too much to deal with. If you don't have a really hard engage already in the mix, like a Death Charge. So yeah, even though this is a 2 versus 1, oh man, Miracle can just he can just keep poking them down. Look at all this damage that Rich has already taken, down to a third of the health before Sporty even comes into the fray. Asriel and Rich have to be incredibly careful for this Corky, as they are going to start to force down this top turret. The culling will be used, but Sport is the one who's tanking it.
Yeah, this is it's really good on the composition here of Invate Esports, since they do have the Lucian and the Karma. Wave clear is gonna be a little bit good on their side, since they can just use the calling and the mantra Q to clear off those waves whenever Unity team actually push. This time though, on the RH possible fight, Invade Esports, they are complete as low.
Who's gonna get it? The steal coming in from Invade, but this is a huge engage coming in from Unity team. Look at the health bars being shredded. Raven is on the back foot, but Fiora has his first to fall. BluffX is gone as well. Look at the damage that Miracle has gone, and look at now sorry, not PCL, Sir Dumb getting a triple kill for himself, a killing spree on this Aatrox, and that was a huge mistake. 4-0, Unity team having an incredibly clean game. 7-0 right now, yeah.
Yeah, that is disastrous here for Invate Esports. They wanted to get that. Yeah, sure. You want to prevent Unity team from accelerating this game, but that's not the way to do it. 3 kills for Aatrox, 3 kills for Sir Dumb. Things just got from bad to worse here for Invate Esports. Now this Aatrox is gonna get much scarier. 9,000 total gold earned, and
woo! The steal.
Did he get it? Oh, okay. Mercy still got it. Oh no! VVB got it. Yeah,
I said so. The steal. He got it. Got that blue buff. VVB just being incredibly annoying right now. This is how to tilt Invade Esports if you're a Unity team. And Sir Dunn just gonna solo that Ocean Drake, give it over to his teammates. Very, very quick macro play because they are so afraid of the threat of Miracle and Surdom being in their jungle. Now Asriel, this is gonna be a pretty decent dive if they do get in it, but Merly, he has to hit a skill first before going for the sleep, and they won't even actually get the kill on 3ZL yet. He's able to flash out, and Asriel Bluff X, they pay for it with their lives. What a big mistake trying to go for a dive on a Ribbon with supporter behind him.
Oh my.
Take it over.
Invade
There's
Esports.
another one. And Raven, now he's got to get knocked up. He's trying to get away, but he gets stunned up. The final spark is the final take of his life. That is VVV getting another kill. 10-0 now.
Yeah. 10-0. Well, not the perfect game, but a dominating game, I would say. Unity team popping off after their incredible win in the previous game. They continue to muster their strength and gain leverage towards this game number 3. And Invate Esports is having such a bad performance right now. We haven't seen them fight back effectively against Unity team. They have been fighting back. They have been attempting a couple of ways to get on Unity team, but it hasn't been working for them. Merly is gonna have a big responsibility later on in the latter team fights, because not only does he have the highest damage in the late game or for those DPS, he's possibly gonna be the only one who can kill this Aatrox. But it is also being respected preemptively now by Unity. Look at the items here of Surdom. Not only did he get that death dash, he got the Spirit Visage. Bot lane,
oh wow!
Is gonna do something here finally for Invade Esports. That solo kill should give them now the boost that they do need.
Yeah, well, at least it's not 10-0 now. It's 10-1, but because the jungler showed in the bot lane, that was just a call for Unity team to go straight for the Baron. There is no way that Lily actually gets here in time to try to seal with Smite, but they're just going to engage on the rest of Invade. Although the health bars are not going down, there it is, a culling going to take down a lot of health. But I think Miracle's going to get away scot-free. That huge shield will be definitely helping him. But the re-engage coming in from Invade, this is going to be a bad fight for Unity to take. And this could be the turnaround, but the re-engage coming in. Miracle, he is healed up a bit. He has so much damage now. Baron has healed up the full. Oh my god, the Luden's going to kill Raven outright. And that was a 1-for-2 still. Unity team coming out on top of that, even after getting re-engaged on.
Unity team continuously, they continue to pummel down the members of Invade Esports 14 minutes into the game with a 5,000 gold lead. Let's make that 4,000 to give a little bit of a chance here for Invade Esports. But in terms of scaling, Invade Esports is actually being able to catch up a bit here on the farming. Because a while ago, if we compare 4,000 gold lead at sub 10 minutes, that is huge. But now, as the game goes by, that 4,000 loses value slowly and surely. The scaling is still present here on the side of Invade Esports. Despite Unity team having leverage in the early parts of the game, given that Merly is now starting to get his proper items, the Leandris, the Rift Maker, even the Rabadon's Death Cap, those swings later on that the Lilia throws at the Unity team, and that lilting lullaby and the DPS is gonna start to hurt and surprise the members of Unity team. So now what they do need is to play a little bit back. Recall and reflect on how they were losing in some of the fights early on, and try to adapt right now against Unity team. Try to set a formation that actually works for them. Having Rich in the front line, having Astral as well in the side lane, since he does have the teleport and 3ZL does not, that can be a way for them to actually gain control on at least a single lane. But in team fights in general, since they only have one front line, the Fiora can be a front end a bit, but doesn't really tank that much damage, since it doesn't have any tank items, of course. So we're gonna say it's gonna be the Rich. But Raven can buff this champion up and provide so much sustain for the team, so Merly can have access. And now,
that is a huge catch.
Team though.
Yeah, Miracle doing a lot of damage, but because it is Rich, he is very tanky. Just gonna get away from that whole situation. He does have a Warmog, so he can just, kind of walk away. He didn't even have to Spider-Man away. So that is just Unity Team saying we can collapse on you incredibly quickly, and that's I think is what's going to happen now because Sir Dom and BBB are there in the side brush. They are going to try to get an engage in go, and Supporter is in the midst of it. He's going to get a taunt onto the Lilia, but the Nautilus goes golden, but so does the Supporter, but he is all in deep. This Aatrox, Sir Dom, he may be in a bad spot here. He will get slain. That's slicing light coming in, the calling as well. Asriel just barely lives with a sliver of health. BBB as well, and it is a positive trade for Invate. There is just what they got, one kill. Bowling Ball will not land on anything. That would have been incredibly good if Merle was able to actually get that. But the teleport gonna come in now from Asriel, so go back into the fray, get this Mountain Drake, and then prepare for the Elder, because they know that it's going to be difficult to steal without a jungler, without a smite. But they're still going to get engaged on, and immediately Rich has gone down. He just got bursted like nobody's business. Bluff X and Raven are incredibly low. They have to get away now, and it is going to be the sacrificial lamb Asriel. Double kill for the Riven. How are they going to get out of there? The calling is going to be, will he actually get the kill? No! Bluff X and Supporter both live. They flash out. The Riven is trying to catch up to Raven, but he gets rooted. And that was a big blunder as well. But man, Invate, they just can't stop making these kinds. They can't keep making these kinds of mistakes, man. Asriel and Rich were very key players there to keep that that dragon going, but they were just bursted down by both Miracle and BVV before the fight even started.
Yeah, Miracle was so good in that fight despite him dying. Bluffek likes to live dangerously, Lou, as he gets that trade onto Miracle. At least it allows them to trade up against Unity in that particular fight. No objectives taken and all throughout, so it's just 2 kills, or at least a kill advantage by Unity. Objectives still available. Mountain Dragon and Baron. Invate Esports actually being very confident starting this Mountain Dragon up. Unity though is grouping up. They want to contest.
This is the second time they're gonna try this out. Now Merle has taken a lot of damage, and he won't even be able to get to contest. Look at how the intimidation from Unity is just going on. Rich has gotten a lot of damage already. Oh my god, Asriel almost just got bursted down there. He tried to go for the Grand Challenge, did not go through, and all the burst is just coming down. The health bars are melting for Invade. That's 3 down, 4 down. Merle's the last one standing. Cannot really do much. 18-4. And Sir Dub is still trying to harass him, trying to stop him from going back because they want to end this. With 36 seconds left on Bluff X. Yeah, 30 seconds on the death timers, and just Merle alive. They can definitely just push down 5 versus 1. Oh my god, what a flash! Whoa. Just knocking him up, and before he can even hit the ground, Merle was dead. That is match point for not Invate Esports, but Unity.
Yeah, that's so good coming in from Unity. The sustain is obnoxious. Team fighting obnoxious. Execution on point this time. And they are gonna be securing match point in the series as well. Despite Merle trying out that Lilia, it's not gonna work here for Invade Esports. Unfortunately, the lead and the aggressiveness of Unity is just too much for them to handle. And now, with 1 point away from qualifying for season number 1, this is gonna send down shivers and questions here for Invade Esports, because despite their scaling composition and split push capability, we haven't seen much of that in this particular game. Sir Dom actually did so well in this game as well, especially when he got that triple kill on that topside fight. The moment he got that, things just got turned around or went south here for Invade Esports.
So
he
quickly
had so much damage, sustained, and even paid so much respect onto Merle, getting the Spirit Visage that allowed him to stay alive much longer and feel less of the damage coming in from this Lilia. And all of those fights, he doesn't hesitate, just goes in, and slams them down.
Yeah, I think Lilia here was a little bit of a risky pick for Merle. I think that he thought he could scale up, but unfortunately, how do you even start a fight when Miracle's already bursting you down before you can even start an engage? Look at how Sir Dobbs goes in and he just zones out everybody, and the rest of Unity team, they are still gonna, try to come in there. Even though they did lose this fight, they were just able to kind of go in on the next one because Invade got a little bit too greedy trying to go for that Mountain Drake. And yeah, that was Miracle just doing almost all the damage once again with the Corki, just his missiles every single time that that they tried to engage. Invate was just shut down by their health bars just getting to half before they could even get in, before the Nautilus could even try to depth charge. And yeah, look at that, Asriel tried to go in, tried to go for the repose, but he just got stunned up immediately, and then everything just went south for Invate Esports. They were already so behind, and they just got wrecked even harder. UNI team now, well, they are one game away, Gia.
Yeah, momentum swinging heavily in their favor as they get 2 games won in a row in this best of 5 series. Damage, Miracle, and VVV. Wow. Ooh. Well, Invate Esports did incredibly well as well in the damage department. We haven't seen much coming in from Merly though, and that's merely due to the fact that he kind of hesitates in going right in onto the team fight because Lilia doesn't really have that much sustain, and if you can get bursted down despite this champion being able to deal so much damage, especially in the late game. If the enemy champions can also burst down this Lilia, then it kind of gets negated. Your intention will just get depleted. And MVP here for UNI team, VVV, with his incredible performance in this particular game. Those final sparks has been on point globally and applying so much trauma to the members of Invate Esports. I can still recall Asriel nearly dodging, or at least being able to dodge that final spark, but only with a hairline.
Yeah, just barely. He just dashed right in the middle of it and then right past it. But yeah, I don't think that Invate can afford to give Corki back to Miracle after that one. So I think that's going to be the ban in our next game that will be coming up very soon. Remember, guys, it is the UNI team that is at match point. My name is G10. Coming at you with me is Guillaume. We'll be back for what is potentially the last game of the series. See you in a bit.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these 3 enriched panels: farming mode, pre- and post-teamfight mode, and teamfight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre- and post-teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In teamfight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' teamfight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post.
Here we are again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cheesean coming at you with me is Young. You're still watching the Wild Rift League Asia Open Qualifier Day number 3, and we are at potentially the last game for this series for the C Qualifier. We can potentially see that Unit Team may be the next to qualify for our regular season here. Young Gaming, we've had 3 fantastic games. 2 of them went to Unity Team. 1 of them went to Invate. Do you think we're going to be reaching a Game 5?
I mean, anything can happen. Yesterday, we saw incredible comebacks, and it can't be a stranger here for the Southeast Asia region teams. Invate Esports and UNI Team, they have been fighting back-to-back against each other, despite UNI Team having 2 consecutive wins now in this series. Well, Invate Esports, they pulled up the first blow in this series. So maybe, just maybe, they can pull off another win to push this to a game number 5. Although they have to do many things first in order to do that. Since in this particular game, the Lilia definitely did not work. The Fiora pick did not work. Despite the Karma Nautilus combination that they actually made work in game number 1, it did not translate into win. So in this particular game, as we head down to the picks and bans later on, and Unity Team having the advantage with the Aatrox, maybe if Invade Esports could not deal with Sir Dom's Aatrox, maybe just take it away this time, because it's just getting too strong. Whenever they pick up the Aatrox, we see Invade Esports struggling so much to take this champion down. Maybe it is going to be ban-worthy in this game number 4.
You know what? I think they should ban Corki. I think Invade should ban Corki because Miracle has just been, living up to his name, performing miracles on Corki. He is just making these life bars disappear. It's more of a magic trick, less a miracle, but he's making miracles for his own team, because before Invade can even try to start a fight, before they can even try to engage, even with Nautilus, their health bars are already down to half because of Corki just hitting every single missile, because they're all clumped up, and it's really easy to hit that skill shot in the in the lane, in the river, especially when there's a Baron or Dragon fight going on. So Unity Team versus Invade, it's really gonna be up to Invade, to ban out the key champions of Unity Team here.
Yeah, Invate Esports gonna be on the blue side this time. Switcheroos here for both teams. Very much different from the games yesterday. First big priority this time is gonna be present on them, and they have been consistently banning out the Wukong. This may be something that they are struggling to go up against compared to other teams who let this champion be open and just deal with it. And Unity Team, they are aware that the Invate Esports do take this very, very seriously, this ban on the Wukong. But given that Invate Esports does have first pick priority, they should be the ones to take this Aatrox this time and let maybe the Karma be taken here by Uni Team, since they can try out the Lux Galio for them. Uni Team made it work. Invade Esports should be able to do that as well, given how they witnessed the execution was here for Uni Team.
Yeah. And I mean, there you go. Corki has been banned. Senna banned as well. Gwen will be banned here for the side of Unit Team. And I don't think they're going to go for a Yumi ban anymore, because I really don't think Invate plays that champion. I don't think they're going to go for a Yumi GAM, which is one of the things that Unit Team is very, very scared of. So their last ban, maybe a Karma. That's something that Invate has really been doing. Yeah, Camille as well has been a nuisance for Uni Team. So.
Nah, Yumi.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it will make sense this time for Uni Team, since Invade Esports has access to Aatrox. And if they have access to Aatrox, they can pair it up with a Yumi. So this Yumi ban is gonna make more sense than them banning the Yumi and taking the Aatrox, right?
Yeah.
This time they can respond with a Karma and possibly the Camille if they do want to go on that route. Or
definitely
even
possible. A Fiora as well.
A Fiora or Ribbon
Or a
if they want to go
Jax.
extra aggressive and spicy here.
Yeah, I mean, Riven, Fiora, Jax, just incredible champions to go up against an Aatrox. So Camille is going to be the pick, though. So very, very nice. Against Aatrox early on, Camille just absolutely shreds, because Aatrox does take a while to get going. So Camille, if she is able to shut down that Aatrox, it'll be a little bit useless for Invade. But it's actually going to be Fiora playing into Camille. Merly's going to be picking up that Aatrox's Azriel. Kind of counterpick 3ZL here.
And, well, this is going to be kind of a strategy they are going to be opting to take here. Nautilus as well going to be denied here for Unity, but given that Galio is actually open, it can pose such a huge threat here coming from Unity. Hook shot into the Hexic Ultimatum, the ulti coming in from the Karma and the Hero's Entrance. That's a lot of crowd control and target locking that is present here for Unity, but the Braum. So I guess this is not really what we would normally expect coming in from Uni Team, or at least in this kind of matchup, but we can kind of understand it at least on the positive side, since Uni Team maybe wants to go in a little bit defensively or to go into counter engage rather than them engaging. This provides that safety net. Concussive blows does pose a lot of threats, especially when you proc it up. Glacial Fissure can cancel those engages coming in from Invade Esports and will allow Uniteam to actually exit safely. So that may be the strategy that Uniteam wants to partake in, since the engage of Invade Esports is starting to blow up. Aatrox, Fiora, Nautilus, those champions go in and do not hesitate going in. Uniteam wants to have access in getting out of it.
Okay, so conversely, right, while Invade does go in pretty hard, that Uniteam will want to keep their distance somewhat. Unfortunately, Corki, Senna, and Varus have all been banned, so, you know, a poke champion to complement Karma. Akali, though, that is a very, very interesting pick, because that Akali in the middle lane is possible here. What would Invade pick against that? A Jace, that is a pretty decent pickup with a lot of AoE to just, you know, to the skies, right into her Shadow Shroud. No, it's oh my god. All right, Zoe. Let's talk about Zoe, Young, because yesterday we had an insane Zoe game in the GAM versus... Yeah, an insane Zoe game in GAM versus Cerberus Esports. Cerberus just picked up Zoe and just killed everybody on GAM. The sleepy trouble bubble, the paddle stars. This champion is so annoying to deal with, and with the supporter gonna be on the Braum, he's gonna have to be blocking those sleepy trouble bubbles. You know, basically on reaction. He has to. Yeah, it's actually good that he has Braum because he can jump to the person who got Sleepy Trouble bubbled whenever that happens, and then just stand behind me and then block the paddle star. But that still is going to take out a bunch of his health. So Invate, they actually have a pretty good chance here because they have two very, very strong poke champions in Jace and Zoe. And their engage is actually insane as well with Merly, Asriel, and Rich on those big champions.
Engage, poke, burst, setup. This is so good coming in from Invate Esports. Unit team, they have lots of ways. They are very mobile, in fact. They are Kali, they're Riven, they Camille. They are gonna be going into places here during team fights. The protection from VVV and supporter is massive as well. But if we look at the Zoe, and we have witnessed Genza's Zoe yesterday with an obnoxious 40k damage and 2,000 damage per minute in that 14-minute game. Yeah, and it's good that it now makes sense why Unity team has to get this Braum. Yeah, because you need to block that paddle star when someone gets hit by the Sleepy Trouble bubble. But also, he is the only one that can actually take the damage from Raven later on, because all the other champions picked up here by Unity team can get easily 100 to 0'd by the Zoe.
Yes, and Zoe can 100 to 0 you from anywhere. You have to be so aware of the positioning of this champion. You have to ward deep into the enemy jungle. You have to ward very deep into their side of the river, into the tri-bush. You cannot ward enough to suss out where Zoe's going to be trying to bubble you from. So this is going to be a very interesting game. It just depends on if Raven is able to really utilize the strength of Zoe, and it already starting with the first battle star of the game.
Oh, I am highly excited for this game. A while ago, we were seeing pretty standard first 3 picks here for both teams. Okay, it's very stable, pretty much expected, but suddenly we see a turnaround. We see the Akali, we see the Braum was kind of a mix-up or a bit of a surprise, but it kind of made sense at the very last part of the picks here of Invade Esports. The Zoe definitely is going to be a big nuisance here for Unity team. Good job by Bluffx actually poking down Miracle, forcing that barrier actually, and even the honey fruit to be extracted here in the mid lane for Unity team. Bot lane though, supporter!
Oh, he's so low, but the heal from the honey fruit should get him out of there. But now Asriel's gonna get engaged upon. Sir Dumps will not act. Whoa, Asriel, chill, bro. Just cool your jets. That is not something that you want to be doing. And now they're trying to bully Miracle on the Akali in this mid lane because they want to go for a dive. The Braum is going to be there, so that will not be advisable. This is going to get the Demolish proc onto the turret while eating a bunch of health. Now Sir Dom is going to be coming through. At least they know that he is because it's warded. But yeah, just a lot of intimidation tactics being used by both sides.
This is pretty different from how both of these teams operated during the first 3 games, especially in the early parts of those games. Normally we see them kind of have this gentleman's agreement handshake to play it out safe. Then sometimes things just happen, setups does happen, but this time both of these teams go hard onto each other the first 2 minutes of the game. Lots of summoner spells procced up already. Invade Esports pushing out on
top. Trying to get plates. They're just trying to get plates. They're gonna get the plates that they need. They're not gonna risk more. They're not gonna risk a dive, especially with 3ZL and supporter both there. And yeah, Invate, they're just trying to get some gold in their pockets, trying to scale a little bit earlier than Unity team, but they are still being a little bit more cautious here, even though there is a lot of intimidation going on.
And those pushes are actually, or those plate taken here by Invade Esports, actually helping them a little bit, slowly but surely, gain small leverages here against Unity team. They got something in the mid lane, they got something in the top lane, and despite having no kills happening all across the map, we're seeing a 500,
Oh!
600 goal lead by Invate Esports. Good attempt there by Sir Dom, but Raven will still be alive. Not even using that barrier. So that is gonna be a win here by Invade Esports. He's gonna be staying in the lane actually. Quite
He's
a
staying?
risky
A madman.
decision.
A
Yeah,
madman. All it
go
takes is
recall,
one mantra
bro.
Q. Just go home. Yeah, all it takes is one mantra Q, and VVV tried to do it, and now Merly is there. I think he just wanted to deny them trying to go for a plate with his presence there. So yeah, Merly picking up the slack where Raven left it. This, some pretty decent team play, some good macro coming out here, but I think in the top lane there is a gank gonna be going on. He tried to poke ZSL there. Oh, what a good dodge on that hook. He will go for the depth charge after the failed dredge line, but supporter being there just kind of makes this plan a little bit less viable for Invade Esports.
I think Zoe Raven actually wanted to wait for the honey fruit a while ago, but given the pressure that VVV and Sirdom is there in the bot lane, he just recalled, and Merly was like, "Come on, man, go back to the base. I'll just get this for you." And he's actually getting a couple of gold, 600 gold lead against Sirdom. Top side, we see multiple interactions actually from the supports and the Baron laners. Gank attempts happening, reinforcements coming in. We even see now Sir Dom going around the top side jungle here of Merly, maybe going for a gank here towards Azriel.
Oh,
but
he just has to
gets
respond
spotted
to
out by
this.
Raven. Oh,
There's a Hextech ultimatum and the Glacial Fissure. Raven's gonna be there. He's already slapped the Riven. Oh my god, the flash from Asriel! He actually gets a kill from the tower, and also Dubs has to walk away. They are responding well. Invate gets another kill for Merly, and that may start the Aatrox scaling. 3ZL is going to live, but 2 for 0. Invate. They want to take this to a game 5, yeah.
oh, they got too greedy there. Uni team, they thought they would get a couple of kills because Raven was so low, but no, sir. Invade Esports just punished their overextension, especially after supporter flashed in under the tower, took 2 turret shots, and gets utterly obliterated by the other people clashing just on top of him. Now Invade Esports does have access towards this Rift Herald and will be not contested by Uni team. They are gonna be starting the Dragon though, so at least there's gonna be a trade happening. Though Invade Esports is here in the vicinity.
Here to
Rich and
contest.
Raven will contest. Yeah.
Yeah, and Raven is a very scary person to contest this with, and they are going to engage. He goes golden, but the rest of the team are there.
the
They
steal!
actually get the steal! Merly the god Aatrox! And he actually has to flash out of there, sacrifice the lives of a couple of his team members for that Drake. But they will be able to get the re-engage. Raven does get a kill
Raven.
there, and from the back and from the flank, Fluff X and Merly are going to be
Merly?
coming up. And Miracle, he is not in a great spot here. He's going to get slain by Merly. That's a 3 for 2 in Steal the Dragon. They get more kills, and they get the Rift Herald going down the bot lane. So everything is going in the way of Invade Esports right now.
Yeah, from a 1,000 goal lead to now 5-4, going 5,000 goal lead after they secured the first tower in the game. That bot side push plus the plays they have gotten in the mid lane and lane, everything now is accumulating in their favor. Uni team, they just wanted to equalize the objectives. They just wanted to get that dragon, but Merly didn't let them get that. Now, Invade Esports is having so much leverage in this game. Things are starting to fall apart here for Uni team.
Yeah, I mean, they do have game plans still, but Sir Dom is not doing great at ganking with his Riven jungle. Unfortunately, he's just kind of fallen very, very behind the Aatrox. The Aatrox 2,000 gold ahead. Got the Yomus working towards that Black Cleaver, while Sir Dom only has the Black Cleaver, so he really won't be that effective. He does have to not get caught out, and yeah, that is a big sleep. But the Glacial Fissure trying to keep Rich under the tower won't really do all too much. That was just a little bit of a how do you do from Invade Esports. Just a little bit of intimidation on the supporters saying, hey, you can get caught by this too.
Yep. Now we see a bit of a refreshment here by both teams. things started to tone down a little bit, and this is what the Uni team would actually want to let Miracle scale up. He is doing a really good job actually keeping up a bit in terms of the goal at the very least, avoiding some of the casualties despite the messy team fights that they are experiencing for quite a while now. Invade Esports, the most fed champion they have right now is Merly, and it is the best possible champion to actually get those kills. Because Aatrox can be obnoxious in the late game. Raven continues to go with those battle stars and those sleepy trouble bubbles.
Whoa!
With a flash!
Big engage, big Hextech ultimatum, but he does go gold, and the Zonia saves Raven's life for now, and the Broken Blade is not
Here
able to
goes
actually
Merly!
finish it off. There he goes, Merly! He is gonna shred through their health bars, and he does go golden,
Oh my
but no
God!
Glacial Vision. The double kill for Merly.
my
He takes
God!
one, he takes two, he takes three, and now they're gonna dive onto VVV. Sorry, it's 3ZL. They've gotten the fourth kill. Miracle is the last man standing, and Invade Esports can just run down the mid lane with that. They tried to go for a kill onto Raven, but that was a huge mistake.
Oh, picture before disaster. Miracle is gonna try to pop in a miracle, but he can only do so much. Gets the kill though onto Raven. Props to him, but still, Merly, the god, the demon here in this fight, obliterating 3 people from Unity now in a 5-0-3 scoreline. He is slowly turning down the teams here of Uniteam and posing such a big threat in the next upcoming fights, because Ocean Dragon is gonna spawn up in the next short while. Rift Herald is up. I don't think Uniteam can even pose a threat here onto Invade Esports and try to contest.
Yeah, there is no... I don't think there's a way for them to get back. Look, that is a pretty good catch onto the Fiora, though. Azrael, he is in a lot of trouble. Sleepy Trouble Bubble completely misses, but
parry!
he gets away! He gets away, and the Glacial Fissure just leaves him with a sliver of health. 1 HP, and Azrael gets away. The Rift Herald is taken by Merly, and he's gonna run it down in the Baron lane. So that was a lot of effort, a lot of resources invested for pretty much nothing by Uniteam.
Yeah, they did get a tower, but so does Invade Esports. And now, plus, they got the Rift Herald. They can now transfer towards bot side and threaten another Dragon takedown. And with this, actually, so far in the whole 10 minutes of the game, Uniteam hasn't gotten any objective. RH, Dragon, because earlier Invade Esports got the RH and Merly stole that Mountain Dragon. So it's still pretty disastrous here for Uniteam. We're also seeing an 8,000 gold lead here established by Invade Esports, with Azrael now split pushing into the bot side. Full control, full bot side control here by Invade Esports, plus Raven can just poke down the members here of Uniteam right now. I don't think they can actually contest this, but they will try.
Oh, they are definitely going to try, but it's going to be a little bit too late. They've already had the Ocean Drake. That's 2 drinks for Invade. And then they're going to go for the engage. And already Supporter is down. The health bars are melting once again. BBV may be the next one to go down, but Sir Dump has managed to disengage. Okay, Miracle trying to go for a big play, but will get taken down by Raven. Godlike on the Aatrox now, and he is a god. There's something godlike about him. He just is. He's running down the Riven, but he is a little bit too slow in his god form to take him out. But Raven is not too slow. He gets the sleep onto VVV. Sir Dom had to go away. That was a 4 for 0 and 2 Drakes for Invade. They are 10,000 gold ahead now.
10,000 gold lead at 12 minutes into the game. This is the part where Uniteam is definitely regretting not banning this Aatrox. Invade Esports, Merly is making incredible numbers and outcomes here in this game. Azrael, though, getting caught again.
Yeah, but if he may still be able to get out of there, he is pretty mobile as a Fiora. Sir Dumb just gonna go throw the Broken Blade at him. Not really going to do all too much. A Sleepy Trouble Bubble signals that Zoe's here, but the rest of them, Merly, he may have found a pick onto the Braum here. He goes golden with his Zonias, but I don't think Supporter's going to get out of here alive. He does jump to his teammates and then flash out. Oh, whoa. A very, very aggressive hook there, but it does pay off for them. It does get a kill. A legendary Aatrox. He takes out Sir Dump. He takes out VVV, and now, yes, the end of the world is coming for Unity team. The Sir Dump is gone, and they are chasing down Support quarter and 3ZL.
Oh my
That is
God.
an ace for absolutely nothing with Shelly banging down the Baron lane. The Invade could just end it right now in 13 minutes.
Yep, they can definitely do that. Merle is just
Nexus
too
is open.
fed in this game. 9-0-7 Invade Esports takes us to a game number 5 in an incredible fashion.
Yeah, Invate Esports said, you know what? We have read your game plan. We're gonna take away the Corki. We're gonna force you onto an assassin, and then Merle is going to go crazy with the Aatrox. Invate Esports showing that they can still make it out here. They can still get to that coveted qualified spot, but it all comes down to one more game.
Yeah, one last final game here to determine who will qualify here in between these two teams, UNI team and Invade Esports. They have been trading blows so many times in this series, but only one can remain standing up. Either it's UNI team or Invade Esports. This has been so electrifying, and to think that this would actually reach game number 5 is so exhausting here for these two teams, and only one can actually be qualified here on the side of Southeast Asia region aside from Buriram United Esports. Both these teams lost against BRU, and only one can actually be standing beside them after this game 5.
Exactly, and it can go either way, Gyang. It really can. It just depends on how they execute. And Raven, though, I think that Zoe pick has to be respected now by Unit Team, because that was just so key in getting all the pokes down. They basically did the same game plan that Unit Team did in the last game, but with a Zoe and Merle tanking up in the front, and that Aatrox just got fed, very, 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 very fed, like a
yeah.
How do you compare? What do you say when you say fed as a what?
Fed as a chunky cat that we see on Facebook. So cute, but this one isn't cute at all. This one is scary. Merle does not hesitate. Look at him go in. When he pops in that world ender, the world does end here for Unity Team. And Invade Esports, they keep wrecking worlds with this Aatrox. Absolutely no deaths here for this Aatrox. This is, I think, the final fight that we have seen in this game. Is this it? But we do see them just going in without hesitation. Look at Merle here in this fight. The moment he pops in that world ender, no hesitation. He doesn't go back.
He's in the
he
turret.
does get Hexic ultimatum here by 3ZL, but he says, really? You're gonna go at me? Really, bro? Look at his HP go back to
what he's saying?
After one swing.
You know what he's saying? He's saying, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Yeah.
19,000 damage.
With me, buddy.
19,000 damage on Merle, 17,000 on Raven. Bluff, he was there. He was supporting basically with more damage, but didn't really have an outstanding performance. It's 9,000, but it really was just the Aatrox that steamrolled absolutely everything here for Invade Esports. Unity Team, they really have to kind of respect now that Aatrox pick on Merle. They should be able to, they should get maybe face it with a stronger playmaking jungler than a Riven, maybe something with some good disrupt, like a maybe a Lee Sin to try to kick away when he does go world endy mode. But yeah, Merle definitely deserves that MVP. This guy has gotten the MVP multiple games already for Invade. 16.0 KDA. He was everything, everywhere, all at once. 89% kill participation as well.
Yeah, also I want to comment here. Unit Team on the Brom definitely did not do well here, at least in terms of the impact. Yeah, there is the protection and all, but I think it could have been a different champions, and maybe they should opt in for another strategy coming game number 5, which is gonna come our way. You're watching WRL Asia Open Qualifier. We are your shoutcasters, GAM Gaming and G10. Game number 5 is gonna come in your way here for Unity Team in Invade Esports. We'll be back after a short break.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post teamfight mode, and teamfight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' respectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre and post teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In teamfight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' teamfight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates.
Ladies and gentlemen, no matter who wins, this is going to be the last game of the series. Put your bets in the chat. Is it going to be Invate Esports or UNI team? My name is G10. Coming at you with me is Guiyang, and this is game number 5 of the C Region Open Qualifier. One team walks away qualified for the regular season of WRL Asia, while the other will have to take their chances in the last chance qualifier. Guiyang! Who do you think it'll be?
Oh, I don't even care who gets the win here, because both teams have been doing so well in the series. It started off in Invate Esports getting the first blow in the series with a fantastic combination with the Gwen performance there of Merly. Uni team followed up with a huge performance of Serdom, actually with the Aatrox, and it's important to take note how Invate Esports actually adapted that strat and implemented it for themselves. And now Merly in game number 4 performed so incredibly well. All the members as well supplementing Invate Esports and UNI team. Now in game number 5, as they switch sides once more, and possibly the last time in the series, or at least in phase 2, even, UNI team has a chance now to grab that opportunity with the Aatrox that they have been performing so well to end Invade Esports. I think they should take it away. Good job. Finally, we do see the spec on the Aatrox. Now, this will open up some champions in the mix. Gwen in the instant. UNI team doesn't want that. Ashe, of course, will be banned away. So what will they let off here in this game? Do they take away the Camille? Do they let the Karma be taken here by UNI team? A lot of champions can be gotten here by UNI team to aid or at least get the flow going.
Yeah. So now again, I will disagree with UNI team banning out Yuumi. You don't have to ban out Yuumi because Invate has not shown that they even, consider this
Why
champion.
did they ban Yuumi here? I mean, Aatrox is already taken out, man. Aatrox is out. So this is kind of odd. This has been the pattern of UNI team though, and they have been winning their blue side games despite them banning away the Yuumi. Senna though is still available in Invate Esports. They should take it away if they don't want it being handed over to the UNI team. They don't. So Senna is up.
Oh, you know who's also up? Senna, Varus are up. Lucian is up. A lot of options here for Miracle to have a spell slinging AD in the mid lane, or even VVV in the bot if they want. And Senna, it will be. So I very much agree with that. VVV is gonna take that mantle, but you know what could possibly happen is Miracle takes Lucian as well, and then you have the the married combo Senna Lucian, and they can just do so much damage without even being anywhere near you, right? But Azriel goes for the Jax. I like that. I really like that, but it does clearly telegraph that Invate are going for a late game scaling composition.
They want to contest the late game scaling here of UNI team. When you post a Senna, you're gonna be opting for a late game composition, or at least on the scaling part here of the Senna. Most of the time, we do see the Gragas being paired up with this particular champion, but Invade Esports is gonna deny that, and this is also good here for their lineup because now they have an engage and disengage tool with the Gragas. UNI team responding with a typical a champion synergized with a Senna lineup. Kha'Zix, Serdom is no stranger to that champion. They have used it in this particular game as well that did transition into a win, game number 2. So they're going to be trying it once more as the Wukong finally doesn't get banned in the first banning phase. UNI team actually will again take another take at it. Wukong in the middle here for Miracle.
Okay. So Wukong in the mid for Miracle. He has kind of shown us proficiency for long range poke champions in the mid lane, but the game that he did play Akali, UNI team lost, so that does not bode well really. But Sir Dom playing second picking Kha'Zix, and then getting countered by Merly on the Lee Sin. That does not bode well for UNI team because that just puts a lot of pressure on Sir Dom to be ever present and trying to, get every single gank opportunity he can while trying to counter Lee Sin's own, incredibly fast roaming. So it is going to be a challenge definitely for UNI team to keep Sir Dom relevant when Merly is just going to be all over the map, kicking people in the teeth and just delivering them to his other teammates. Just like if he goes for a top lane gank, Azriel is going to be incredibly happy.
Oh, a lot of denials being made here by Invade Esports. They took out the Gragas, they banned out the Nasus and the Galio. Those 3 champions are what we usually see being paired up with a Senna. So now UNI team has to be a little bit creative in their support pick, as Invade Esports they're really limiting the options here of Uniteam. Nice ban on the Zoe as well, because Raven did incredibly well in that particular champion in the previous game. Scaling wise, we do see it on both teams. Out of the meantime, aggressiveness being increased though on the side of Invate Esports as they do lock in this Riven. So now with the Jax, with the Lee Sin, with the Gragas, with the Riven, we can safely determine that Invate Esports is gonna go all in on team fights. Scaling wise, it is strong on their side as well, given that they do have the Jax. But early game is also gonna be very efficient on them. And Merly does need someone who can synergize with him in those engages. And Riven is one of those champions that will happily be accepting those ganks alongside with a Lee Sin. Uniteam responding 100%. With finally a Nautilus and a Renekton. So high sustain actually on all of these champions. You have the shield on the Nautilus, you have this sustain from the Senna, you have heals even coming in from the Kha'Zix, Wukong, and Renekton, because Wukong always builds Divine Sunder, and 3ZL on this Renekton will be trying to sustain as well, especially when he pops in that Dominus. So we can safely assume that Uniteam will opt in for those extended team fights and try to out-sustain Invate Esports.
True. So now what I'm looking at is Bluff X. He's going to go with the Riven, and I think that's going to be a really good pick into the Wukong, because if Miracle tries to engage or tries to even get a little bit of poke with his staff, with his big pokey staff, all BluffX has to do is yell. He just has to shout, and he gets a stun, a free Q, and then he can actually go on the offensive here. So I definitely agree with that pick. But Raven and Rich on Karma Gragas versus VVV. And Supporter on Sen and Nautilus. That's going to be a little bit of a tough line to call. I think it's really going to come down to who gets more jungle attention, more priority. However, Sir Dom, I really think he's going to need to step up his game if he wants to out-jungle Merly, because Merly has just proven himself time and again that he is not afraid when he's on the Lee Sin. He is very proficient at just going in and getting as many plays as possible as he can get. And as a Kha'Zix, it's very difficult to counter that, and you need to kind of make sure your team doesn't fall for those Lee Sin ganks. So it could go either way, Gyang, but if Merly is able to pop off, I think it's going to be solidly Invate.
I'm also worried about the Dragon laners here of Uniteam, particularly in their wave clear, because Senna, Nautilus, both champions doesn't really do much in terms of wave clear compared to the Dragon laners here of Invate Esports. So that can pose a threat in their laning phase, particularly the waves constantly crashing, Invate Esports getting lane priority, and in the game of Wild Rift, lane priority is key to playmaking. That being present for Invate Esports will allow them to make the necessary plays that they do want to make, since they have the Lee Sin, they have the Riven as well, and the wave clear, the lane priorities is going to be so much pressuring here for Invate Esports, at least theoretically. So I am going to be a little bit worried here for Uniteam, especially as they look to scale up towards the late game. Invate Esports should be the one dictating our early game in the first few minutes.
Exactly. But with all that being said and done, ladies and gents, I hope you are on the edge of your seats, because me and Gyang definitely are. This is the last game of the C Region Open qualifier for the Wild Rift League Asia. We have Vietnam coming up next, and then the Philippines after that. But for these Thai teams, this is it. This is the only chance they have. Well, not the only chance, but the best chance they have to get into the regular season. Invate versus Uniteam. Put your predictions down in the comments below, and we will, we'll shout out people who are correct, I guess. I want to do that.
Ooh. That's gonna be cool.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit spicy.
I gotta give it a couple of shout-outs, give a couple of support here for the people supporting the tournament and the players, the teams here, of course, in Wild Rift League Asia Open qualifiers, Southeast Asia region qualifiers in particular. In Invate Esports, they are gonna be assisting their Baron laners in particular, we're seeing a switcheroo even here on both top side and bot side. Raven trying to bully 3ZL in the laning phase. This is going to be another irritating lane for UNI team.
Yeah, definitely gonna be a little bit of a toughie for UNI team, but yeah, putting the Karma up there against the Renekton, very, very smart, very incredibly smart. Yeah, he's got the level 2 already. Just how level 3, he's got a level advantage on this Renekton, just endlessly harassing. Look at the way that he's building up. That's gonna crash into the tower in just a bit. Ooh, Bluff X actually forced to back here. A little bit curious there, but yeah, Raven is just zoning 3ZL away. Look at that freeze. Finally, he allows it to crash into the tower, goes down, gets some wards in the river because he doesn't want to get ganked by that Kha'Zix. Most definitely, Raven is just going to be playing incredibly safe up here in the top lane.
Yeah, UNI team has to play this defensively for the first few minutes as Raven does poke 3ZL in the laning phase. Sirdom will gonna be waiting for an opportunity though towards top side since the wave is constantly being pushed there. Mid lane, BluffX and Miracle throwing some punches onto each other in the first few minutes, but this time actually we do see BluffX winning the trade since it does have the Executioner's Calling. Merly is also in the vicinity, just adding a little bit of pressure here towards Miracle. This will force him to play things defensively for the moment.
Yeah, it is. He is definitely going to be a little bit more defensive. Bluff X is just a bit too proactive here, and yeah, Sir Dom just wasting a little bit of time. As soon as he backed, you saw Raven. He just went for it very aggressively. He wants to push this guy back. He wants to, deny this Renekton any sort of way to get back into this game. And yeah, Merly is there as well, and they know that the dive is coming, right? They have to. Dominus has been popped, so that already signals that to Merly that this could be a pretty bad time to go for a gank. So he's just gonna go get out of there. Sir Dom a little bit too late to actually do anything. A little bit inefficient with his time in the jungle, I would say.
Very efficient on the timing on the Honey Flute though, as 3CL goes back to full health. That's very fortunate. Pops in the Dominus for the extra safety though, as the dive could have went towards Invate Esports way. Mid side, BluffX took a bit of damage there from Miracle and has to be accompanied by Rich for the meantime. First 3 to 4 minutes, no bloodbath just yet. Just a little gold lead here by Invate Esports due to the farming and the denial of gold, especially on the 3ZL side. Bottom side, ooh, supporter. Ooh. It's a lot of damage he took from Azriel.
Yeah, that was quite a bit of damage. Azriel, he is on a really good path to scale his Jax. Already looking for his items. He's 3,100 gold in. I don't think anybody will be foolish enough to try to gank up on this man, except for Sir Dom. He is there. Whoa, Azriel, buddy, where did that Q go? That was a misclick, if I ever saw one. I thought he was just gonna get away, but I think he pressed his Q.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. First blood goes over to Miracle. We saw absolutely nothing, guys. After I just jazzed up Azriel for being smart and not being gankable.
Man. It's something. We all have experienced Casterkers here in the WRL-A's Open qualifier. And yeah,
but Miracle, now big gank. That could be a little bit more of a curse as Azriel is now there as well. He should be getting the skill. No, it's going to be Merly, and that is actually pretty good because at least him with early kills does translate to more opportunities to gank, to more opportunities to make plays. And I think they're just going to go for take on the Drake while Azriel works on that turret. While it is going to be a handshake here, the Herald for the Drake. UNI team, they're definitely going to bring that Drake up to the top lane. But you know what I like about Invate's comp is they can be very flexible with where they put their laners at any given time. See, BluffX is at the top. He's Riven, he can be a top laner. And Azriel down in the Dragon lane. Definitely can just 1v1 anybody up there. So it is a very flexible team comp, but UNI team, they are kind of pigeonholed into their roles, I think.
Well, Unity team, their only goal right now is to just farm out safely and scale up towards a mid to late game. We already see a Sunfire being purchased here by supporters, so that adds a little bit of tankiness towards him. Serdam actually getting anti-shield early on. Unity team engaging.
Oh, big engage coming out, and look at that. Supporter's almost down, but the re-engage coming in from Unity team. They actually have the upper hand here. Someone goes golden, and that is Rich. He will not get killed. He has to flash away, though, and no kills given, no kills taken. But the Rift Herald tried charging down, no turrets taken either. So great defense coming in from Invate Esports, keeping their gold lead up still. And look at that, Bluff X throughout that entire time, he was just getting plates, getting damage onto the turret, and now he's going to get even more farm. He should be able to take this turret down before the Wukong can come up to defend it. And that should be first turret for Invate.
Yeah, Invate Esports actually making more out of the objectives here, as they have also taken the Ocean Dragon, denied the first tower take by Uni. Now, Miracle is struggling against BluffX after BluffX took the tower in the top lane. Things are turning a little bit south here for Uni team, struggling in preventing those aggressive pushes from Invade Esports. Actually, in the mid lane, it was Invade Esports who executed a gank towards Miracle. Now, and a gank towards 3ZL in the bot side, denied, but Flash used there or expended by 3ZL just to escape. Rich, though.
What a good catch onto Rich, and he is not going to be able to move. He was CC'd forever, and then he just got killed. Raven now next on the chopping block. They know that there is no threat of an explosive cask here, so they are going to be able to run a little rampant. Unit team. Oh, good kill onto the Renekton. I didn't even see that. Murley, yes, the Lee Sin and Jax combo. This is not something that you want to get going, because in 10 minutes, this Jax is going to be absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, so far, Azrael, well, he suffered a death from some of the ganks earlier, but compared to 3ZL, he's actually doing a really good job. He is ahead by 1,000 gold. Top side, we're seeing a gank onto BluffX, but it's very difficult to actually kill this Riven because in terms of damage, well, Unity lacks it a little bit in this early game. Despite Serdam having those isolated damage, or at least in theory, he should be able to go get those isolated damage, but because of the wave, it actually helped.
Oh, look at this guy!
Help BluffX escape. Rich,
yeah, Miracle. He's trying to chase. Serdam trying to chase as well, but you can't really chase a Gragas Riven down because, well, number one, Riven just has so much mobility, and Gragas, he can just barrel roll you and explosive cast. Now 3ZL, that was a little bit of a mistake coming into Azrael's face because Azrael is a whole level up, basically. He's already got his Thunder, he's got his Hullbreaker versus just a Black Weaver from the Renekton, so 100% if Azrael chose to duel that, he would win.
Yep.
Now though, this could be a big engage! This could be a big engage. As supporter, they do go in, and already that's a pretty big death charge, but the Senna all keeping everybody alive. The supporter has gotten golden, but will it be enough? Look at the health bars, they are melting on the side of Invade. Murley has not committed to a big thing, but now Azrael is in the fight. They've already gotten a kill onto Bluff X, but that will just be the one kill. No overcommitments here from Unity Team or Invade.
Yeah, we're starting to see the high sustain of Unity, though. Them being able to get that one kill is just one kill, but it also allows them to secure this Rift Herald for once more securing the gold for Unity. We see a Gamma Azrael, but he's taking actually little to no damage because of that Hull Breaker. 22 seconds before the next dragon spawns up. Unity team has to contest this time if they want to scale up even better.
Yeah, with 10 seconds left to go on the Drake, Invate will be the ones in position first because they do have Murley already moving towards it, and the rest of their team is, hovering towards bot side. Azrael is the only one who isn't. He is going to be going up towards the Baron lane, but he will be signaled to go down because this could be a pretty big clash. Murley, though, he has been seen. He has been sussed out. Sonic Wave will hit onto the Nautilus, but no, that will not hit. That hook was not really good, but that one was really good. The death charge getting two, and already the Riven is gone. Bluff X actually being allowed to play the game right now. But Miracle incredibly low. That Sonic Wave was not enough to actually, it was not in range to kill him. Supporter's gonna go down, but look at all these healing. Azrael is down as well. And look at the health bars on the side of Invate. They're incredibly low. Another kill onto Rich. Raven and Merly, they're the last two alive. 1-4-3. Unit Team have turned this game around.
The sustain is just too much to handle. We saw
Senna.
Supporter low HP, one hit away, but still managed to stall things out. And Invate Esports, their burst, it's lacking. Azrael is still not online. And those 3 kills allowed Unity Team now to turn this game around, catch up in terms of gold, and now be the ones threatening the team fights.
Yes, they are. The threat is so real here for Unit Team, because now they have pretty much equalized the gold. Invate was, slowly but surely farming that gold lead up, but with that just one team fight, Unit Team was able to swing around and equalize everything. Now Azrael, he's going to be a little bit less effective, even though with the Hull Breaker he is still going with the game plan of just splitting down the Baron lane for until his team needs him. Of course, not taking any undue risk with Sir Dom and Miracle both there. He doesn't want to get any isolation damage. He doesn't want to get knocked up. But once the Gragas is there, okay, so he does get the stun up, the strike will land, but now the Cyclone is not enough to actually keep that monkey alive. So Sir Dom, living up to his name, doing a little bit of a dump, but it's fine because the Senna is right there to save his butt. Merly is down, Azrael is not, but he will be in a bit. No, the rest of the team has come up. The re-engage coming in from Unity Team. They are going to take down the support, and now Bluff X comes in. What can he really do? He's not really doing anything. He's getting CC'd forever and a half. That Ribbon was not very effective, and Unity Team is just rolling over Invade just because of the Senna's healing and sustain, keeping everybody alive. 4-4-1.
And another redemption again casted here. Oh, Unity Team, they're going for long fights. Invade Esports, they wanted a sprint, but Unity Team is going at it for a marathon. And they are just out-sustaining Invade Esports in those fights. The shield, well, no Dawning Shadow was used there onto Miracle, but it was used at the best possible moments when Raven wanted to go with the AoE damage. In Invade Esports, they only got a monkey, but had to suffer 3 casualties in the mix just to get that 1 kill. And Unity Team, slowly but surely getting now these gold leads. 2.5k at 3 or 13 and a half minutes into the game. It's not a lot, but in this scaling lineup, in this high sustain lineup, it is actually doing so well. Now, Azrael might actually get ganked here in the bottom lane, but Merly is going to be the next victim.
The Gage, everybody's going to be coming up there. They're looking for the dive. Both towers at the same time, and Merly's already gone. Azrael, he may be coming up next as he has been isolated, but he gets away scot-free. He wasn't really isolated, my bad. He was able to retreat back to that turret, but Merly did pay the price for that. The Lee Sin, who was doing really well in the early game, has been absolutely shut down. Kha'Zix, Feast or Famine champion, right now is feasting 6-0, Sir Dom.
Oh my. Sir Dom, the early anti-armor item is what led the Unity Team to actually struggle a little bit in terms of damage, but this time it's doing so much more. Anti-healing as well purchased. Now they're threatening for a PR. They are actually gonna turn in.
Big Invade and Raven has disappeared off the face of the earth, and they just, what a quick turn onto Bluff X and Raven, and they know that Invade know that they cannot actually face a 5v5 team fight here against Unit Team. So from slowly but surely gaining a lead to just absolutely giving it away to Unity Team. Invade, what happened to them?
Oh, Invade Esports, I think they lost their grip towards the mid part of the game. Merly wasn't getting those ganks anymore, and Unity Team, we talked about this already during the pick and ban phase. When they get their power spikes, when the mid game to late game starts, that's when they are actually gonna pop off. They have so much sustain. Every single champion has healing, has shields, plus the Senna late game. Things are just going so well here for Unity Team. Everything is coming into place, and to think that Invade Esports has been match point for 3 games or 2 games in a row now, coming towards game number 5. This is just so frustrating on their side, and Unity Team, they want to be the one to be qualified alongside with BRU. They have the tools to get it. They just have to end it, and Supporter is starting it.
Oh yes! Supporter is starting the end! Already Raven has been separated from Black and he is going to go down. Godlike the Kha'Zix is, and they have found another catch right there. He goes golden, but that won't be enough to save Merly. He goes down as well. Another kill is on the board here for, whoa, actually Azriel as he 1v1s 3ZL. Whoa, the Jax, is he going to try to base race? He's going to take this inhib turret. He wants to base race. Oh my god. Can Miracle stop this Jax? Because that is a monkey versus man who has a light post for a weapon. He's going to actually do really well against that guy. So there's no jungler here available. All they can do is try to be annoying and actually try to get a kill. Oh my god, VV is so incredibly low, but he's got the sustain, and the Baron is still alive. It's gonna go down. Finally, the smite is down, and Rich and Bluff X are going to fail this Baron take. So will Azriel fail the base race. Unfortunately, that's 2 more kills that Invate cannot afford to give away. Bluff X not having the best of days on the Riven, and he will go face check Sir Dumb here over at the Drake. This may not be the best idea, especially with Supporter coming in hot as well. He's gonna get stunned up, knocked up. Merly is there! Here he comes! Will you be able to get the kill? No, Sir Dumb slips with a sliver of health. Can Supporter flash out? He doesn't even have flash. He's just stuck there in the pit. He goes golden, but now there we go! 3ZL! 1v3 now! And he comes back in, Sir Dumb. The damage is coming. Raven is gone. So is Bluff X, and they turn it around. What a re-engage. Unity Team, they bait out mistakes from Invate. They bait out Invate trying to get a favorable situation, and then they just re-engage. That has been the story of this entire series, and that is what is making Unity Team win this match right now.
Yeah, Merly already got a beautiful steal towards that Mountain Dragon earlier, since Sir Dom was being distracted a little bit. Now, top side, Azriel is going a little bit mad, but has to fall back. Here comes Merly in the vicinity. Rich as well. Can they actually do this?
Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Miracle has been incredibly potent here, but here he comes if Sir Dumb is not able to actually get the damage. And look at that, the setup almost killing Rich. He slips with a sliver of health. Nobody has actually died from these 3. Bluff X and Raven are going to be up in 2. They have 5v5 team fight here. They have to risk it for this biscuit because there is no way that they're going to win otherwise. So they are going to drive away the members of Unity Team right now back into the fray. Are they going to chase or are they going to overcommit? Because Invate cannot really afford to do that right now.
Yeah, Invate Esports, I think their backs are against the wall now. 7,000 gold lead by Unity Team. Everything coming online for them as well. Azriel starting to pop off. We saw that solo kill from 3ZL a while ago, but 3ZL went back with a nice follow-up towards that dragon fight in which Supporter should have just died. He died, but for a good cause. 3 kills picked up by both Sir Dom and 3ZL, allowing them to gain leverage once again in this game. Inhibitor down as well on top side. Invade Esports slowly but surely are losing structures in this game. And 40 seconds away, 40 seconds away, Elder Dragon is about to spawn up, and Unity Team, they want to get this grab.
Oh, the big body slam! It did connect, but will it be enough? He goes for the explosive cask as well, and look at that, the health bar is melting for Supporter, but he's there tanking everything for the team. He does go down now. Big insect coming in from Merly, but he pays for it with his life. Maybe double kill for Azriel. Whoa, Azriel is actually going ham here. He's going off, triple kill for the Jax. This is the time, the place for the Jax to come in. Will VVV and Miracle be able to hold this up? I don't think so. That turret is going to not get a kill. Rich goes golden, and suddenly there is a sliver of hope here for Invade. The Elder Drake is up. It is going to be the next target. If they take this away from Unity Team, they could still possibly turn this around and win. Invade was losing until they started winning.
Yeah, and that is because Miracle was just too far away. He was running from top side, and that delay allowed Invate Esports to start the fight in their favor. 5 versus 4. Now, yeah, no smite. They will still try. Can they actually get the steal? No steal.
Yeah, no steal, and that means that Oh no, that is Miracle just giving his life away. No, that's just he got left alone after the Guardian Angel procs. Questionable, but that's fine because Invate does not want to lose any members before they can get a good team fight in with the Elder Drake. So what they're gonna do next is they're gonna run down to Barret and try to prevent that from being taken here by Unity. They've got a team fight with the Elder Drake. And
Now
if
they
Unity
can
team
contest.
if Unity team can't survive the Elder Drake, it's gonna be
Are they gonna
Invate's
start
win.
this?
This is, I don't know if they should start it, Gyang.
They shouldn't. They definitely shouldn't. But they are setting up for a death brush. Rich is in the vicinity. He's gonna know that people
Oh.
are there in Esports. They're snuffing or sniffing Unity team out in their strategies. They have so much to sustain, but now it is gonna be completely and utterly denied and cancelled here because they have the Elder Dragon, they have the Burn, they have the Execute and Unity team. They have to be very careful. I don't think they can contest this at all. They have to give this away.
Yeah, 100% have to give this away, even with... Oh no, they're contesting it! The Monkey goes in! The Cyclone goes out! But now, it is a re-engage coming in from Invade. Look at the health bar starting to melt! Senna is just sustaining them all up! And that is Unity. They are still in the lead in this fight. Look at the health bars finally as the
Asriel.
kill has been getting by Asriel. Will he start popping up? That's 3 already! A triple kill for Asriel. A quadra kill! Sardon is gone! It's all just Miracle now! The Monkey is still alive, but he's gonna have to hide the Elder Drake. You do not team fight a team that has Elder Drake, and that's going to be Invade Esports. They were losing this game until they started winning, and they will be the second team to qualify for the regulars and from the C region. Congratulations to Invade Esports.
Invate Esports made the best decision possible as Unity made the exact opposite, and now Invate Esports, they will be joining Buriram United Esports as they qualify for Season 1. Congratulations, they have won this series in a very interesting fashion. Game number 5, first match of the day is already jam-packed with action. And
I'm already tired, Gyang.
Yep. This game is very tiring indeed. Invate Esports, they should have lost this game, honestly, the moment that
Yes.
Unity Team has scaled, but we saw the mistakes as well that Unity Team has made in this game. One
It started
of the
here.
biggest mistake actually is fighting or contesting the Baron after that Elder Dragon taken by Invade Esports. And kudos to Invade Esports, they really draw the attention towards them in that Baron fight. Unity Team, they have sustained, they have the late game scaling, but so does Azrael. The moment he popped up, the moment he got that kill as well in the top side against 3ZL, we already know that they can actually start to fight back. And they did without hesitation, they did without reservation, and they did absolutely and utterly dominate that last team fight against Unity.
This is what I love about Wild Rift, yeah. You can be losing the entire game, but if you play your cards right, if you have a win condition in mind, you can turn it around and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, and that's exactly what Unity Team did. Almost the entire game, they were getting stomped on by Sir Dom, Miracle, VVV, and 3ZL, with supporter going for big engages, man. But at the end of the day, they got a lucky team fight. They were able to get that Elder Drake with no contest. And that was it. That was all she wrote. Invade, they were losing until they weren't, and then they won. They join Buriram United Esports as the C reps in the Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 for 2023. Beautiful, beautiful insect there from Merly. And this, I think, is where it all started to go south for Unit Team as the Jack started popping off, got that triple kill, and that was absolutely beautiful to watch.
And that is the end of it. Unity Team will be losing against Invade Esports as Invade Esports will be the victors here. This is the last fight. This is the part where both of us got even surprised. The fact that they contested the Baron takedown. All things became simple here for Invade Esports. Go in turn into that team fight and just end the game. Azil was very even happy that Uni team engaged onto them. And look at that damage,
Whoa.
39,000 damage. To think that he was bullied very hard in the early game, and even towards the late game, he fought back, trading blows and throwing those punches until the very end.
Exactly. And Asriel, all of that damage pretty much came in the late parts of the game. Raven as well, commendable, 37,000. He was just consistently poking with his Qs, his mantra Qs throughout the entire game. But if you look at the kill stats, ladies and gents, Invate won but with having a kill deficit. They were 5 kills behind. Asriel, definitely the MVP. He carried the later part of the game so hard. 3.0 KDA, 86% kill participation, and he finally got a real weapon.
The best weapon is Asriel here, the user of this Ajax, and definitely a well-deserved performance. We now have one more qualifier, or one more qualified team. Congratulations to Invate Esports. And now, actually, we are going to be moving on towards our next scheduled game. Oh, it's going to be another interesting one, of course, because it's going to be Team Flash this time, going up against GAM Esports after Team Flash 1-0 against Genius Esports. GAM Esports lost 3-1 or 1-3 against Cerberus Esports.
Cerberus.
Let's see what's going to happen in that matchup. But before that, of course, we are just going to be going towards a short break. My name is Kian Gaming with G10 at you watching. You're watching WRL Asia Open Qualifier. We'll be back after a short break.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information as a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count and the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at a gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these 3 enriched panels: Farming Mode, Pre- and Post-Teamfight Mode, and Teamfight Mode. In Farming Mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre- and post-teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In team fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information as a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count and the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at a gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post team fight mode, and team fight mode. In farming mode,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and this is another series, this time the Vietnamese region qualifiers. My name is GT, and coming at you with me now is Otto Luz. He'll be your cast series for today, and we just got off of an incredible series for the C qualifiers. It was 3-2 in favor of Invate Esports, and in the last game they were losing until they won. Otto Luz, do you think we're going to be seeing another Game 5 right here, right now?
We'll see. This is the Vietnam region. It's kind of, hard to really predict as to how this will go. However, one thing to note is that this is going to be a very interesting matchup because, first of all, there's a lot of familiarity between these two teams. 3 of the players from GAM Esports is just so familiar with the team that they're fighting against right now. And they already did meet one time in where we saw GAM Esports advancing. So will this be, a repeat of that, or will there be a different outcome this time?
Yeah, that is a very, very good question, because this is definitely leaning towards GAM a little bit. They did go 2-1 against Team Flash, but that, my friend, was a best of 3. We're now in best of 5 territory, yep, where there's a lot more room to, adjust to your opponent's playstyle and to try to really find their weaknesses. So do you think Team Flash will be able to suss out those little weaknesses, those chinks in the armor of GAM Esports?
I'll be honest with you, I'm really just a huge fan of Zissou and his ability to control the jungle. I do understand, or I do know that, Team Flash's jungler is also a beast in his own right. But, back when I was casting Team Flash, when they were, the best team in Southeast Asia, they were boasting this lineup: Zissou, Coyote, and MT is just a beast in controlling the Wild Rift map. Now they're going to be joined by Beer and T3, and yesterday we saw them come short, just a little bit short, against the strongest Vietnamese team right now, which is Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, just a little bit short, because definitely Cerberus Esports have found themselves already qualified, and deservedly so. But T3, Zissou, Coyote, Beer, and MT did give them a run for their money. Even though they lost 3-1, in a couple of the games that they lost, they were still putting the fight up against Cerberus Esports. It's just that sometimes they got anti-stratted, and they got pretty much obliterated from the win in their service. But now Team Flash, we got Shy, Tanks, Kuzi, Hin, and Ellie. Man, I feel like if they get a good read on the way that GAM likes to play, we could see a series that is just as close as the last one.
Oh, of course. Again, the last time that we saw them, it was a toss-up. Team Flash versus, again, GAM Esports. A lot of familiarity. Ellie and MT were previously partners in the bot lane. Shy is the player to watch in this roster, just because he actually is a big fan of the Shy and Shy, the legendary
yes,
top laners.
Absolutely legendary.
And talking about his mechanics, man, he can really carry from the Baron lane. So this is going to be a tough task for T3. So far, at least, historically, T3 hasn't really been the carry Baron laner that we expected him to be. Back in his time with SBTC, there's been, a roulette of Baron laners, there's substitutions and whatnot. But for me, on the top side of the map, I just firmly believe that GAM the Team Flash has that in the bag.
Yeah. So Team Flash versus GAM Esports. Let us know, guys, who you think is going to be winning before we get into the picks and bans. Of course, if you guys, are supporters of either team, we know that Vietnam is such a very, very intense region for Wild Rift Esports. Show support to your team. Let's get into the picks and bans, all to lose, and let's see if we can suss out how these teams like to play, because as you said, Shy looking like a carry Baron laner. I think he's going to get focus banned quite a bit here. Definitely no Gwen out. Definitely maybe avoid him on the Aatrox, and don't let him get on the Camille or the Jax as well.
And also, of course, the unspoken rule when facing against Vietnam teams: do not let Ashe go.
Don't let Ashe through.
True. Because both the teams do have the playstyle that can really, take care of their side laners. We were so accustomed in seeing Shen as one of the people that can, or one of the champions that can really take care of your side laners, as well as Galio. But Ashe is just a different beast, because by the time that you hit level 13, your cooldowns for your enchanted crystal arrow goes down to as low as 20 seconds or so. So that's just some normal skill that you can actually just pull out.
It's a spammable skill.
Exactly, right. And then I've seen I've seen comments saying that, hey, that arrow was just thrown away, right? Well, welcome to Wild Rift. We actually have a lot of skills being thrown here just because of the little cooldowns that we have with our skills.
Yeah, I mean, you get a shorter game time. Of course, you get shorter cooldown times as well. It's like mini Earth almost. But what I do see is, yes, Shy is getting focused. No Aatrox, no Camille. Options for him looking like, if they want a first pick, could Jace as well. Could be either Fiora, Jax, Renekton, even 3 focus bans onto Shy. But they don't want Zissou on the Kha'Zix. I think they were watching yesterday's game.
Oh, I mean, Zissou is just also an automatic on the champion. Also, this Galio pickup is huge because it's also a denial onto MT. Now, this is actually interesting because Ellie and MT, I did say that they were partners in the bot lane. Now they're dueling on the same role. So I'm trying to remember. I believe it was Ellie that was on the Dragon lane and moved to support. So this is going to be interesting because maybe Ellie picked some of MT's tendencies on this Galio, and we'll see if it's going to be effective this time.
Yeah, we shall see. Now this Riven. We've seen Rivens come out in a lot of different roles. We've seen top Rivens, mid Rivens, and jungle Rivens even from time to time. Great flex pick. It's just that, again, mechanically intensive champion and kind of feast or famine. And since Shy is going to pick Fiora, I don't think T3 should be going Riven. Now that is kind of a classic counter. So maybe Coyote wants to take this this exile out to the mid lane, but a Yuumi coming out for Team Flash. What does that signal, do you think?
Well, I kind of saw this yesterday when we saw the pairing of Aatrox and Yuumi just go to a godlike level, right? The unkillable Aatrox. And also here in Wild Rift, you can flex this Fiora to the jungle, which means that this Yuumi wouldn't really be protecting his quote-unquote AP carry, but rather go with a jungler for that 2v1 special in case of an invade. But this is actually a very good answer. If you have a sustain, we would have our own version of sustain. That's going to be the Senna. Also, on the scaling component, I do favor Senna a lot.
Right, very, very, very true. We did see Senna do really well in the last match in the hands of...
that was a loss now, right?
Yeah, it was a loss. It was a loss. But there was another game that they did win with Senna. Unfortunately, Unity team was not able to W in the second. Although the Senna was actually very integral, keeping the team alive against the Jax for as long as possible, because otherwise, he would have just gone insane and just rampage, took everybody out. It would have been not even as close match. So Senna, I think I agree with this pick to just keep the sustain going. Olaf ban, Zed ban, Corki ban. These are pretty much respect bans for the mids and jungle. So
Yep.
yeah, definitely for Coyote and tanks. So I don't know now what Zissou wants to pick. He will be picking Lee Sin.
Nice.
So great pickup. I agree with it. Early game presence.
He's also a beast on that champion. Remember when we saw how we saw Just G dominate the Wild Rift on the Lee Sin yesterday? And also
Yes.
Meliodas. Zissou has his own scary version of this Lee Sin. So it's, to me, this is whenever we're casting Zissou, Coyote, and MT together with their former teammates in Shai and Ellie, we had this term called mech check. Huge shout out to Riku and company in coining that that iconic phrase. That means that, you know what, they will beat you not just with macro, but also with their mechanics. And the best champion out there, one of the best champions to really show off your mechanics, is the Lee Sin, of course. So yeah, that's going to be an exciting game number 1 here, Jitan. Can't wait.
Yeah, definitely a lot of very impressive champions have been. I'm sorry, very impressive Lee Sins have gone through in the years. Zissou can be one of them. Garen here. Okay, that's probably going into Shy, right? Garen on T3 because that does pretty decently against Fiora. Doesn't really get bullied all too much like Riven would. So interested to see that, since there is also a Yuumi, there won't be a Garen Yuumi in here. Interestingly enough, the Renekton. Wait, hold up. Renekton though is the Shy. Shy is on Renekton. Garen, T3. No. No, Shy is on the. Okay, I completely read all these flex picks wrong. Yeah,
I know. It's welcome to Wild Rift, in where things just doesn't make any sense sometimes.
Yeah,
right?
sometimes.
In fact, this Yuumi is one of the champions at one phase would be the quote unquote carry, right? Would be dishing out. Yeah, the highest amount of damage at the end of it all, or whenever the stats are shown, you would be surprised by the amount of damage that is dished out by the Yuumi. Of course, here in Wild Rift, we build Yuumi as if it's some nuclear missile waiting to be launched, right? So just full AP, none of those AP items, support items, I mean. So yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of what's going to happen here, because you have a Galio, right? You have a Galio, you have a Yuumi. So Galio would be farming on the bot side. Yuumi would be joining the Baron lane, at least for the first few minutes of the game. And then by the time that we go into the transitionary phase, in where we see junglers rotate, then this Yuumi would most likely attach to the jungler.
Yep. Pretty good analysis, all things considered. Coyote going to be going up against Kuzi, so it is going to be Renekton versus Garen, but in the mid lane. All of the bruisers, all of the time is what we're going to be going for. So definitely a Galio will... whoa, that was a lot of damage already from the get-go. Okay, very interesting.
I mean, a very early pop on that barrier doesn't really want to surrender this health domination, at least in the mid lane from Kuzi against Coyote. On the top lane, though?
Well, yep, there is a little bit of a scuffle here. Hin and Shy getting bullied a little bit because that is a Senna on Beer. It's just fun. It's funny. I just realized that together their name is Empty Beer. Oh, the exhaust are coming in, and that could be an empty beer coming in for Shy. But Hin definitely can't just sustain up. The honey fruit is not up yet. Not quite. It hasn't popped, so they have to be very careful. Hin being left alone here. He just has to keep back. But for the rest of this game, GAM, I think they want to push the issue. They want to be aggressive early on because of that Lee Sin. And then later, they're just going to snowball it. Yeah, and speaking of aggressive, he's already invading Zissou, and he will way too aggressive. Pays for it with his life, and then the splash has been sacrificed from Beer as well when he tried to help. So that was not the best of decisions.
It's not the start that you want to have, especially on the Lee Sin. Coyote is in trouble here. That's going to be a dive, and that should be a very easy kill. Very good start for Team Flash right now here, G10, and this is just a little bit problematic if you're a GAM because you basically want to own the early game. Good read from Team Flash overall. I honestly thought that the early game plan by GAM to switch the lanes and bully out Shy on the top lane was actually a very good one. But because of the blunders by Zissou and Coyote, then this is just basically a disaster now for GAM Esports.
Yeah, a little bit too ambitious, I think, for GAM just trying to. I don't know. They were trying to push the issue, but they weren't able to successfully do it. Team Flash was just able to respond very well and go anti-aggro on them. So, where does GAM go back to the drawing board here? Because Lee Sin so behind now, 700 gold behind that that Wukong. Okay, a little bit of an interesting support gank here. Why did he dice back just to lose some health? Interesting, but yeah,
I think that's
I don't
just
know.
to assist as well Coyote for that cheetah recall. Just a couple of gold away from that second component item, but you're right. I mean, all things considered, Zissou is behind against this Wukong, but luckily for them, this is a Wukong, not really, you know, the best champion to put your resources on or your resources with, at least in the first few minutes of the game. Looking at the item selection or item path of Tanex here, he wants that Divine Thunder as well, so he kind of wants that extra sustain and be the battle Wukong that we've seen so many times.
Explosive Cask, Beer, and Zissou are going to be coming back here. Was not able to keep that flash from going off, so that is a good summoner pop for GAM, but that means that they don't really get anything off of that. But now Thanex is looking for maybe a gank here. He hasn't been seen, I don't think, but definitely T3 just wants to play a little bit safe now.
True, but this is actually a matchup that I would definitely love to break down. You know, you have a Riven that is farming so good against the Galio of Ellie. I do understand that Ellie was able to farm Rod of Ages, and there will be no kill threat, at least in the next few, just because Rod of Ages is still a sustain item. But you like this for GAM Esports. T3 goes unchecked and will be a beast later in this game.
Yeah, T3, if he's able to, you know, stack it up, if he's able to get his items without being killed all too much, he will definitely be a huge factor. However, what I don't see being a huge factor if he doesn't get going now is Zissou. He's already died once. He hasn't really had a lot of impact. It's already 5 minutes in. He should be looking to prepare for Dragon, as the 3 members of TF are in the mid lane. So, okay, so he's gonna go for the Herald instead in this macro play, but
I think they have to trade, because right now, after losing that first blood and that other kill, right now they are on the back, and this is actually the wiser decision. This is the Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, but this is a pretty good decision coming in from Team Flash. The dominance coming in from Renekton, but no kills given over. That was a sick Yuumi ultimate, but unfortunately, MT was just a little bit too sick. T3, he's going in hard. That Sonic Wave, if that connected, that would have led to an insect situation, perhaps. But, you know, that is a risk that GAM would be taking, and while it is a good risk, it's still not guaranteed. It is a risk after all. So Zissou still looking for an opportunity.
True, Kuzi going impressive here. Half health right away. Imagine if that's not a
combo.
Divine Sunderer, right? I mean, like, this is just Renekton things. With the Black Cleaver already defeated, I expect Blade of the Ruin King next, and, you know, just be that one-shot threat come mid-game. Tanex, though, very cheeky, was able to steal the blue buff. Fair to say that at the first 6 minutes of the game, this Wukong by Tanex is just controlling Zissou.
Yeah, Zissou has not really been able to get a handle on this very slippery monkey at the time. So you see he's just kind of wandering around his jungle. He doesn't know where to commit to, but now he sees that Coyote's in a little bit of danger. So he's there with MT, and they're going to go commit to this guy's Coyote. it has gotten low, they're not going to actually force that issue, unfortunately, because Coyote is a Garen. He can just be left alone there. But, well, that is it's a little bit of a catch. Beer is not strong enough, or it does not have teammates in the wings to try to actually capitalize on that, unfortunately. So it's just a little touch and go constantly between these two teams, but Coyote's very low. The grand challenge has been issued. Zissou now, this could be big trouble for GAM, but they have to be proactive here. The Garen's gonna die already. That was the wrong direction for the Yumi ultimate. The turret is still up, it's now down, but the rest of GAM has arrived. There it is, the explosive cast, and Beer, he's doing the damage, but the Sonic Wave does not connect. Unfortunately, Zissou was not able to make a big play there. That was just a free kill and a tower for Team Flash.
T3 will be spotted by the Vision Ward here, but they want to die.
Oh, definitely, they'd still get the dive off, but will they get the kills? Yes, they do. Galio's already down. Ellie pays for his life, but that's the only kill that they're getting, while Kuzi is coming in to say, hey, stop that. I'm going to come in and defend my team. Now, you're not going to get anything more. No push, nothing else. I'm a crocodile.
Just a little bit to break down what happened, what really transpired during that interaction. First off, Coyote does have the Hull Breaker. And that means that if your teammates are actually in the area, this icon would actually disappear. So that's information given. And now this is another dive. Good Hero's entrance to display the attempt.
Coyote Hero's entrance with a Yumi too.
What? Oh, yeah, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. That's cool. So instead of just a backup of one, it will be a 1+1 package. Exactly. But yeah, so small things considered, right? Team Flash just knows where GAM Esports just because of that item. And now T3.
He's getting chased down. He's going to get stunned up. He's going to get cycloned as well. The Beer, he tries to go heal his teammate, but T3 was just down too much. There's too much CC and damage coming in from the Blade of the Rin King, Black Cleaver Redactin. So another kill given up for Team Flash. But I just want to touch on again the Galio Yumi thing, because that is so dangerous. GAM cannot actually do anything under turret. They cannot go for any tower dives, because the second they do, it's gonna be Ellie and him. It's gonna be going from a 2 versus 1 to a 3 versus 2.
Exactly, it's a tuber.
That's a tuber.
Yeah, that's a tuber. But I mean, to be fair, they have Senna's global ultimate as well, right? Would be able to at least give some shields. And Garen is still a Garen, right? It's not someone that can easily die, especially to the burst of Team Flash. If you actually look at their lineup, there's really not much of a burst damage. It's more of a sustained damage coming from the Fiora, coming from the Wukong. Renekton does have a small amount of burst, but against the Garen, it's kind of negligible.
Yeah, most definitely. Especially once Coyote starts getting his getting a little bit tankier, getting a little bit more resistances. He does have Hull Breaker, and he is going to be, building more aggressive, more damage focused than, pure tank that we're used to in regular League of Legends. But it's very viable here in Wild Rift, because you do need that damage, especially if you're trying to go for, for a split push Garen kind of thing. It's just that without a Yumi, the effectiveness of Garen goes down pretty bad.
True. And now another sustain scaling dragon is in the midst of being taken here by Team Flash, but GAM is in the position to challenge this.
Yeah, 100% is Zissou, though. He does get that Sonic Wave. Okay, big aggressive play by Kuzi. Already, the Galio's Hero's entrance is coming in. All right, Yumi trying to divide everything up. He does get the taunt, and the Sonic is going wrong for Zissou right now. He's so incredibly low. He gets comboed up, and Zissou does go down. The next person to go is going to be T3 if they can catch him. No, Coyote actually. And that's a double kill for the Galio of all people. Ellie takes 2. They didn't even, they did get the Drake. And then now they're going to summon the Herald. They're going to try to die empty. Okay, they're not going to go for that. They just go for the turret. And wow.
What a win. What a win again for Team Flash. And my eyes were on Zissou the whole time. He wanted to assassinate Kuzi but just because he was a little bit behind when it comes to his items, there was a slither of health that was enough for Kuzi to survive that interaction. And from that point on, it was just disaster after disaster for GAM Esports. At this point, Team Flash is just in full control, and all the mechanics that GAM wanted to implement was just controlled by discipline and timely reactions from Team Flash.
Yeah, okay, speaking of Flash, Zissou went for the big play there, and he's still trying to go for the Dragon's Rage. But under the turret with Dominus, the justice comes out. Finally, Coyote gets something positive for the team, but Ellie and Hin are on the way to dissuade them from actually going for at the turret. Even with MT and Beer there, they don't want to, just get Scally, who's already got Rod of Ages, and he has Warmog, so it's going to be a little bit of a tall order to try to kill this own goal.
Plus, the cat. This is just one of the unkillable champions that we do have right now, at least in the first few minutes of the game. Good thing for GAM, though, was that they are showing some signs of life after getting that kill over to Kuzi. They were able to translate it into a tower at the top lane. Remember, that still is Hallbreaker Garen. And now has a Black Cleaver. Actually, just a little bit of information as well for our viewers. The scaling of Garen here in Wild Rift really favors you to go AD rather than go armor. And I think that's one of the bigger difference that we do have from League of Legends PC. And that the execute here is through damage, not magic damage. So that also adds to the cost why Garen is never out of the meta.
Exactly. This guy is just never going to be bad. Alright, he does get a shield, and they're still trying to go for him, but Coyote gets away scot-free. Although that turret will be going down, he's still running for his life. And, well, he does live. Okay, this is looking like a bad situation for Ellie, although they don't commit to it. So, GAM now, they are down all of their outer turrets. And okay, now they are trying to dive the Garen. He goes for the big Q. Silence the hero's entrance coming in, as well as the rest of GAM. Coyote has just been really good at tanking aggro from Team Flash so far.
True. No flash? And Ellie has no flash. This is doable.
Unless Stanix is there to go for the big Coyote combo, and there it is, the combo itself. The health bars are draining. He does get the kill onto Zissou first, and Coyote goes down. Beer goes down as well. Empty maybe the next here, as he will be a 4-4-0 in the favor of Team Flash. T3 is there, but I don't think he's going to be doing much to contest this Baron.
Well, they got baited by their own information, right? T3.
Oh, he's selling it!
No smile.
No, he's not.
Like,
He
this is a
flashed
Baron
out.
later. That's true. I don't think he has what it takes to really prevent Team Flash on getting this Baron. But yeah, just to break that down out as well, GAM Esports, again, was baited by their timings. As we all know that GAM Esports times the flash of their opponents, and they knew that Ellie didn't have flash. What they did not consider was Dan X being invisible and super ready for that counter gank. And all in all, Team Flash getting the advantage and the purple worm ball, which means that GAM Esports most likely would have to think about the next game.
Yeah, GAM, this really does look like a go next angle, as you so eloquently put it yesterday, because Team Flash has just kind of ran them around. Zissou has not been able to get off a successful play, at all, ever. He has one assist, and that wasn't even him setting up the play. That was him just being a participant. So, Team Flash, they have everything going for them. That's the play. That is the play that Zissou kind of participated in. It was T3 that got the kill, though. So now, are they going to go for this? Ellie and Hin are just going to be getting away scot-free. Okay. Grand challenge issued, and it was answered. Coyote did not have it in him. Looks like this Demoshin wins out over the big boy one.
That's true. And again, Shy being Shy, showing some flashes why he chose the IG and Shy would definitely be someone to watch out for when it comes to solo kills, when it comes to highlight plays. And Tanex, just would like to commend this person, or commend this player. Man, oh man, he has been in full control, has the highest gold in this game. And basically, if we were to choose MVP, who's going to be the MVP, at least for this game, it's a clear away favorite for Tanex to really get that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's 5-0. He's been so instrumental in setting up the plays for Team Flash to actually get going, and it just seems like he's had so much more map pressure than Zissou, which is kind of weird to say, because Zissou has been known to, be pretty diligent when it comes to map pressure, but he is getting out jungled pretty hard. 5,000 gold ahead is this monkey over the blind man.
My man, Tanex just proving a point why he replaced Zissou here. Wait a minute.
Oh, he cycloned into the Zonias, into the continuing assault with the Yuumi and the Galio. So all of the health bars are melting, but nobody's dying as of the moment. Tanex actually in a lot of trouble here. He may be going down. Yes, it is a double kill for T3. He did get Shy and he did get Tanex. So now it is Ellie running away with him, but they are chasing him down. They're chasing him down with the flashes and all of the stuns. Everything that they can do to take this Galio down. The Soul Golem has been chiseled, as well as the Kitten has been killed by Curiosity. It's all down to Kuzi. And why does this remind me of the last series where they were just winning, they were losing until they won? Invate in the last game of the last series was losing the entire game until they just started winning, and that's exactly what's happening here with an insect play by Zissou. Finally, he set up a play, but there is a Zonius, and I don't think this Crocodile is tanky enough. Yeah, they do have to. He doesn't clear the minions, but he's getting harassed so much. The final auto attack, and yeah, Zissou. 5 seconds on Tanex. Can he do a hero play? Can he be the hero? No way! No way! On to lose 2 games in a row. 2 games in a row where the lead doesn't matter.
That's a very tilting game. If you are a fan of Team Flash, GAM Esports found that small window of opportunity to go for that punishment on the top quadrant, on the blue quadrant of their map, and immediately went for the Nexus. My god, if you go for the King, best aim for the
not
head.
Miss. Exactly. Ah, man, that was... Wow! I have no words. I have no words, because this is literally the second game in a row where the one team was winning really hard. They had all the map control. They were making the big plays, and they had a huge gold lead. And then suddenly, off of the back of one team fight, victory was snatched from the jaws of defeat.
And still, this is more of like a Team Flash game to lose than GAM Esports game to win, right? Let's call a spade a spade. Definitely not the best start for if you're a fan of Team Flash. This actually was where Team Flash was dominating one team fight after another. Zissou wasn't really having the best game. And you can see here, at least on the experience, GAM Esports still has what it takes to say, you know what, this is still winnable, it's still winnable. They would commit mistakes, they're still human beings, and there you go, it happened.
It happens. So the thing that you need to remember, ladies and gents, is that at the very highest levels of pro play, League of Legends and Wild Rift are about punishing opponents' mistakes rather than being proactive for on your own plays. So this was definitely a huge mistake done by Team Flash, because they wholly overcommitted without knowing like where the rest of the team was. Because Tanex thought, oh, there's 2 people, I can probably go for a Cyclone. I can probably just shred their health bars really quickly and have the Galio come in if I get in trouble. But suddenly the rest of GAM was there to respond, and they just dogpiled on Team Flash, and not everybody was there. Kuzi wasn't there initially, Shy wasn't there initially, and of course the hero's entrance took a while to proc. So it really was a huge mistake, and at that point in the game, one big mistake can cost you the game.
Welcome to Wild Rift, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, what a way to really end that game. They won. Even, I mean, looking at the stats, I believe they were still in a goal deficit. GAM was in a goal deficit at the end of it all, and there were some few mechanics as well that we have to discuss about Wild Rift. There's a golden tier 3 tower, which means that they the tower in the mid lane did actually have a lot more resistances, and also the Nexus was also golden. But it didn't matter. GAM Esports, with all their champions alive, 4-man strong with that push, was able to really turn this around. If this is any indication of what's going to happen in the next few, well, my God, we are in for a treat here, G10. T3 is the MVP. Who was the MVP that I did say earlier? Tanex, right? He was
Tanex,
supposed
yes.
to be the MVP. But the real MVP
Ideally.
is T3.
I am still kind of at a loss for words, my friend, because Autolus, this should not be happening. You know,
Nope.
like by all calculations, this is not something that should be happening regularly. But we got it 2 games in a row, so that makes me really excited for what is in store for this series. So let's take a little break, ladies and gents. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Autolus, and we will be right back with game number 2 of the Vietnamese qualifier.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count and the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at a gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Hero to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these 3 enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post team fight mode, and team fight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre and post team fight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In team fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count and the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at a gallons.
Oh, that's all right. So let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for that. We were kind of zoning out, just kind of thinking about that last game and how that was not supposed to happen. But you know what is supposed to happen is game number 2. My name is G10 coming in at you, and with me is once again Autolus, and this is still the Vietnamese regional qualifier. And Autolus, can you tell our audience why we were zoned out thinking about that last game?
Well, first of all, they were in the lead for majority of the game, and up until the last second of the game, I was talking about, of course, Team Flash. Team Flash was still in the lead. having to win with a goal deficit in your pockets will just boost your morale. And then right now, GAM Esports really does have the momentum in their hands. What a way to really punish Team Flash over aggression in the last few minutes of that game. And in game number 2, the question is, will Team Flash be able to, reset their mental? Because at that point, that's really a very big tilter.
Yeah, they're gonna have to, because I agree. Huge tilter right there. And how are they going to, reset and get back to the game? Because this is a best of 5. There's a lot of time to get back in the game for Team Flash. So, they just gotta focus on positives. I think they just have to go to. They just have to think that they're ahead for most of the game, and they can keep doing that because they already got the number of GAM. It's just that they were executed in the last few minutes of the actual game.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you just have to remember the positives. The support staff of Team Flash will always be the champion support staff that did allow Team Flash to be the best team from Southeast Asia in the year 2022. Again, the organization by itself is still very formidable. So I trust in their coaches, their support staff, to be able to mental reset this 5 set of guys. But the question really is, the mistakes that was done by Zissou on game number 1, the first few minutes, will that happen again? Will GAM allow that to happen again, right? So if we're looking into game number 2, if GAM would actually be a little bit controlled in the first few minutes and would not be throwing away early game leads, I feel GAM Esports might have what it takes to really go for that 2-0.
Yeah, most definitely. GAM Esports, if they wanna keep going at this, I think they want to, deny T3 his good champion. So definitely no Camille, no Fiora, and probably no
Aatrox.
Yeah, no Aatrox. Really, target banning T3 should be a priority here. Sorry, target banning Shy, but yeah, on the other side, TF, they do have massive respect for T3. My bad, I got the teams mixed up, but the idea is
Sure.
there. Gwen as well is gone, and Ellie, they saw how dangerous he could be on that Galio, so definitely no Galio for that. But this does open up a lot of very decent chances.
Jace.
Like, okay,
Jace.
Jace.
Are you ready for an Ash special coming from Team Clash?
Yes,
This is
because
an-
Ash came through. Ash came through somehow.
Yep. This is most likely going to be a Lucian pickup. Plus, I mean, if I'm Team Flash here, I'll go for Ash or Lucian, because if there's one champion that can really go toe to toe against the Chase, at least in the laning phase, that's Lucian for you. Lucian is still left open here, and Team Flash is also a team that really runs that particular composition, but they are electing to go for the Karma instead, which means that Gamma has access to Lucian/Ash. This is going to be very scary if you are Team Flash.
Yes, incredibly scary, but they didn't first pick it. So yes, GAM, they can pick Ash. No, they're gonna keep Kha'Zix. Is Ash not gonna even make it through the first pick phase? Are they prioritizing other lanes? Because definitely Hin wants to go for that Karma Gragas with Ellie, but Beer and Empty have so many options. Nautilus is also up. Riven. Okay, they want Riven. They want to keep T3 on Riven.
Yeah, to be fair, T3 was so good on that Riven champion. The only staple factor for GAM Esports during game number 1. Team Flash, though, does have the opportunity to answer that, and their response is to go for the Renekton. We saw Shy play the Fiora during game number 1, but he also has a very mean Renekton. I mean, all the very good Baron laners, the staple, or that one champion that will always be on top of the tier list of the very good Baron laners is the Renekton. So yeah, Team Flash, it does make sense for them to put Shy on this champion, at least for game 2.
Yeah, it does make quite a lot of sense, especially because, yeah, you said it, Riven does not really do too well into Renekton. Now, Senna being banned out, maybe a Varus ban as well, if that's what they're thinking, but definitely no Ash. No Ash? No Ash?
Senna is actually a good
come on,
response
man.
to Ash, just because if someone gets hit by Enchanted Crystal Arrow from afar, you can still support them by throwing the Dawning Shadow.
They let it go again.
Yeah, true. Now that that's out of the picture, this is really a very good opening for Team Flash to take that one for themselves. The only concern I do have is that I already went for the Karma, which basically shares the same lane as the Ash. And if you go for the Ash Karma lane, that's too squishy. And it leaves Gragas in a very awkward position. So it really depends as to how Team Flash wants to play this. But all the champions from Team Flash might indicate that this is not an Ash game for them.
Yeah, definitely. Like it's a great pickup for Vietnamese teams, sure, but it's not like a needed pickup. It's not something that if it doesn't fit in your composition, you still take. Definitely not. So playing it smart here. Let's see what Beer and MT go for, because there is still quite a few options. No Nautilus anymore.
I want Ash Braum. For some reason, I feel that Ash Braum, or maybe
The
even
Freljord
Braum.
lane, huh?
Yeah, or there you go. That's also a very good one. Here in Wild Rift, we actually have set as one of the better engagers just because your Proto Belt enchant upgrade onto your boots would allow you to go for some crazy quote-unquote insect plays with the showstopper.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's also one thing that I really love watching good supports on. And that's going to be the Lux, a kill lane, and also, of course, an AP damage source.
This just got really interesting on lose because we are also gonna have a Shyvana on Thanix. So Team Flash really looking to go scale this this Shyvana, so they're basically not even contesting. Whoa! Zed Kuzi's feeling himself right now. I like it. I respect it, but also because it's kind of a good pick into Jace if Coyote's not ready to tango with Ellie as soon as the ult comes up.
Yep. And another, again, if there is one item that you can basically attach to my name, Nautilus, it's Serpent's Fang. I mean, there's a lot of shields on both sides. You have Karma shields, and on the other side of the map, GAM has two champions that really abuses the shields mechanics. Three champions even. That's going to be the Riven, the Lux, and of course, the Haymaker set.
Yes, big haymakers. I love Set in in regular league. In Wild Rift, he's really good as well. And although, he's in the support role, it's a little weird to see him there, but it makes sense because this is not regular league. But fun fact, if you guys did not know, Set's Japanese voice actor is the same voice actor that voiced Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So I'm going to be saying a lot of JoJo references in this match. Yes, he's gonna go ora. He's gonna go muda, and then he's gonna go rodororata. As we, I am a huge JoJo fan. Just
I didn't know that. I didn't know that, and I haven't started my quest with JoJo. So maybe this year I will find time. But yeah, just to go for a little bit of a breakdown, I'm a huge Shyvana fan, but there is a reason why Shyvana is kind of not in the meta right now. There's a lot of answers to it. But we saw yesterday how Shyvana was used by another Vietnamese team, right? That was Cerberus Esports trying to dodge all team fights, going for the dragons, making sure that Draconic Bloodline would just go full ham when it comes to stacks. So yeah, if Team Flash could replicate what was done by Cerberus Esports yesterday on their Shyvana game, then I'm liking their chances. But truth be told, I'm liking the draft by GAM more.
Yeah, I agree. I very much agree that GAM has, on paper, a much more kind of cohesive game plan with their composition because. Thanix, you are definitely sacrificing a lot of early game presence by picking Shyvana, and then Kuzi, very skill-based champion. You really have to kind of be on point. You have to be you have to know that you're good, and you have to play good at the very top level. So it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to stack up against Coyote and the poke that Jace does have.
Yep, he's getting bullied. There's a reason why whenever Jace gets picked up, it's almost always going to be ADC or Marksman going against him. because he can
Yep.
really terrorize you with this combos. Remember, at level 2, he has access to 4 skills compared to what? 2 skills of yours. So, yeah, in case, almost always favor this Jace. But right now, GAM Esports is actually replicating what they did from game number 1, which is to go for some lane swaps. But this time around, Team Flash is a little bit ready and basically did their own lane swap shenanigan.
Yeah, I mean, T3 is getting pretty bully right here. They're not even focusing him. They're just like, all right, we're going to go for it.
3 plates. Wow.
3 plates already, 1 minute 30 into the game. T3 is, this may not be looking good for him coming into the mid game because that turret is going to fall soon if he doesn't get some help. And so MT is going to help him out.
True, and well, basically, if we compare the stats of the bot lane tower and top lane tower, definitely the bot lane tower is squishier a little bit.
Oh, that is a pretty good engage. Both got rooted, MT and T3, but the true damage will hit him. But since MT is not really itemized yet, it barely hurts. It's like, okay, just a little bit of a tickle.
Kuzi was just 5 HP or some sort. Coyote really is having a good time here. Bot lane though.
Yep, as this dive is going to... What? He did get the kill onto the ribbon. Okay, so unfortunately, GAM overcommitted there. T3 paid for it with his life. MT was not able to, to kick them back with his fists coming back together. So that is unlucky, rubber ducky.
That's sad. I think what happened there was Shy with the Kraken Slayer passive of his Keystone had the burst against T3, and T3 didn't really expect it. Of course, they still had the advantage because Karma is a ranged champion. And so that's a very good first blood over to Team Flash, similar to what happened in game number 1, but on top side, T3 getting bullied.
Yep, and T3 once again is not having a great time. Give it a kill over to the Zed. That could start the snowball here for Kuzi.
Very good rotations once again for Team Flash, and very unfortunate for T3. Back-to-back deaths for the Riven. He was our MVP during game number 1. He was so stable, but at least on game number 2, TF is doing a good job in targeting him.
Yeah, and they're going to try to dive Zissou as well. Yeah, Kuzi definitely has the fadeaway go. No,
one more death?
Not actually. Ooh. No, Ellie gets away from him at 2. No way. Oh, man. That is as unfortunate for GAM. But you know what? I don't not have faith in them because they did this last game. They were just chilling. They were losing until they actually won. So, you know what? Reserve judgment. Whoa. And we're going to keep going. Zissou, though. Oh, he almost Flash. Got... Yeah, respect Flash. 100% have to respect that.
True, and now he's at 3k. Don't think he has enough to... Yeah, that's just one good item. That's Dusk Blade. None of the Serpent's Fang. Actually, this one is a very... I would say a kill lane. You know, you have a set plus a lock, so one crowd control would be taught by another, and yeah, it's a potential combo that we haven't seen yet, at least in the first 4 minutes of it.
Yeah, oh, now Zed is starting to hurt. Kuzi with a Black Cleaver and a Longsword took pretty much a fifth of Zissou's life right there. So even just casually throwing these shurikens your way, you have to be very aware of Kuzi. Now Coyote, though, he has no vision. He does not know. He gets slowed. He has to flash out. Good respect coming through, but that does signal that MT can kind of support Beer over here in the mid lane. But look at that, the Drake is going to be taken by 10x,
which is the best that you could hope for if you are a Shyvana. Kuzi with a 1v1 against Coyote.
Oh, definitely not going to win that.
My God, that was an ignite. MT with a play though on top side.
Whoa, a pretty big play as the Dominus is still coming through. He does get a heal off, but Zissou, he's like, you know what, your eyes. Whoa, he got stunned up under the turret. Zissou almost actually ate it. No, MT actually ate that. Shy gets away, but just barely, just barely. Wow.
Oh, beast. The press of mind to hit that ruthless predator to stop Zizou on his tracks. And I'm not 100% sure if Zizou's targeting did mess up because of the tower being in front of him. It's a
Possibly.
possibility, right? But Team Flash getting away with numerous things against GAM again in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, this
Crazy.
Team Flash just they're I feel magicians here. They're getting away with things that they're not supposed to be getting away with versus GAM here, especially since GAM, as we all know, is such a skilled team as well. We've seen them yesterday just go toe to toe with Cerberus, who is technically the best in Vietnam right now. So they're no slouch either. It's just that Team Flash, they know exactly how and when to deal with with GAM Esports' attempts.
True, and just goes to show that they're not altered with what happened during game number 1. Coyote, another death in the making, and I think this is basically a killing spree Zed.
And another death in the making.
Ooh.
Woo! At least he got a kill.
Yeah, but this
At
time
least he
that's
got a kill on empty.
something positive for GAM Esports. That's their first kill of game number 2.
Yes, their very first kill, 1-5, and GAM is just kind of floundering right now. Team Flash is not afraid to keep going. They're not afraid to kind of swing around and say, "Hey, you know what? We are going to take everything that we want. We're going to dive you. We are going for the kills right here, right now." And that's just kind of scary because it shows that they were able to recover really, really quickly from that devastating loss in game 1.
Mm-hmm. True. A very good stabilizing momentum for Team Flash. This is what you want, right? Whenever facing or whenever you're trying to recover from a very telltale loss, winning the early game is so important. But the question is, how would they be able to utilize this lead that they got to really finally close this game number 2? Because if it will be a back-to-back come from behind win from GAM Esports, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I don't know either. Because it already happened earlier with Invate.
Right.
If it happens, it already happened again as well with GAM in the last game. That's why they have the 1-0. But if it happens again, what does that say about Team Flash? You know what they say: fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So if Team Flash gets a little bit too cocky, a little bit too big for it, just once again, then that they need to take a deeper look inside themselves, I think.
True. But right now, looking at the item, my favorite item of all, since it was added, a very situational one, Serpent Fang is now built on Kuzi. Built by Kuzi, which means that some of the shields that is being thrown out here by Beer, MT, is going to be mitigated. Also, one thing to note, MT is a little bit conservative when it comes to his set play. It's not too similar from the Korean sets that I have seen in the previous tournaments, in where they go all in with Engage with a Proto Belt that is a Stasis Enchant built by MT. So kind of expecting GAM to just wait for Team Flash to pounce and they go for the counter engage.
Yeah, I think what GAM can really do here is, not fully commit. They have to wait for Team Flash to over commit and then try to, capitalize on mistakes. But there it is. There is the commit from Thanex, and look at that. Kuzi is already incredibly low. That might be what they're looking for. But Zizou's already gone, and T3 is soon to follow. MT has to flash away, and that is another 2 kills for Team Flash as well as whoa from the back. What a flank from Shy. He found another kill onto MT. Beer is under his turret, but the Herald has been taken once again. Final Spark used to clear the wave just to keep him safe, but Coyote and Beer are the only survivors there.
Should I say it?
You can say it. You can say it.
Jitan, is this game unlosable? I think it should be, right? I mean, with all the dragons that is being stacked here by Team Flash, Infernal Dragon on the way, plus the 6k gold lead that you were able to garner in just 10 minutes, I think this should be a very easy finish for Team Flash. I did say it. I know no jinx, but yeah.
Caster
there you go.
Curse! Caster Curse, but Team Flash are getting another kill onto Zissou. He's just a
Oh.
squishy bug. They're stopping on the cockroach. But the Rorada coming from Empty. That will take Ellie down very low. Not low enough to get the kill as he goes golden, but finally he gets slain by the Jays. But Beer has fallen as well. So that is a 1 for 2. And they're going to get the Drake as well. Thanex, he's going to have to go into Dragon form just to secure that Dragon. You know, a little bit of... what is it? It's not cannibalism.
Flashy.
It's when you kill your own kind. I don't know what the word is for that.
I don't know. Maybe being a Filipino or something.
Oh, unfortunate.
But yeah, I mean, Tanex again with 2 dragons, that's 40 stacks of draconic bloodline. So just by the timings, again, with how Shyvana was reworked here in WildBear, I expect that at 12 minutes, he will have access to the third skill, upgraded third skill, which is the best skill for Shyvana, turning your damage from magic to true damage. So imagine his claws dealing true damage instead of magic damage over to the squishy members of GAM Esports here. I expect Beer to not really have the best of times.
Yeah, Beer is he is kind of stale right now. Like he lost all the carbonation at the moment. So this does really not look like a good game for GAM, but it's hard to say. I'm scared to say unlosable auto lose. I'm scared to say it. I know you said it, but I am terrified because when you predict things, especially you remember yesterday, you got 0%.
Yeah, well, when I was with you for some reason, my predictions aren't really on point. But Team Flash is well on their way in capitalizing with the gold lead that they got from just a couple of minutes ago, and now is trying to push down the bot lane here and is currently splitting the map. Look at Tanex trying to push the mid lane. Look at Kuzi trying to push the top lane. Now GAM Esports is forced to make a decision of where to commit. And right now Team Flash is just, you know, making some, I would say, mind games against GAM.
Yep, it is mind games that they're trying to go for because there's really not much else they can do in terms of games. It's just they are kind of pigeonholed already inside their own base. They can't even get into their own jungle without, you know, warding and really trying to find where Team Flash is hiding. Because look, because of the Ocean Drake, all the brush is overgrown, and it's so deadly to, you know, face check into a bush when there is the possibility of a 6-0 Z there, you know, Thanex being there, even Shy, he can just... One full Renekton combo, I think, will do 80 to 90% health on any member of GAM right now.
True. 3 items completed as well from their major characters. I would say the Team Flash could easily take this Baron. One of the underrated aspects from or of Shyvana is how fast he can shred dragons and barons. So yeah, that's always going to be a threat. Zissou, though, is being all in.
Yep, and Zissou is going to die. Not yet. He gets away scot-free almost with a sliver of health. But that was definitely just keeping the jungler away. He is not going to be able to contest this Baron at all. Thanex, he's already in Drake form, and Ellie is there. Ooh, that is an explosive cast to remember. Rodrora into the team as Ellie has to go golden. But there you go, another golden boy. So many golden boys over here as Thanex has to flash out. Ellie did die, but Zissou did as well. That's worth, I would say. Kuzi, though, oh, he got to the skies. But Shy. Shy's just, you know what, not going to risk it. We're not throwing. We're going to end this game right here, right now. And that is it for game number 2. Team Flash, they dominated. And this time, they didn't let the comeback happen.
Finally, right? The unlosable situation did come into fruition. Because right now, that's Shy basically fed up with what's happening and just said, you know what, let me just finish this. Let me just end this game. Let's go next. Let's go game 3. And that's a very convincing win from Team Flash once again, kind of reminiscent of what should have happened during game number 1. Remember, this is a best of 5, but now it's down to a best of 3. Game 3 will be a very pivotal one here, G10. So I'm so excited to see what both these teams would have in store for us as we look into the highlights of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been Team Flash actually just dominating all the time. It's just that when they get a little bit too cocky, when they make mistakes, that's when GAM is able to actually capitalize. But this time they were not looking to throw at all. There were a few questionable things that GAM did in the early game that kind of snowballed them out, especially when it came to feeding Kuzi. So I think they do have to work on that if they want to keep in this series, because Team Flash, I feel like they really studied their last match against GAM, and they were like, you know what, we know exactly what to do now. We're not going to fall for their old tricks. We are going to just play our game plan against them, because we know their tendencies and we know how to stop them. So that is exactly what they did.
Kudos, yeah, very big kudos to the support staff of Team Flash. And again, getting on teams making something that is considered out of the meta work. The Shyvana shouldn't work, right? With all the aggression that we have seen from numerous teams, they're still making it work, right? This hyperscaling carry jungler that they have is basically used as a different threat. One of the champions that can easily secure you objectives just because of the amount of damage that he has. I mean, look at 10x, 4,800 damage. He didn't really do anything, right?
Yep.
I mean, he just secured objectives.
He was a backup plan. He was a backup plan.
True, and basically pushing Dragon or a objective securing Dragon. That's about it.
Yeah, but that was Kuzi's game all throughout. He just popped off on Zed. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, my guy. Because, I mean, there was some doubt. I told you that. There was a little bit of doubt as to how Kuzi was going to perform, but he did show up, and he showed up big. So, good stuff. He does deserve that. And almost exactly 1,000 damage per minute here.
True. And facing against a fairly hard lane matchup against Coyote's Jace, you could easily say that Kuzi did actually control the weather and made sure that he will be very effective by the time that he was given the tools and situation.
All right, but yeah, now the Team Flash has brought it back to 1-1. We will be going for a short break before game number 3, ladies and gents, because after that game, one of these teams will be at match point. I'm Stephen coming at you with me as Audaluz. We'll be right back for game number 3 of the Vietnamese qualifiers.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these 3 enriched panels: Farming Mode, Pre- and Post-Teamfight Mode, and Teamfight Mode. In Farming Mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre- and post-teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In teamfight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' teamfight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Hero to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post teamfight mode.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 of the Vietnamese regional qualifiers. It is G10 coming at you. With me is Autolose, and we just saw Team Flash absolutely decimate their competitors, GAM Esports. This is now the 3rd game of the series. It's 1-1 right now, but after this, somebody will be at match point.
True. Now down to a best of 3 between these two teams that has a lot of history between them. Of course, if you are GAM Esports, you want to really prove that the decision of them letting you go, talking about the 3 players, former players of Team Flash, was not the right one. And if you're Team Flash, of course, the pride is there, right? Your organization was heralded as the best team in Southeast Asia, was able to beat RRQ, and also was able to beat the Taiwanese teams back in previous tournaments, in the last few Southeast Asian tournaments, and that's the pride for you, right? They want to join Cerberus Esports to represent Vietnam in the upcoming Wild Rift League Asia group stages.
Yeah, and it is very, very possible now for Team Flash to just run away with this, honestly, because the way that they've been playing against GAM, it seems like they have sussed out every single one of GAM's weaknesses. They know exactly the timing that GAM likes to, come up in the jungle. They know how GAM likes to play macro, and I think it really is up to GAM Esports to kind of figure out what they're doing wrong, because even in the game that they won, Team Flash had their number for most of the game. It was just a big mistake towards the latter half of the game, as well as Fed Jacks, that led GAM to victory.
True. I mean, if you are to ask me, who's going, at least in the last 5 games that we've seen these two teams battle each other, it does appear that Team Flash is the better team. Better preparation, better execution, but when it comes to late game shot call, similar to how 300 does it, making GAM as the first starting letter of the magic that they possess come late game is just too much for Team Flash to handle. But we'll see. Again, GAM Esports and Team Flash, the rivalry continues as we look into the first few bans. Nothing out of ordinary. Still heavy focus on the side laners. We're seeing the Camille, we're seeing the Aatrox. Probably the Fiora is also going to be banned here against Shy, or maybe the Renekton, because his Renekton was also a very stable one.
Yeah, I mean, so much respect being given over here to Shy, just because, well, we've talked about it. He's incredibly talented, very, very skilled as a Baron laner. So how GAM likes to ban for him while he doesn't even like to pick first is kind of a mind game on Team Flash, because he does want to kind of suss out which champion GAM wants to put T3 on before he tries to go for a counter pick, because he definitely can outplay T3. He's been doing it pretty much this entire series. Oh, Senna is up. But you know what else is up? Ash is up as well. For
True.
Vietnamese
So double global for Team Flash. I'm not 100% sure if they're going with that, possibly as an Ash support. It is very much possible, but it's kind of similar to with what happened during the number 1 draft, in where we saw a heavy priority on the Galio for Team Flash. Meanwhile, GAM is going for the Senna Gragas once again. Was it Senna Gragas earlier? Yeah, it was also
Yeah,
Senna
it
Gragas.
was.
So pretty similar to how game 1 draft went, because this is also the tandem or the package of Galio plus Yumi going for that hero's entrance to really supplement the side lane playstyle that was made possible by Shy and company. Could be a Fiora pickup here for Team Flash. No, they're going for the Riven, taking it away from T3.
Yeah, pretty smart pick there, taking Riven away from that man, because T3, his Riven is pretty monstrous. Even when he's losing, it's still very hard to catch, especially now with Hin going to be on that Yumi. This could be pretty deadly. Okay, so the Renekton though. Renekton, of course, if you pick a Riven, you're going to want to the enemy team's going to want to counter pick. So the Renekton coming up is to be expected. However, if Shy does have the assistance of, well, this fearsome combo once they get their ultimates of Yumi and Galio, it doesn't even matter. He can be losing a skirmish, and then suddenly it goes from 1v1 to a 3 versus 1.
Yeah,
just
the extended
because the hero's entrance is too good.
True, and also the extended T fight will almost always favor the ones with the Yumi, right? Just because of the heals that is being provided, the bops, the shields, and all that, plus the auto attacks. One of the underrated aspect of of Yumi as a champion is the amount of auto attacks that he can mix, or she can mix into any encounter, any skirmish. Now, it's again kind of similar of what we saw from earlier. Team Flash banning away some of the champions of Coyote, but this time Zed is open. Coyote Zed is also very deadly. If that's going to be let go of, then I expect Kuzi to snatch it away from him as again. We'll see. Oh,
Yeah. Oh, Yone. Very interesting. Okay, so now Yone on Zissou. This does mean that Team Flash has to pick a jungler that can compete with Yone in terms of the mobility and the pressure that he can give throughout the entire game once his ult comes up. So that will be the last pick here, and it is going to be a Wukong. You know what? This could still be Shy Wukong into Renekton, but no, it's gonna be Tanix's Wukong, because he did really well with that.
Yeah, controlled. He was able to control Zissou during game number 1, and I believe Coyote is going back to the Zed. This is a better matchup overall. At least in Wild Rift, we see Garen as a hard counter to Zed, just because of the silence mechanics, just because he's at least tanky enough to prevent that level 5 all-in from the death mark. And also, of course, you have the execute. It's a very easy to pull off champion. Coyote won with GAM, or won with Garen during game number 1 with this champion. So yeah, it does appear like we will have a second rodeo. The only change for GAM is that their jungler is no longer the Lee Sin, but rather, of course, the Yone.
Yeah. So another thing to think about is that while GAM did win with Garen in the first game, it wasn't because of the Garen, right? It was. It really was more because of the Jax and the way that he took over the game once the mistakes from Team Flash had been made, and that's why T3 was the MVP there. So now that I honestly think that I don't agree with the Garen if if he was going against anybody else, but against a Zed, you do need that survivability. You do need to be able to kind of fight back when he tries to ult you, or if he even tries to ult you with the Q to silence, and then with just the natural tankiness that Garen has, and it's gonna go Hull Breaker as well. He can just split push as well and ignore the threat of his opposing later.
True. Still, again, it's almost an automatic, especially here in the Philippines. Whenever a Z is left open, you can actually just play Garen
He
into
got
it.
plays it.
And just so, I would say brain dead of a champion, because all you have to do is to just, press your skill 1 whenever he goes all in. And that just disrupts all the combo potential of AZ. But come late game, though, with the amount of cooldown that would be available to this Zed, of course, it will be a different breed of a ninja. Right now, though, GAM Esports is finally, we're having a mirrored laning phase. So T3 and Beer be on the top side, meanwhile Him and Chai will also be on the top side. So yeah, nothing out of ordinary here, G10. And I believe we will have a fairly quiet early.
We can always hope, but that's not always what happens here, because these two teams are sometimes unpredictable auto lose. So it really depends on how risky they want to be in the early to mid game, and how much they value early kills and early map control. Because earlier we saw that Team Flash, they bullied the Riven of GAM just to get plates early on in the second game, and that really started the snowball for the Renekton for them. So not the same thing happening here for GAM, because it is, as you said, a mirrored laning phase, but still it all comes down to how these teams execute their early to mid game plans here.
Just as long as there are no unnecessary invades from Zizou will happen, at least in this game number 1, I expect it to be a little bit more quieter compared to game number 1 and game number 2. And that's not a bad thing, right? I mean, you normally here in Wilder, if you wait for your first back or your first item, before you really go very confident in going for a 3v3 skirmish, one thing to note, by the time that we get to our first back, 2 minutes and 30, there could be an easy rotation here. Coyote could be sent onto the side lane, but it does appear that Team Flash is deciding against that and would still be sending their dual lane top lane.
Yep. And they are keeping their supports in the bot lane to farm for themselves. A very interesting choice, to be sure, but something that is kind of understandable, if I'm being honest, because not only does Gragas and they get pretty well, PanX is here, so the monkey is going to be coming up. There is a Cyclone available, but no, Empty does not want to commit to it.
True, and Zizou was actually in the area, but was in the process of recalling, so yeah, I don't think he was in the position to really back up Empty. He doesn't have mana, so there is absolutely no reason for him to try to challenge this tower, try to defend this tower. But we'll see. They're sending Coyote over to the bot lane. These are tower plays that are being farmed by Team Flash.
Yep. Yeah, Team Flash, they really love getting those tower plates because it's kind of risk-free, It's kind of a risk-free way to get yourself ahead, get yourself some gold. But speaking of risk-free, this is pretty risky. As, there is Zizou coming in. No, they're just going to go for turret plates now. They're going to put a lot of pressure onto this Baron lane. They're going to draw Kuzi over, but there's 4 members versus 3, and Galio is nowhere to be seen. But still, it's a huge engage coming in from the Riven and the Yuumi. Big stun, but that just drove them away. No big kills coming in.
Similar to what happened bot lane for Team Flash, they're content in just getting some tower plates. But at one point, I was actually scared for Team Flash because that, I believe, was a very good opening for Fate Sealed. Zizou decided not to pull the trigger. I do believe T3, had it been, a full commit of a Fate Sealed plus a Flash Ruthless Predator that is currently stacked with Rage, should have been an easy kill but GAM Esports didn't have any information as to where TanX is. And TanX Wukong could easily be one of the best champions to counter engage you under the tower.
Very, very true. 100%. Because when you're knocked up, what are you gonna do? You don't really want to be in that situation, especially if you're the one who's tanking tower, even if you are the support. So, all that being said, still 0 kills, almost 5 minutes in. A little bit more cautious, a little bit more standard, a little bit less risky for all parties involved here, because they know that after this, whoever wins this gets the onus in the next game. They can play as risky as they want for the next one.
It's a very pivotal game, and now there's a handshake. TanX starting the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, GAM Esports going for the Mountain Dragon. One of the things that we have to consider whenever a Mountain Dragon respawns is that it's the healthiest dragon in the game. So there is a possibility for the other team to still play catch up. And there you go.
Yep, but no catch here. Zisu's gonna get taken very low, but he should be no smite, but he still got it. Good Drake take, but Zisu does have to back here. A little bit questionable on the timing there, but it should still be fine. Ellie, though, incredible risk coming into the jungle of GAM, and yeah, he's gonna have to flash out. He gets explosive cast back in, and this should be the first blood because he has no flash. Zisu's gonna be the one who gets it, but in exchange there is a turret, and now the rundown is going to start to happen. The Cyclone though prevents that, and TanX gets away scot-free.
Yeah, very quick recap. GAM Esports was able to get the first blood off of a solo kill by T3 on the top lane. There was a return kill though. I believe that was a dive that did happen, but overall the tempo advantage for Team Flash. If you are awarded of a mid lane tower 6 minutes into the game, you have to be all smiles, my friend. I mean, this is the most important tower, at least in the first few minutes of the game. And I believe it was made possible because it was a Mountain Dragon. Had it been a different dragon, GAM Esports would be in time to defend their tower in the mid lane because it was the Mountain Dragon and had a little bit more of HP, and they were late to the party.
Yeah, they were a little bit later than they would have liked. So that still does result, all in all, it's a net positive for GAM. They did get 2 kills eventually. They did get that 1 Mountain Drake, so they could start snowballing, although the gold lead is not too big. Coyote's gonna get ulted here. Zed's trying to do his best, but the pop is not gonna actually do anything. This is what I was saying. Hull Breaker Garrett, how are you actually going to assassinate that? All he's gonna do is just spin to win away.
True, and basically have his passive ready to regen him back to full health, right? Imagine, wait, there's an engage.
Oh, yeah, pretty huge engage as T3 is. We gotta get dope on the turret, but he may still win this. He does. He turns it all the way around. He gets the kill onto the rim. That's why you shouldn't dive on Nectin. And Zisu, he's there to clean it up. TanX goes down, and suddenly GAM find themselves in the lead.
And this is the reason why it's so annoying to play against the Senna. It's similar to how Galio does it, right? Just the fact that he has a global shield to be able to help your side laner. That's what happened there. T3's HP. Oh, wait a minute.
Ooh, Coyote. What are you doing? You're feeding. He actually just gave that kill away, because while it may have seemed like a free kill, Yuumi just has to be kind of close. Yuumi just has to be a little bit close to one of the allies, and then that's it for her. That's all she wrote.
Yeah. I think he has to apologize for that one, right?
Yeah, that's a sorry Akin moment.
It's definitely not something that GAM Esports needed. Quite a bit of a momentum breaker, but a good thing for them, for GAM Esports, was that it didn't really translate onto anything. That's just 1 kill. No objectives was available for the taking for Team Flash. And still, yeah, GAM Esports, again, off of the back of that very good last skill coming from the Senna was already, a very good indication of how this game would go. Right now, T3 is just having a party against Shy right now. Look at the goalie. That's 1,300 disparity in the Baron lane. And if you are the Renekton against this Riven, it will be a very easy time for you.
Yeah, their T3 has been kind of going wild. He already has 2
Good deal.
full items. Zissou, he does get the buff, and well, Kuzi is a little bit too scared. He is 0-0-0, not the score you want to be on Zed at this moment, but still, at least you're not, giving away kills. It's not the greatest, but you can still, build up and come back from that.
And that trade-off of a red buff for a Rift Herald should favor Team Flash. They were first to the position that they wanted, and GAM Esports didn't want to really risk whatever lead they got. They'll be happy and content with just scaling with the Dragons. Their scaling is actually on the good side of things. I mean, they have the Senna infinite scaling. Garen will be tanky as
I'll get at, yeah.
Exactly, with all the items that he will be able to get. And of course, UNI is also a very good scaling champion as well.
Yep, but now they are going to be going after the Galio, and GAM has not looked this strong at this point in the game, except for this match. Look at that, they're already starting the Drake already. And I don't think that there's anything Team Flash can do unless Sanex. Oh, he's got a body slam. He's got an engaged on. That was a pretty decent explosive cast, and he is still trying to make his way onto the Dragon, but that is pretty huge engage. Hey, yeah, that is. Fear is dead somehow, and GAM, they are getting re-engaged on. They are getting shredded, and Zed may be coming up big here. That's just one more auto attack. He hesitated there. Could have gotten the kill onto T3, but he still can't make this work. MT though goes for the body slam flash. Zissou just barely misses his combo. The micro from Kuzi is absolutely insane. He's dealing damage still. The shurikens are shredding them. One more shuriken is all you need here, but the Drake, oh my god,
he was
still get the Drake, they secure it, but yeah, he was silenced. This is going to be another kill for Kuzi. This could be how Team Flash get back into the game. 2 more kills for the Zed. Zissou and Coyote go down.
Kuzi, crazy Kuzi! What a set of plays coming from the mid laner of Team Flash, but the end of it, although GAM Esports still had a net positive, they were able to get 2 dragons, and also was able to get a tower in the mid lane, because C3 did focus in taking down the tower in the mid lane. But you could see Kuzi's impact here. Basically, what's happening right now is Hin is playing tag team with Kuzi, and the very first target was Beer. Beer is a very lonely Senna. We all know this is one of the squishiest champion in the game, and doesn't really have the mobility to to survive any potential attempt from an assassin. And that's actually an A-OK moment from Team Flash. But GAM Esports had the necessary gold advantage to turn things around, and GAM Esports now is in a good position to basically snowball this game out of control.
Yeah, I misspoke. It wasn't even Kuzi that got the kills. Well, he got 1 kill, but him, the Yumi,
that's okay,
got 3 kills. That's completely fine. Yeah, I just thought that the kills would be getting up to the assassin, but I do agree with Yumi. It's better to put that gold onto Yumi because she can be much more useful no matter who she attaches herself to, just because that extra safety that you give yourself is kind of underrated with Yumi.
And plus, this is what we call, the cat missile launcher, right? I mean, just go full AP. Now has the Luden's Echo. Will most likely go for Rabadon's next. Or some other full AP items. I don't think he will go for any support item. And later, by the time that we get to the stats, we're going to look into the damage graph.
Of course, but before we get into the damage graph, let's see all of the damage that's happening. Empty is already incredibly low. There's the ults coming out. The hero's Edris going to knock up 2 people, and that is GAM's health bars getting shredded. Slowly but surely, Empty is going to go down to Shy, and everybody else is running for their lives, but they can't run fast enough as the rampage for the kitten. There it is. They are going to take Beer down as well. Coyote, Beer, and Empty have gone down. But T3 looking to re-engage. No way, Jose, because Shy is here as well, and Yumi's there to provide the zoomies for the Riven. They're going to try to dive, but it's not going to be pretty good idea because Zisu's there as well. But that's 3 kills for nothing for TF, and suddenly they are ahead in terms of kills.
Is this a Baron angle? I believe that they
This
do
could
have
be.
the necessary damage to just burst down this Baron. And what a swing from Team Flash. Tables have been turned here. Zissou still in the area though.
Yeah, Zissou definitely can go for a steal here. He doesn't have ulti yet, and Ellie is going to, well, be the target here. And so they're actually scrimming in the back. Yeah, that they actually got Ellie, and while Coyote just died off the side of there. There was a fight on 2 fronts, 1 for 1, and it can still go either way on a lose. GAM still are pretty strong. They have a gold lead, except Team Flash is catching them off guard with these team fights.
True, and guess what? Rabadon's already completed on this cat. Oh my god, I mean, imagine if you are Beer and one prowling projectile could spell half of your health with this itemizations coming from Hin, and not to mention all the sustain that is just being buffed up by all the AP scaling. Does look like that, you know, GAM, or it does appear on the gold graph that GAM still has the lead, but momentum-wise, tempo-wise, I feel that Team Flash is now closely saying to GAM that, hey, you know what, you have to be scared because now is the time for this cat to be unlocked.
Yeah, you have to be scared because we are scary. That's what they're saying. Because not only is the cat unlocked, I mean, the Zed has quite a few items under his belt as well. He's got some armor pierce, and he's got speed up in the Youmuu's Ghost Blade. So if Huzi has an angle that he can get into from the side, and then, you know, try to do as much damage as he can, maybe get Hero's entrance from Ellie, along with a Yuumi, that would be a very difficult situation for GAM to, you know, to come back from. But 10 seconds for the Dragon. This is going to be the next fight, and there it is, the ultimate. That death mark definitely hit. Oh, but Empty was able to get away from it. Just barely, just barely. Ocean Drake is here, is now Zissou. That may have been a big mistake there as he gets Cyclone, and the Hero's entrance will knock off the Garen, but the Monkey is still the focus. They don't want the jungler here to contest, and they will take Zissou out. Tan X, he has done a fantastic job of just controlling this game, and he is still doing it. He's going to keep going on to Empty. Kuzi as well. He has his ult up again already, but no Zonias this time. Empty, he will get taken down low, but that is a very tanky man, a very thick boy with 5 Cs, and that is still a 2-4-0 into a Baron.
I feel for GAM Esports, they did everything right. But now, like, Team Flash just has all the scaling components to them. Look at Cozy, just all smiles with the Yuumi. There you go, another engage.
Yep. And a pretty big engage too. He goes for, once again, the death mark onto Empty. He really likes going for this Gragas, but Empty never actually gets killed by it. It's fine though, because T3, his health bar melts pretty quickly. Ellie now has to get away. And Team Flash, they didn't go for the Baron, they just went for the fight. I feel like they just want to keep fighting and keep GAM having awkward back timing so that they can start controlling how the lanes actually push into the base of GAM.
And plus the third dragon is actually alive. If GAM Esports gets their hands onto this third dragon, chances are they would actually win. The 3 dragon components just boosts your winning percentage by a whole lot. Now Empty is in the area and half health on this Ocean Dragon.
Yep, and speaking of half health on Empty. Finally, the death mark procs, and Kuzi gets a kill onto the Grey Goose. But now Coyote is in the sights. He is so incredibly low, but still Thaddix focusing the Ocean Drake. He will get at least 1 for his troubles. But Team Flash slowly but surely equalizing this game. We are pretty much equal in terms of gold. Except that GAM, they are pretty much pigeonholed into their own base, into their own jungle, because it's so difficult to get out with Thaddix and Kuzi and Shy just being everywhere and, you know, preventing you from actually doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, this is so frustrating to play against. Yesterday we saw a Zoe that was so incredibly annoying, but this time it's the cat.
Yeah, What is up with that? Because this is a huge cat that's coming out, and well, Coyote, he's trying his best, but this Coyote is no match for a kitty. The killing streak coming in for the monkey, however. Mir and Zissou have already gone down, and they just dogpile on the crocodile. Just a monkey and a cat versus a crocodile. You'd think that the crocodile would win that one. However, their Team Flash, they just are able to team fight so much better at the moment than GAM.
A lot of sustain, a lot of tankiness on all their members. The shields, the heals, the armors, even has the frozen art for Tan X to negate some of the attack speed that some of the members of GAM possesses. And now this is the Baron buff secured for Team Flash. Shy could split the map. This could be just an easy 1-3-1, send Tan X on the other side, or maybe even Kuzi. And this should be a little bit on the methodical side, right? GAM Esports, if they were having problems earlier in controlling team fights against this Kitty Cat, imagine what's going to happen now that they are buffed with the Baron.
Yeah, it is not going to be great for GAM if they don't find a good team fight here. Look at Coyote, he's trying to get deep into Van X, but that does mean that this team fight was kind of submitted, but Empty just kind of disappeared. So did Coyote as soon as all of the Kuzi got in there, and now he's gonna go for an ult once again onto Beer, and he gets that double kill onto the Senna. Unfortunately, Zissou may not be able to do much here. He has to go golden. He doesn't even survive all too long. That is a triple kill, a quad kill. No, that is just a triple kill for the Zed, and that should be the end of the game. Team Flash once again taking control of the game, but this time they flipped the script. GAM was ahead at first, and then Team Flash started coming back, and now they're the ones at match point.
Plus showing some asserting their dominance and showing some of their freshly minted emotes to their rivals in GAM Esports. Remember, GAM Esports was able to knock this team down to the lower bracket, but Team Flash is saying, you know what, that was just a fluke, and we are just one game away from getting that elusive spot, or last spot for the WRL-A Asia group stages. What a way to win game number 3, a very pivotal one, as we did say, as we look into the highlights of the game.
Yeah, I mean, one more game until they secure their spot. Just one more step for Team Flash, because I really feel like they were able to study how their opponents like to play, how GAM likes to play, especially after their loss on day 1, and especially after GAM lost against Cerberus in day number 2. So now Team Flash, they did the homework and they are reaping the rewards. So, and also just how aggressive and how committed they are to their team fights. When there is an engage, everybody engages. I gotta commend Team Flash for that.
True, and we did say that, you know, Garen is a soft counter to a Zed, hard counter, just because of the amount of, you know, crowd control and disruption that you can actually do to the Zed. Plus, you are very tanky. It's going to be a different story if you have a very fed Yumi attached to you, right?
Incredibly different.
There's just no way that you can actually out damage a Zed that has a cat attached to it. And Zissou, at the first few minutes of the game, had all the necessary items to really be influential. But again, the problem still persists, right? As they say, if the symptoms persist, consult your doctor. But I don't know where does GAM need. I mean, the GAM really needs their doctor right now, because there's no more other chance, or there's no more second chance for them. They are in the midst. They are in the precipice of being eliminated and being put into the last chance qualifier.
Absolutely. Well, while I do think that GAM, if they're not able to get out of here, if they're not able to actually qualify, if they're not able to turn it around, I do think that in the last chance qualifier, they'll have a much better chance of actually making it to that top 1 spot, just because, you know, Vietnam as a region is far and away one of the best regions in Southeast Asia. There is absolutely no question that they'll be one of the favorites to get out of the LCQ, but I mean, Team Flash, how did Kuzi do 41,000 damage? Excuse me, that's more than 2,000 damage a minute.
But the real story here is Hin. getting more damage
25K.
dealt compared to Shai's Riven, compared to Thanek's Wukong, and more importantly, more than Zisu's damage. Actually, just a couple of hundreds behind T3, and that's not counting the amount of heals and shields that he was able to provide to his team. And to me, GAM really needs to solve this problem. Yesterday, we saw the 300 going for a hyper-scaling AP champion in Zelilia and trying to control, a composition that revolves around the cat. The MVP still is Kuzi. I would give it, half and half. I would say half MVP to Kuzi, half MVP to In. Yeah. But there you go. I mean, it's just one game away. Are we ready to crown them as the second Vietnamese team to move over to WRL-A? My question goes to you, Jitan. Are you willing to cast a curse step?
You know what? I don't want to give him a curse because I believe that GAM can still turn this around. And by saying that, I'm caster cursing GAM. But it's Vegeta coming at you. With me as Autolus, and we'll see who has the more powerful curse when we get back for game number 4 in the Vietnamese qualifier.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these 3 enriched panels: Farming Mode, Pre- and Post-Teamfight Mode, and Teamfight Mode. In Farming Mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre- and post-teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In team fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we'll reshape the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is potentially the last game of the Vietnamese regional qualifiers. My name is G10, coming at you with me as always, and we just saw Team Flash once again dismantle the defenses of GAM Esports. It seems like they've gotten GAMs from game number 1. Will this be the last game? Autoluz, what do you think?
Let's do it. Let's curse whoever we want to curse. But yeah, I mean, all things considered, from game number 1 to game number 3, execution preparation has been on the side of Team Flash. It just does feel like, you know, the Team Flash is the better team. That Vietnam would be more than happy to send Team Flash over GAM Esports, because again, when we're talking about WRL Asia group stages, that's where the real battle begins, right? This is just some sort of a teaser for our viewers that of what's to come in the next few months. Now, on the other side of things, right? Whoever loses this matchup, though, moving forward, I just would like to add on to your ending thoughts from game number 3. Is that yes, you're right. Whoever loses this matchup will be a scary contender for the LCQ that is going to happen in the next few weeks. So it's not the end of the road for whoever loses this. But of course, if you want to save yourself the hassle, you want to win this matchup.
100%. You don't want to have to fight tooth and nail against, you know, the likes of who else is in there? Fennel, Adversity, Blacklist, G2 Blacklist, at least for the Philippine teams, and you know, the rest of the Vietnamese rest. There's only one more Vietnamese team and the under in the LCQ.
Consider as a favorite.
Yeah. No, it's just GE. It's just GE that's there. That is
I believe
the LCQ.
There are some of the teams from Phase 1 that would also be part of the LCQ tournament. So, some of the notable Phase 1 teams now as esports, at least from the Philippines, and some of the teams from Southeast Asia and also Vietnam would be more than happy to be part of that.
Fun fact, Mirmo. I actually used to manage Mirmo because he used to be my ADC back in 2017, 2018.
Really?
When I was
for
managing
what team?
Emperor Esports and Sanzulu Esports. So glad to see that Neil is still, you know,
grinding it out
professionally. He's grinding it out. I hope for his success, but it's gonna be very scary because he's gonna go up against one of these teams, whoever loses here. So let's get into the picks and bans, ladies and gents. Finally, Gab put some respect on the name of Yumi, taking her away from Hin, because that was just annoying to deal with. My God, can you imagine 2 games straight of Yumi ruining your game plan?
True, and also I'm not a big fan of that cat. I mean, that's my profile background in League of Legends PC just because of how cute it is. But in terms of gameplay, I'm not really a huge fan of it. I'm sorry to all Yumi fans out there. No hit, no cap. Now, GAM Esports is going for Karma here to as an answer to the Jays. We saw earlier the Team Flash. I believe it was GAM that really did play this Jace, right? And it was immediately answered by the Zed of Kuzi. Now, will it be a Zed pickup once again for Kuzi? Because it's still possible for them to play Jace in the jungle. Yeah,
it is 100% still an option. Weird flex, but okay. Pick for the jungle if you do feel like you need to go away. I personally think that Kui will be taking the chase to the mid lane because Shy on that Riven is just a monster to deal with. Ellie with the Gragas though has been, you know, one of the key components of Team Flash. Well, yeah, of the Team Flash's win, I think in game number 2 that was, and getting it away from Empty just is, I think, a really good idea, because you saw how many times Empty just escaped the jaws of death on Gragas in the last game. But yes,
Sure.
GAM also banning out Zoe. That's a really good ban right there.
Exactly. And also, I think this will be the first time I will be seeing MT on the Galio, which was which was prioritized by Team Flash over and over again in the past few games that we have. Bigger responsibility for them, and I think the main reason why they are willing to let go of this Galio is because their package deal of Galio plus UNI is already out of the picture. GAM Esports though has, well, looking at the lineup of GAM Esports, they don't have any opening for them to get the Senna. We saw Senna's effectivity at least in the first few parts of the game earlier, but didn't really net them the win that they wanted. However, for Team Flash, it's still a Senna Gragas lineup waiting to happen or opening.
Yeah, Senna Gragas definitely something that has to be considered. Just because you left the setting open, but
Lucian finally.
Oh, Lucian. Yeah, okay, I like it. Coyote on the Lucian. I'm kind of digging this. I'm very much digging this. But Senna on the other side though will be a very tough contender, because then you have to make team fights finish really quickly. Otherwise, TF will be able to sustain to infinity and beyond.
That's true. And now this is the answer to the Galio, right? You have a global presence without Heroes entrance. We do have our own version of that with a Dawning Shadow. And now they went for a champion that they were able to win earlier, right? That's Stanex again back onto the Shyvana duty. This is going to be a Lucian as a response to the Jace. So it will be a Lucian versus Jace in the mid lane. You're right on that one. Is that Echo from Arcane?
Echo from Arcane and Jace from Arcane. Oh my god. But Echo, I did not expect to see Echo here.
This is the gauntlet pick, right? Like this is basically, we're going to bet everything on this
all or
Echo
nothing
pickup. And yeah.
All right, I am excited. Then I am excited.
I am too.
Echo,
I mean, you can see my face, right?
such a skill-intensive champion. You really need to know your timings. You need to know where and when you can go in, and it's going to be Zissou playing the Echo. Jungle Echo is something that I have loved ever since Echo came out in regular League of Legends. It's so it catches people off guard. Because you throw the ball and then you come out of the bush, and then you use your E, you get into them, and then you smack him with your bat, and then you stun him, and then that leads to a very easy kill for your laner if they're paying attention. So I am very excited to see how Zissou capitalizes on the strengths of this pick, because there are clear strengths and weaknesses of Echo Jungle.
Oh, and one of the bigger highlights that Wild Rift Esports has was on this champion, Echo Jungle NV Long, or Nova Long, so you can Google it out. It was one of the craziest quadra kills during the Icons Global, the last world stage that we were able to witness just a couple of months ago. So yeah, I mean, if Zissou would be able to replicate the same impact of that Echo, then yeah, things are looking up. If you're for GAM Esports.
Yeah, I am on the edge of my seat now, because GAM, if they win this, they have one more game to go. However, if they lose it, that's it. Team Flash is gonna be going to the regular season. However, if they manage to pull this off with a Jungle Echo, they may draw a respect ban from Team Flash for Game 5.
Oh, we'll see. I'm just excited to see how this will turn out for them. Electrocute as the Keystone Master choice, which means all about that burst. Also, Kraken Slayer also presents some burst as well. Nothing out of ordinary when it comes to the laning phase. They'll be leaving their supports to farm and get their earlier access to Rod of Ages, to the scaling item in the bot lane. Meanwhile, the supposed duo will be on the top lane as E3 and Shy Renekton versus Riven with some extra flavor on it because the range supports are there to provide support.
Yeah, man, I wonder how Zissou plans to go about this, because this Echo pick is not. I think this is the first time we've seen it in the open qualifiers, and it's very flashy. I want to see that. I want to see those plays happening. But if Team Flash are, if they keep going according to plan, if they, you know, just keep their read on GAM Esports correct, then Zissou could be relatively useless if he doesn't get going early.
Of course. This is the more fist of or famine champion ever if I've ever seen one, right? We have the assassins, but this time it's an assassin, but more to that, it's an AP assassin, and we all know it's a lot harder to farm those AP.
A little bit of poking. Shy now a little bit too low to consider a dive maybe, but now they're just gonna swap their Krugs out. Thanix takes the top ones, and it's going to be Zissou taking the bottomless. But he's also going to be finding an engagement with Ellie. Just a little bit of a scrim, just a little bit of a light touch to get to let him know that Zissou is right there.
True. Very quiet start once again, similar to game number 3, where we saw 0 kills by the time that we reached the 5-minute mark. Expect the same thing to happen here, especially if you are a Shyvana user, where your ganking potential pre-level 5 is basically 0. Again, when we are discussing, or whenever a Shyvana is picked, it's basically picked for the jungle clear speed advantage that you have. And by the time that you go level 5, at least you will have access to the to the Dragon's Descent. That could be the biggest wildcard for any potential skirmish.
Yeah, that could be that could be the turning point, actually, depending on where Zissou, depending on where Thanix wants to use it. So it has to be used correctly. With a gank, it is a lot more certain if you get a CC ability on it first, and then you go for the Dragon's Descent. However, if you're going to go for a dive, just straight Dragon Form into it, you're going to get extra resistances to be able to tank that turret. So a lot of options for Thanix to actually have some impact. Now, if he tries to 1v1 Zissou, Zissou has to watch out, because Shyvana against an AP caster is not the best thing for the AP caster.
Of course. We'll see though. I mean, Trinity Force for Shyvana is almost there. But yeah, as we basically expected, this is going to be a very quiet first 5 minutes. So we have to wait. We have to wait it out here, Jeeton. I guess the very first point of contention will be the Scuttle Crab that is showing himself on the top side. But then again, the advantage of Shyvana's clear speed should be at least a little bit onto their favor. We could see first item already completed for Zissou here, and Zissou is a little bit aggressive on the bot lane.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive is, kind of an understatement. He wants to target that bot lane. He wants to get that going as soon as possible, because that does mean that he can start roaming around more, but looks like he's just gonna try to sneak a dragon solo right now. Nothing completely wrong with that. It's just that who doesn't do it very quickly. So him being absent on the map for a long time does signal that he's taking that dragon. It went by so much faster than that Drake. So it's gonna be coming up into the top lane. Beer and T3 have to get away from there.
Okay.
That will be the first turret coming out for Team Flash.
Just the tempo advantage of Team Flash overall here. Now Kuzi has to be careful, but look who's there. Ellie being there was the threat that was needed by Team Flash for no potential dives to happen or to occur. And again, this is not the start that I have been expecting from an Echo. Yes, I do understand that parallel convergence combo is not that easy to execute, but I just feel like that he has to do something more. Because right now, with the way things are going, Thanix is just, leaving him when it comes to the farming, just because Anex's Shyvana is just so fast in clearing those camps.
Because he's got to be. That's what Shyvana is all about. Quick camp clear, and then you just start snowballing. But Echo really relies on kind of getting ahead by just getting your
Ganking.
lanes ahead. And he has, yeah,
Right.
exactly, ganking. I was looking for the word, and I was like, it's not ganking, but it is ganking. So if he's not able to get an efficient ganks off, what is the point?
Yeah, just probably an AP damage source. Trying to learn from what happened during game number 3, in where they really lack on that department. And so they are now saying that, you know what, let's go for Echo. You know what, I would have preferred Lilia instead. If they are gunning for that AP damage source, because we saw the potential of Lilia yesterday when
Yeah.
300 played it under the banner of Chaz. And right now, Z's impact is close to 0. Zisu is in the area and is just going to steal some golems, and that's it.
Yeah, Zissou in your area, he's really not having a big impact yet. That's not to say that he won't, but it's just incredibly difficult to start having an impact when you haven't already established yourself and gotten at least a little bit fed. As an Echo, it's so difficult to go toe to toe now with laners who have more gold than you, because he is kind of struggling in terms of gold.
True, and look at this. Tanex already level 10. And meanwhile, Zissou is still just level 9. So you can see a tempo advantage is really there from Team Flash. And they're choosing their fights wisely. They're actually willing to take the fights now, because Tanex already has his items, and already has access to a level 2 Dragon's Descent. Here we go. Team Flash is in the area on the bot lane, and they really want to force this.
Yep, and force it they shall. Kuzi and Anix are already there. Ellie goes for the cast, but he doesn't hit the target that he wanted. He didn't get Coyote, he got Beer, and he basically saved Beer. Oh,
There you
whoa,
go!
Zissou. He finally gets a kill. There it is, on to Shy, first kill of the game, and he gets assisted by Hin. Not sure if that was necessary, because he did have Chrono Shift, but better safe than sorry.
True. And with the information provided of Team Flash trying to go for the Invate on the bot lane, that left GAM Esports be more confident in executing the dive, and that still is a pushing Renekton. Remember, the Renekton is actually at his strongest when he's on the pushing side of things, because basically he can get those rage stacks up, right? And
Yes.
with your rage available to you, so will your empowered skills. Right now, that's a good sign for GAM Esports. But look at this, like they got the first blood, but it still is very much equal when it comes to the gold. That just means to say that did that really impact the game? I don't think so. It was just one kill.
Yeah, it's not super impactful, but it does help the Echo. He now has more gold than the Shiv, at the very least. So that's something that, could be good. It might not
Dragon's
be, though,
Descent?
just because. Yeah, Dragon's Descent coming in. And this
went
is a
back.
big clash that they went. Oh, he did go back. All right, there it is, the heroic entrance. Echo goes out of here. No Chrono Shift available, but Shy is also going to go down 1-for-1 so far, and Team Flash are on the back foot. T3 Pop the Dominus tried to get in there, but they are okay. They're still gonna go try to engage on the
T3?
tower, and that is a pretty
Exhaust.
good amount of damage. The exhausted save him just for a while, but Ellie still goes down. T3, oh my lord, he is living with a sliver of health right now. Thatix also went down. So well done on GAM. They found 3 kills for 1.
I like it. Just a couple of breaks, and look at Coyote. He's still very aggressive. He has to be careful. No more teammates in the area. There you go. Okay. All right, at least I think Hin messed up his combo, and Team Flash would have to surrender this second dragon. I believe that there was no reason for them to contest and try to assassinate Tisa at that point, because again, if you are a Shyvana, all you want to do is to scale up up until it reaches the point that you would be a threat by yourself. But that was actually the opening that GAM needed in order for them to at least get some advantage. Zissou being engaged upon here.
Yeah, and Zissou is going to actually just die outright. No ifs, ands, or buts. He's not able to. He used his ultimate, and he still got absolutely destroyed just because there was well, Feast or Famine champion right now. He is on the struggle bus. He is Famine, and as well as him just being on the backside of his allies, just getting the heals off. That is not something that is actually pretty good for the team, for the team fight. Sorry, for GAM.
It's the same worry that I had when Echo got picked up, right? Again, the impact of junglers, it's much more efficient to go for AD items rather than go for AP items, because some of the AD items does have some health in it. For example, this Trinity Force gives you extra sustainability from the Phage component. You also have Wit's End that is also a little bit defensive. Meanwhile, if you are Zissou, you're built like a glass cannon, and you basically need a stasis enchant boots, which is around 2,000 gold in order for you to have access on. And yeah, I know it's a scarier version of Echo. Echo is very scary once he gets access onto that stasis enchant, but he's so far from getting it.
Yeah, it is not great. It is a very difficult situation here for Zissou. He just doesn't have the momentum. He doesn't have the the presence to actually be useful at this moment. So he's going to have to find a way to, I don't know, he's gonna have to find a way to try to get back in the game somehow. Just because it's, I don't know. I keep saying it's so difficult, but because it is, there's no real clear game plan for Echo at this point in time. While Siobhan at that X, all he has to do is keep farming the jungle. That's it.
Now has access to the stasis enchant, which is the missing ingredient for Zissou's impact. Something positive for GAM Esports though is that they were able to get the advantage onto their mid laner, Coyote 200, the richest member of the game right now. So that could be their win condition right now, right? Just play around Coyote and Zissou, be not really the assassin that they expected him to be, but rather be on the supportive end to make sure that Coyote would just be more successful.
Yeah, and now looking at GAM's composition, it's clear that if they are not able to get an ideal engage, they're going to be on the struggle bus. There is the heroic entrance, and they have found themselves on the backside. Thanex, he is already in dragon form, but this could be the good engage that I was talking about for GAM. There it is, the calling coming through, but fails to get a kill. And Hin, as Senna, is just keeping everybody alive. There was no deaths in that clash, even though with all the damage that GAM has, there should have been.
Yep. It started with TanX being on the wrong side of the map. And then basically what happened there was TanX had to use everything to just escape harm's way. They were not ready for the team fight, and GAM Esports, again, with the sustained damage of this very ahead Coyote, was able to thwart off any attempt of Team Flash to fight back. The good thing for GAM Esports was that now they have something working for them. They were able to get the tower in the mid lane. And also another reason why MT's Galio is definitely one of the reasons why it was taken away from him from the past few games, because GAM, MT on this Galio is just basically giving them an extra life.
Yeah. Well, it is very difficult for GAM to actually even get into fights, because the moment they engage, it's very it's not easy, but it's very simple for Team Flash to disengage. They have the explosive cast, they have Jace. If he has to knock somebody back, they can always just flash, and of course the dragon from Dragon's Ascent from Thanex. So the longer this game goes on, the less relevant Echo will be. So Zissou really has to step it up. He has to make a big play very soon, or Siobhan is just gonna outscale him.
To be fair, he already has 3 items, right? Voice Staff completed, Rabadon's completed, Leechman already completed as well. So now is the time, and just in time for that, we have a dragon for contest. That's the Ocean Dragon, and both teams definitely want this dragon. Thanex, of course, Shyvana wants dragons. GAM Esports wants to prevent him to get this dragon.
Yeah, so it is going to be a big fight. There's the engage coming in empty. He is very tanky, and there it is, the assassination onto center. That is a key pick that GAM needed if they want to win this game, if they want to win this fight, if they want to take this dragon, and they did. They forced TF out of that fight just by taking out him, because Team Flash, no, they cannot afford to fight that without the healing of Senna. But now another engage coming in from Coyote and Beer. They are just going to say a little bit of they're going to say hi to TF for now, and then drive the way, go for the Baron now. Big value plays.
Huge swing here, G10, because now Tanix doesn't have any way to enter the fray. Oh, a Shyvana that does not have any ultimate. Is basically a useless Shyvana, but here comes a fight.
Yep, a big fight indeed, as Shy does get a kill onto T. It's not Shy, it's Thanix, but Shy was there. And they did chase him away from the Baron. And okay, Zissou, he's going for the Baron power recall, but no, he gets denied. Shy is the one who's chasing him down, but it will be the Kuzi who gets the kill eventually. And now it's 4-5. Once again, Team Flash is capitalizing on the mistakes that GAM are making.
Sure, and I just looked at the graph right now, G10. GAM was able to get 3 dragons for themselves, just denying the win condition for a Shyvana-centric comp for Team Flash. Definitely a better job by GAM compared to game number 2, and compared to all the games that has been played right now. GAM is on the precipice of forcing a game number 5 here. Is this like a trend? Like, is every game going the distance right now? Because it does look like it. Not trying to curse anyone, ladies and gents, but GAM Esports does have access to the Baron empowered minions right now and can just basically split the map.
Yeah, so I think the series today on Lose, they are like Hercules because they can go the distance. Sorry, I have just actually been listening to a lot of Disney. I've been listening to a lot of Disney songs lately, so that just popped in my head. You said go the distance. I'm like, of course, Michael Bolton. But anyway, GAM finally have gotten a pretty decent lead now. They have 3 Drakes, they have Elder Drake coming up, they have Baron, and they're preventing Thanix from actually getting into his jungle to, efficiently farm. See, D3 is just forcing him away from those wolves, so the Shyvana won't be able to actually be useful at the moment. So Zissou trying to go in with his parallel conversions. Oh, he does get in. He almost actually kills Kuzi outright, but the save from Hin denies that kill, but they still have taken the inhibitor turret number 1. They're looking for a second one, but the dragon set has popped. They won't be able to actually push in, but this gives all of the map control over to GAM.
Yeah, they'll be happy with it. And in 45 seconds, the Elder Dragon will be responding. This is actually a good decision by GAM. Utilize the Fog of War. Make sure that you still have that threat. Remember, Thanix does not have access to the Dragon's Descent. So this should be a very favorable fight if it ever occurs. So GAM Esports, no members of Team Flash did face check. So yeah, that's okay though. That's a good cheeky play. That if it happened, then it would be rewarding. If it didn't happen, that's okay. GAM Esports goes back, goes in, spends those unspent gold, and would be positioning themselves to take this Elder Dragon. Remember, they have 3 dragons. So the Elder Dragon buff over to them should be a win condition.
Yeah, there is no way that GAM gives this up because, okay, Hin going for the ultimate already, but Ellie is still in a lot of danger. Ellie's dead, and this could just be the push that GAM need. They are all pretty much almost max level. 14's on the board except for Coyote, who's 15, and Beer, who's 13. So they're going to go for a death rush here. Parallel Convergence misses the mark, but they did just reveal their position. They are trying to bait a fight over here by the Elder Drake because TF is missing 1 member. If they don't find a good fight here, it's over. Ellen, oh my god, Thanix just got absolutely soloed by Coyote.
And yeah, this Coyote's illusion is starting to become a problem right now. Jace is not able to stand up 1v1 against him. Shyvana cannot enter the fray right away. And there you go. This is unlosable. Unlosable. GAM
Absolutely unlosable.
To the Elder Dragon with 3 dragon stacks to their name. Coyote with a flash in, forcing Kuzi to back away. But the burn is there. Could still be an execute. Not gonna happen. But yeah, GAM Esports went for the dragon and is happy
Went for the Baron.
to just supplement that with another Baron.
Yes, it is ticking all of their check boxes here, but they actually
There you
didn't
go.
even go for the Baron. They just went for the fight. They saw Shyvana, they were like, alright, we're just gonna go for it. We have the Elder Drake buff. Don't even
Whoa,
come near us
what?
because there you go. Finally, Zissou is getting his value. One more thing. And Coyote's the one who takes that kill, and everything is falling now
Yeah.
for Team Flash. Kuzi and Shy are the last to stand, and now it's all just Kuzi. They didn't even need to go for the Baron. They are going to finish off Kuzi though, and GAM is saying, you did this to us in the last game, now it's our turn once again. And then we are going to be going to a game number 5 on a lose.
All right, okay, ready your Hercules music because we really are going the distance here, G10. Congratulations to GAM Esports in forcing a game number 5.
Yes.
Mano a mano against Team Flash. And did I expect it? Absolutely not. I felt the win conditions were very clear for the side of Team Flash, but GAM Esports had other thoughts in mind and was able to control the Shyvana win condition. No dragons for a Shyvana is basically a doom waiting to happen.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what happened there. They just got doomed. And looking at the highlights here, you can see how it was slow at the start, so we didn't have really any highlights before 10 minutes, but then after that, GAM just started taking over. There was really not much that Danex and the rest of the team, but oh my god, they still were able to get that kill though. That would have been absolutely perfect if he managed to get the E off after going for the chrono shift, but still, after that, GAM just played a beautiful game of, you know, just poking and getting big damage from the Echo to proc before the fights even happened. So yeah, once Baron came in, they also committed, and then GAM was just unstoppable. No hesitation. They're not afraid of commitment anymore, unlike before. So, man, that was a tough one to watch. A slow death for Team Flash.
Sustained DPS was responsible in making sure that happened, right? Coyote on this Lucian is showing promise that, hey, if this happens again on game number 5, they can easily rely on his mechanics, ADC mechanics or marksman mechanics, and also to supplement it with 2 supports, basically. You have a Karma, you have a Galio. So it's more of like an all-in thing here, with Zissou just being there to provide that final hit or last hitting mechanics, because basically that's the burst that you need, right? If you are an Echo user, your damage could very well be surprising for the opposing team. But yeah, a better showing overall for the side of GAM Esports. Coyote with a 32k damage, 33k. Did he even die this game? I don't think he ever did.
I don't think so. I don't think Coyote even died. So 32,000 damage, a very slippery Lucian, and well played all around for GAM. And Team Flash just got choked out. They weren't able to, continue their win condition, and that just gave them a really hard time in the mid game.
The funny thing here is we were already expecting both the teams to get their hands onto the Lucian. It was left open for some games during the series. I'm not 100% sure if it was left open for 4 games straight. But this is what I expected whenever a Lucian gets picked up, right? It can control you the game by in the later stages of the game. Is a very good sustained damage source, and there you go. The MVP of the game, very well deserved, with 1,500 damage per minute in his arsenal, and with this very slick post. That is Coyote.
Yeah, and my god, ladies and gents, Vietnam is not surrendering. We are going to game number 5. Game number 5 of the Vietnamese qualifiers. My name is GJ, coming at you. With me is Autolus, and you do not want to miss this. Stay there because we'll be right back.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also display the gold count and the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post teamfight mode, and teamfight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre and post teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In teamfight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' teamfight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count and the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post teamfight mode, and teamfight mode.
I feel like Hercules right now, folks, because we have gone the distance. Because it is game number 5 once again. That is 2 5th games that I have casted today. First, the C qualifiers, now the Vietnamese qualifiers. It's just been an incredibly competitive day of Wild Rift. My name is G10, coming at you. With me is Auto Lose. And it feels like, you know, it's felt like a very long day, but it has been filled with some high quality Wild Rift. Now, who do you guys think is going to be taking the win here and representing Vietnam? Will it be Team Flash or will it be GAM Esports? Auto Lose, what do you think?
It's so hard to predict now with how GAM Esports was able to dismantle Team Flash in game number 4, right? Just basically from minute 1 up until the end of that game, it was a quiet way to stomp your opponent. Just slowly and steadily choking your opponent, getting the resources away from them, and taking away the win condition from them as well, G10. And now it's all for the marbles. In game number 5, the wild card Echo pick was effective by the end of it all. So it's more of a Team Flash, or it's more on Team Flash as to how they're going to respond to that very surprising pick. Because I tell you right now, G10, if GAM Esports have their own version of a surprising pick, of course, Team Flash would have their own as well.
Yeah, I mean, Team Flash, they don't want to go home right now. Well, they're not gonna go, but they don't want to go into the last chance qualifier right now, especially with how well they've been performing, especially with how they've been able to read the play of GAM Esports. So they should take every opportunity. They will pull out all the stops here because, as you said, yeah, it is for all the marbles. This is the only game now. Nothing else matters. This is the best of one now. So I wonder what we're going to be seeing here, because honestly, anything could happen.
Yeah, let's put out the intensity phases. Although it's expected to that we will have a very slow and steady, silent early game, at least for game number 5. Because if the past few games were any indication, the risk adverseness of both teams, they will only go for calculated plays. They will not go for risky plays. And if that happens on game number 5, I expect this to be very quiet, at least in the first few minutes, and then just go and have a big bang boom at the middle of it all.
Yep, big bangs and big booms indeed, and that may indicate a quirky pick, but we will see. I am getting ahead of myself, ladies and gents, but still, this is one of the, if not the most competitive Wild Rift games that I have seen so far. It's just been an insane journey here for both of these teams. Of course, they're going to join Cerberus. One of them is going to join Cerberus Esports. Which one? We don't know yet. Neither do you, but we'll be getting right to that as soon as we get into the pick and ban phase, because there have been some crazy picks and some crazy plays in this series alone.
Yeah, and finally, a team that was able to dismantle the Shyvana win condition, right? Yesterday, we did cast a Cerberus be able to use Shyvana to its full effectiveness. Earlier on game number 2, it was so effective as well. And on game number 4, just don't give Shyvana the dragons, just to slow down the draconic bloodline. And when it comes to scaling compositions or scaling on the scaling aspect of things as well, there's like an unspoken rule that if you actually get 3 dragons here in Wild Rift, your win rate just boosts by 50% or maybe so. Yeah. So
Exactly.
it's something that is really not permissible, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard to it's hard to lose with 3 dragons is the thing, because then you gain so much combat efficiency when you're trying to go for the Elder Drake. So I don't know, it really is all up to these teams how they're going to execute, what they're gonna pick. So speaking of picks, let's get into it. Let's right now. GAM on the blue side, Team Flash on the red. I wonder who's going to be banned out.
And right on cue, right? I mean, the very first ban is the ban that really won them game number 4. Because imagine if Team Flash did get access to that cat twice in a row, then it could have been, a very different story, right? And now all for the marbles, a do or die scenario between GAM and Team Flash. They're saying they're not going to let go of that cat. Even Ziggs is not being let go of, expecting the Team Flash would have the same set of bans, trying to target down the side laners. Riven has been so effective for both these teams. Will it finally be the time that Riven will be banned by both these teams or by any of these teams? We'll find out.
Yeah, and I've also noticed that so far, Gwen has not been banned, and even when
oh yeah, sure,
it's usually it was banned most. Okay,
yeah, it was permabanned. It was permabanned. I don't think Gwen would. Especially for Vietnam, if you give them Gwen, I mean, it's so easy for them to. I mean, imagine Echo did have early game struggles, right? for Gwen, none of those problems would occur for you, and it's an AP damage source from the jungle, so it will be a lot easier for you. Now, one thing to note: Team Flash has decided to not give MP his Galio, right? It's the same same trick that happened yesterday when 300 was targeted by NGX. Exosen was not able to get his hands on this Galio. So MT is also going to suffer the same fate. Now, GAM Esports is getting their hands onto this Jace, which could be answered by quote Delusion.
By who's it going to be answered by? Let's see, because now we have seen Jace. He has been pretty effective sometimes, but definitely kind of more of a coin flip champion. When he gets going, but sometimes he can be a bit useless, especially in that last game with Team Flash. Did not really do all too much. Now Shy, or sorry, not Shy, but Hin will be first picking at Karma into the Fiora. Fiora, very interesting pick. A very strong champion, especially going up against pretty much any Baron laner that wants to be in melee range.
Riven, Renekton still available, but as you said, Fiora should be happy facing against the Riven. That's the Senna global presence that we have seen at least be effective in some instances for both these teams. The question that I do have is what will be the answer by Team Flash? Because will it be Zed? We saw game number 3 or game number 2, where we saw the Zed of Kuzi going against the Jace and getting that solo kill in the bot lane. Senna Nasus.
Game 3. Senna Nasus. I like it. I respect it. Because Nasus, if needed, you can just leave him there in the bottom lane, in the dragon lane, to just use his E, the Spirit Fire, farm up as much as he can, just stay safe on the tower, and then later on he's just going to be a very big body for your team to hide behind. But so is Gragas. At least Gragas has a lot of utility. He can engage and disengage with that explosive cast, but I mean, MT is just committing to being a big dog.
Yeah, a front line for GAM Esports, just so it will be harder for Team Flash to penetrate the backline. Because right now, GAM does have 2 backline champions. They do have the Senna, they do have the Jace, and if there is one champion that really was highlighted of this Senna's presence Senna's coming into the Wild Rift, that's actually the Nasus. It was previously unpicked. I mean, you wouldn't really sniff this Nasus out of anyone's team, but because of Senna's relevance and because of the fasting Senna strategy, at least Nasus did become viable. Now, this is a good ban coming from GAM Esports. They're targeting the quote-unquote counter picks to the Jace. The Lucian has been banned, the Zed has been banned, but Corki is still available.
Yeah, now Corki, that is a very good point. Either one of these guys would love to get their hands on that Corki. We have seen it been so effective, and yes, Kuzi is going to be taken so effective in our first match, just dismantling the HP bars of teams before they even come close. And now Zissou, though, that Lee Sin, that could be pretty big. If you're going to be picking up a Corki, you best not have... Whoa! Hold up! When we said pull out all the stops, this is what we meant. Casso win. This is a classic, guys. Oh my lord. I am so excited now.
True, but this will have to be placed in the Baron lane, I suppose, because they should be putting the Jace in the mid lane as a response to the Corki. Or you're confident that this Kassadin should still be able to scale up even against a range matchup in the mid lane, then that's okay, right? When talking about Kassadin, of course, the late game needs no introduction. By the time that you hit level 13 with all those mana items, you should be able to hit like a truck while also being very mobile. But in the first few minutes, one of the underrated aspect of things is Kassadin is actually a very good diving champion, right? With the Reft Walks available, with all your skills available for you, then yeah, you could supplement the early game potential of this. And I will love this from GAM Esports, because they're saying that Lee Sin is basically what's going to push them through the late game.
Yeah, so the early game is locked in, right? The Lee Sin for GAM, and then just the Nasus is going to be able to farm up with the Senna and Kassadin for the late game. It's going to be a bloodbath if GAM is able to stave off the claws of Team Flash later from the early to the mid game. So this is going to still be a kind of a nail biter because the Corki will start to hurt really badly around 10-12 minutes, and then if you try to engage on that Corki, he's just going to blow you up with the missiles. But I mean, will it really matter if you can't hit the thing that you're trying to aim at because you have skill shots, but the guy that you're trying to is teleporting around, is rift walking around you? So Coyote, all eyes are on him to make this work for GAM.
True. And we saw this almost similar matchup yesterday. If not similar, NGX Aaron did play the Kassadin and was very impactful in the Dragon fights, isolating the premier damage source of the opponent of the 300, and just yes, you will be surrendering the early game laning phase, but by the time that you will have access to those tools to gap close, then things get more spicy for you and your squad. So GAM Esports, I'm loving the gauntlet. Earlier today, at least on game number 4, it was an echo pickup. On game number 5, they're saying it's Kassadin time.
It is Kassadin time. They pull out the Echo, they pull out the Kassadin. They know that they have to be creative if they want to secure that W, secure that spot in the season 2023 league for Wild Rift League Asia. And well, there's no better way to do it than this, because Kassadin is such a skill-intensive champion. You have to be so aware of where you're going to be rift walking. You have to be aware of how much damage you're doing, and how which target you're going to be focusing on, and how squishy they are. So you cannot just play Kassadin and expect to do well off of instinct. You need to be very calculated in the way that you play him. So it really will be a test of skill here for Coyote, because Kuzi, he has Corki. All he has to do is throw missiles everywhere. He just has to package Valkyrie, and that's it. That's gameplay for Corki. But Coyote, if he wants to be able to get into that Corki, he needs to calculate how much mana he's going to use and how much damage he's going to be dealing as well.
True. And also, just to add to that point, we also have witnessed 10x control games 1 and 3, or games 1 and 3 on this Wukong, which is also going to be problematic to the Kassadin, because Kassadin wants to go in your face, and Wukong can just pop the Cyclone, and that little amount of knock-up should be enough for Kuzi to actually burst you down. So you're right, Coyote needs to be 130% of his kills right now if he wants to help his team secure the series.
Absolutely, and I like that little move that Zissou did. He hit the Sonic Wave, and then he reactivated and immediately dashed to a minion with his W. It's just a little bit of how you doing. Just letting Ellie know that his presence is there. But overall, I think we will be in for a little bit of a slower game, at least for the first 5 minutes.
It's always slow.
Number one, yeah. That's what we've been doing. That's kind of the trend here. A little bit of a slow game at first, and then it just accelerates to breakneck speeds after 10-12 minutes.
So I cannot wait to get past this stage, and where all that's happening is for them to basically play risk averse. Oh, 10x.
That's not risk averse at all. That is very risky, as Zissou is now kind of trapped in the enemy jungle. He does. Yeah, there's no question. He is going to give up first blood, and that is not good for GAM. Because Zissou, he's supposed to be the early. Okay, he flashed into the tether, but Coyote, he still has Riftwalk. He can get away, and then he has Flash and Barrier, so that's not really a huge deal for him to get away from. But what was a huge deal is the Flash committed by him.
True. Not sure what he was doing there. It was a little bit overzealous. On the bot lane, though, another engage, empty. Tanex doesn't have ultimate, but Kuzi is here.
Yep, and well, it's just going to be empty health bar for empty, and Kuzi just roaming with the Corki. This could be the start of the snowball for Team Flash, and I do hate to say it, but these 2 opening kills, you shouldn't have given them over to Kuzi.
Reminiscent of accelerate this Corki, right? But this is also reminiscent of what happened in game number 1, in where we saw Zissou surrendering the first blood. What's happening? This shouldn't have happened for game number in a very very critical game number 5 here, Jitan.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. This is the best of one. This is for all the marbles. There is nothing more after this. So for Zissou to be being incredibly risky, as soon as he called him risk averse, he just took a huge risk. This is no bueno for GAM's game plan. At the very least, you know, Coyote's already got his Rod of Ages. He's already stacking it. He's already doing the Kassadin thing that Kassadins do. It's just that the Triforce already being completed for Corki makes him so much more combat efficient for the next 5 minutes compared to Kassadin.
And also has access to the package. If they want to really dominate this early game, they should not elect for a trade, right? With the package available for you and your squad, you can actually choose whatever objective you would want to get, and Kuzi and company wants a dragon.
Absolutely, and there is no way that GAM just contests this, because they are just gonna go for the handshake. Although Ellie and Hin are contesting, this may not be a good idea for GAM because MT is not very fed. He's gonna get got. No, he won't. He's fine. He's completely gone. But the Rift Herald has been secured at the very least. MT is gonna get chased down to the turret. Hopefully he got executed, but no. The killing spree for Kuzi. The Corki is going to be putting out big missiles now.
Yeah, Team Flash, just displaying what you should do as a team. If you are ahead, yes, get one of the objectives that you really want to secure, and then send over one or two of your members to try to challenge the other objective. And there you go, another small win for Team Flash. But the bigger win is that they are in full control of this early game. Zissou trying his hardest to recall, would be able to successfully do so. But still, no
way, he lived that.
Oh,
no, that's so unfortunate. Yeah, nothing doing. T3 at a good attempt, but no cigar. He will be able to get that turret. No, he won't. 8 HP left, and he's gonna get assaulted by TADX. At least he got in the vicinity of the turret while it died, so he did get that gold. But TADX on that Wukong, very scary, deals a lot of damage. While other teams have Wukong in the jungle for more utility, TADX is like, you know what, I'm gonna play this guy like a burst caster, and that's exactly what he's doing.
So, I mean, if there is a champion that I love to watch TADX over and over again, it's on this Wukong, right? It's slowly becoming his trademark champion, at least in my eyes. And Team Flash is shy, being engaged upon here by Zissou, but the riposte was actually enough to dissuade any potential furthering advancement by Zissou. Meanwhile, Team Flash was able to get a tower of their own. It's now slowly and steadily going into the favor of Team Flash. Yes, GAM was able to get a trade, but I mean, let's call it as it is, man. Team Flash, if they play it safe, if they play it steadily, then I expect them to just snowball this small lead into an avalanche.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's why it's a snowball. That's how you define it, because it starts small, and then little by little you keep getting more things. You keep getting I'm trying to think of the word it is. You keep gathering more momentum, gathering more speed, and gathering more size until eventually you just kind of steamroll over your opponents. As this Kassadin pick not looking all too hot right now, but he is a scaling champion. Got that Archangels as well, but as soon as he he completes his scaling dream, you gotta watch out. But that may not be come at an opportune time for GAM, because this Corki is really starting to get good. Oh my god, Ellie and TADX, very risky there.
Just some highs and lows from our junglers, together with their bodyguards, the supports, quote unquote, that has been farming for some tanky items. That's Gragas and Nasus. But yeah, it's a 4-0. The goal lead is still in favor of GAM just because of that tower advantage, but the tempo definitely on TF side. You're right though, there's still a condition. As long as you have a Kassadin, the level 13 Kassadin win condition will always be there for you, especially with the items that he built for himself. It's a no-brainer. Go for Rod of Ages, go for Zeraf's Embrace as well. Meanwhile, the other team would be what we call the extender, the game extenders. Their responsibility is to make sure that this tower in the mid lane won't be broken apart, just so the Team Flash won't be able to invade you and your jungle to get your resources and take it from there, right? Find the right timing for a very swingy fight. And if there is a team that can really do that, that's GAM.
Exactly. That's how they won game 1. Again, they were absolutely getting wrecked again and again. However, they were just able to... Oh, wow. They actually got that Rift Herald. Good job, GAM. That is one of the win conditions. They, once they are able to capitalize on the mistakes of Team Flash, it's still very possible for GAM to take this entire game.
And then by denying that Rift Herald off from Team Flash will now have a harder time to get this tower in the mid lane. Imagine if they got that, right? I mean, it would have been just an easy summon. And what they would be doing is to just time this red buffs, this blue buffs correctly for themselves, force a fight. But right now, speaking of fights, there could be one brewing here in the second dragon. That's going to be the Mountain Dragon, open for the taking.
Yep, it is very open, but it's Team Flash that have positioned themselves better for here. Okay, Rift Herald going to be summoned in the mid lane, so that as they're jockeying for better position in the dragon, the Rift Herald is pushing, and so is Coyote in the dragon lane. So yeah, it looks like they're gonna start, but no huge commit yet from Team Flash. Yeah, the package used already, I think it was expiring.
Expired. So it did expire. So now GAM is in the position to challenge this dragon here, G10.
Oh, big flash! Body slam coming in from Ellie. He got 2, but is this going to be enough? Because Zeta is keeping everybody alive, but somebody is looking to die, and it is Shy going very low, but Ellie is incredibly low. Yes, he will get taken up by Elise, and he doesn't even die. Now he dies, but Zissou did his job. T3 got another kill. Him and Ellie have fallen for
chance.
1, and Coyote, this is it. He ripped one. I don't care about your flash, Kuzi, as I have my flash on a 4-second cooldown.
My God, GAM Esports just patiently waited for the package to expire. Coyote wants more blood, is now disguised like a hound, and 10x though? No way, bueno. That's 10x Wukong, my God. What a way to disrupt the momentum that was slowly being garnered here by GAM.
Yeah, I mean, he was feeling himself already. Coyote was like, all right, I gotta kill. We're gonna get back to mid lane. And then suddenly, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, Thanex came in and whacked him with a big stick. And that was all she wrote. The Drake, the second one, is gonna be going the way of Team Flash. So that means that GAM cannot give up the third one, or else, Elder Drake is going to be a lose condition for them.
And we did say, whenever you get 3 dragons, your win percentage just boosts by 50%. No exaggeration there, ladies and gents. But yeah, the lead is in the side of GAM. However, they have to be cautious to make sure that small mistake. Actually, that was a big mistake by Coyote. Because imagine if they just played it correctly, they could have denied the second dragon from Team Flash. We have to call it as it is. Coyote was overconfident, to say the least. Was even showing some emotions there, right? I mean,
yes.
Plus damage. It's like a Lee Sin play, right? You have to throw your badge. Plus 580.
Yeah. You have to say, okay, level 7, guys. Come on.
And Yasuo. Yasuo and Lee Sin. Those are the 2 champions that you have to have a level 7 badge with your combo in.
Exactly. And it's best to put that badge up when you die. That is the optimal time to flash your badge. But going back to this game, GAM actually has a pretty decent gold lead, 4K, even though they are 3 kills behind, and that just speaks to how efficient they've been with farming and jungling, getting macro objectives. That was a pretty decent explosive cast, but that is not a fight that I want to take unless Ellie, he's incredibly low. Zissou, he almost got that kill, but Ellie has just been slithering away with just a tiny bit of health on that Gragas, and I don't know why it's always Gragas that slithers away with that much health.
Thanex with the engage. This is the turnaround Team Flash wants.
Yes, and Team Flash, there are 4 members of them, but the Flashes have been forced because, well, they are Team Flash. There's 5 of them barreling down the mid lane now as Coyote takes down their inner turret now.
Top lane,
Is this
top
going
lane.
to be a base race? Is he going to be casted in? Is this expecting? Coyote, is he expecting enough? But no, it's Shy who's going to be coming up to interrupt him
Alright.
and push him away. So, yeah, he's not going to actually go for that fight, but he's going to run and back up. I think he's got enough gold to get another full item.
True, and you cannot leave a Kassadin unchecked. He's no Jax, right? AP damage onto your towers should still be very, very impactful. And we saw how fast he was able to take down the second tower in the top lane, leaving the third tower of Team Flash on half health. GAM Esports, though, again, Zissou tried to make the play against his former teammate Ellie. Ellie survived, and then there you go. 10x once again. If there is a player that have been really most impressed on in this series, it has been the jungler for Team Flash, showing his heart and making plays for his team over and over again.
Yep. And over again. You just... The junglers in this game, in this series, have just been so impactful. When they're feasting, the team is winning. When they are struggling, the team is struggling. And right now, that's the tail of the tape here. Thanex, he is 3-0. Zissou, he's 1-2. And you know, the TF is doing fine, especially since they're giving away so much pressure just by being around lanes, because GAM knows that it's going to be difficult to win fights, and especially if you... What was that, Zissou? He's going to have to go golden, but the rest of TF is going to be coming in from the back, and Beer has to get away. He won't be able to actually
Who's
heal
going to
anything
die here?
because Shy is down. Zissou's going to die finally with 50 seconds left on the clock, but can GAM actually pick this up? The Coyotes found Kuzi, and that's actually 4 members down. That's a 4 for 1 only. Coyote went big. He went howling at the moon as he does. He has how many kills now? I think that was a double or a triple there. And with the death timers, 30 seconds more, they're already... This is it! This is it! Can GAM actually finish it? Yes, they're gonna risk it. Empty's gonna go for it. He's gonna tank it. And this is going to be Coyote. Absolutely. Oh my God, nobody's Coyote! This is not it! This is not it! Abort! No! Oh no! I thought it was it, but then it wasn't him! The hero that his team needed!
You had one job, Coyote! All you had to do was to stick with your team, not let that happen, and now Team Flash is in the position to take the third dragon of the game. My God, Jeton, this is crazy! That shouldn't have happened! Oh my God, I'm so
crazy is an understatement. Oh, the lose! This is insane. I don't know what is happening to this game, to this series. It's just been back and forth, and the things that you expect to happen don't happen, and the things that shouldn't happen are happening. 3 Drakes for Team Flash.
Oh my God, the chance for Team Flash is still alive. Ladies and gents, do not count out a team that has 3 dragons under their name. 5-man strong for GAM though. Everyone has already revived. But this is still, that's twice in a row. I mean, at least in this game, twice that we see Coyote be overconfident. And it's one to assert your dominance over your previous team, but sometimes all you have to do is to just go and stay calculated and wait for that perfect moment to really flex, right? Once the Nexus has been broken down, once the Nexus is destroyed, then yeah, go ahead, tweet it, whatever, do everything that you can to flex over your previous team, but not in this very precarious situation.
Yeah, the game isn't over until the Nexus falls, ladies and gentlemen. A team can be ahead in practice. A team can be ahead on paper, but until that Nexus gets destroyed, this game is not over. And that can be anything. The Dragon's Rage is trying to keep Ellie away from a potential engage, because now they have to fight over either the Baron or the Elder Drake. If GAM can actually get this Elder Drake, then they'll be able to win fights. But is that even possible?
Anything's
have a gold
possible
lead.
now. Anything's possible now, Jeet, and all your voice, because I know that the next fight would most likely be the most explosive one of this fight. Coyote inching to that level 15, which is basically the best thing that can ever happen to a Kassadin. A level 15 Kassadin is going to give you nightmares if you are on the opposing side. Still though, Team Flash breathing 20 seconds before that Elder Dragon respawns. So it's now a play. It's now a play for Vision. Shy needs to stick with his game plan and try to split map, because I don't think E3 would be able to stand against the Grand Duelist 1v1.
Definitely
so
not.
Yeah.
This could be an engage though. Thanex goes in and he does pop the Cyclone. The Elder Dragon has spawned, and whoever
Nice
wins
kick!
this fight will be going to the Elder. That is huge. Zissou, really good kick there. The Dragon's Rage disrupting them all, but no kills resulted, unfortunately. And that does mean that Coyote has to go back. They have to deal with the threat of the Fiora split pushing, but Elder Drake is up! One person has to go deal with the Fiora.
Yeah, well, they're sending over Coyote to at least provide some nuisance to the split push of Shy, but Shy does have the Hull Breaker, so those cannon minions should be empowered. There's going to be some switcheroo. T3 would be the one to face against the Fiora, and Team Flash is now threatening this Elder Dragon. Remember, they have 3 dragons to their name.
Yes, and it would be devastating if they got this Elder Drake right now, because they are just starting it. There's very little way for GAM to actually get in here. There's a Sonic Wave. He's going to take it onto Ellie, because he does have Dragon's Rage available, but is it possible? Okay, they needed to wait for Coyote, and Coyote's there. There he goes! Dragon's Rage into 2! And this could be it! But Sid! Oh my lord, the golden globes are coming, the awards are there! No! But no! It's Kuzi who takes the Elder Drake! And now, GAM have to run! Zissou is dead! Coyote has to run! Everybody needs to retreat, and now TF are gonna go to the Baron! That wasn't even a smite! Neither Thanex nor Zissou got the smite up, it was Kuzi's missile!
And now the inhibitor is going to respawn topside. No more advantage for GAM whatsoever. 2 big objectives to the side of Team Flash. Most likely is the ticket for them to secure their group stage slot in WRL-A G10. Team Flash clutching it out behind Kuzi's Corki.
And Kuzi has just been a force of nature here for Team Flash. In the games that they have won, Kuzi has been so integral as Zed, as Corki, and he's got the package now. They're going to barrel their way into the base with Baron, with Elder Drake, and it's going to be the final fight. This is it. Can GAM successfully defend? They've done it before, but not to this scale. Team Flash, they are slowly but surely pushing in both the mid and the top lane. And it's all about the desperation play from GAM now. They have to clear out the waves, but they don't have a lot of wave clear. They have to deal with Shy, or they have to lose their inhibitors and fight by the Nexus. But by and large, they have to go in.
Oh my god, the package.
And going in, they are! Zissou, he waited for the repose for the Dragon's Rage, but Coyote is so incredibly low. The package is there, but now GAM is split. Unfortunately, GAM cannot take this fight. They are getting massacred now. They're getting CC'd, and Coyote can't do anything. Coyote is dead. Empty is dead. Zissou will not fall, but the Nexus will. And Team Flash are going to be your second Vietnamese representatives.
Oh my god. Such a
I am shaking, Autoluz.
Team Flash.
I am shaking.
It was a quite fitting ending to a crazy series that we have had, G10, but the Vietnam representatives would be Team Flash and Cerberus Esports. They would be repping Vietnam in the upcoming WRL-A group stages. Now, what's going to happen next will be the losing team, GAM Esports, would be joining the LCQ that's going to happen in weeks' time. But what a series! Kuzi, the hero that they needed, and
What
just
a series
basically cemented
indeed.
their win. My God, Cheaton, what was that?
Autoluz, I can't tell you if I wanted to. That was one of the most exhausting, entertaining, intense, and just downright scrappy series of Wild Rift I have ever seen in my life. Two teams so equally matched, and yet They just had to prey on each other's mistakes over and over again. Coyote looked like he was going to carry, but then Kuzi just did everything, as well as StatX. And Team Flash, at the end of the day, they're the ones who are comfortably sitting in that spot right now.
I feel for the fans of GAM Esports, the organization, the players. This is so hard to come back from. I mean, looking at this fight, it should have been over him by himself. Honor Karma does not have enough wave clear, I think, to try to defend the Nexus. But beyond that, I mean, even if he was able to successfully defend the Nexus at that point, Coyote had no reason to suffer a death and to break the momentum that they just got. GAM Esports has to go through LCQ. Team Flash books their ticket to the next stage. And there you go. MVP should be Kuzi.
100% it's Kuzi. Look at that damage stat. 32,845 damage. And throughout all of that auto lose, except for the final fight, Team Flash had a gold deficit. They were ahead in kills, but they were at a gold deficit for nearly the entire game. Look at how close the gold is, 80,000 to 81,000. But ThatX is the one who actually gets MVP, and I agree.
That's okay.
I agree. Playmaker, faker playmaker from the jungle. ThatX getting a 9.0 KDA, 82% kill participation. See, it's right there. The KP number is what gives him this MVP. Very, very good job here for ThatX. Definitely deserving.
I'd love to see more of his Wukongs, at least in this series. I think his Wukong was the most impactful pick that I've ever seen on all lanes, even. And G10, again, what a revelation. ThatX was not part of this team. He replaced Zissou, which was part of the losing team now. But what a series for the Vietnamese squads. This is the reason why Wild Rift Esports is just the best. Because down to the wire, and the Elder Dragon win condition will always be there for you, especially if you had 3 dragons under your name.
I know. That was absolutely insane. Guys, if you're just tuning in, go back, scrub through the VOD, and watch that last game from the start. I promise you will not regret it. Oh my god. But up next, we do have the last qualifier of the day, the last series of the day, the Philippine qualifier. It's going to be Fennel Adversity versus the 300. Shout out to the watch partiers over at the Rumble Royale Stronghold who are cheering on for the 300. I'll be there later for VCT. But yeah, this has been incredibly fun. This has been absolutely amazing to cast. 10 games straight. That's why they call me G10. Speaking of, it's G10 coming at you. With me is Autolose, and you'll be joined later by Guiyang for the Philippine qualifiers. We'll be going for a short break. Don't go anywhere. You're still watching the WRL Asia Open Qualifiers Day number 3.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count and the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at a gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Hero to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these 3 enriched panels: Farming Mode, Pre and Post Teamfight Mode, and Teamfight Mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champions level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champions build. In pre and post-team fight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In team fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics.
And welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia Open Qualifier. Southeast Asian done. Vietnamese season done. This time it's time for the Philippine region. This is GAM Gaming with Autolus to bring you action of the night's last series. Oh my, Fennel Adversity versus 300.
I wanted to get excited for this heated matchup between Fennel and 300, but I feel like I still need a couple of more minutes break from what happened in the previous series. My God, but still okay. Let me just regroup myself here, Giyang. A huge shout out to everyone. It's time for you to call your friends. It's the Filipinos battle each other again. Fennel Adversity. Going no stranger to this level of competition, of course, and the 300 former VARQ now representing Rumble Royale. Hashtag I forgot. Reign Supreme, hashtag Reign Supreme, I believe is their hashtag. But there you go. So yesterday we did see the 300 was this close. They were this close of getting their tickets over to the group stages, but was denied by NGX. So we'll have to discuss the tail of the tape here, Giyang, as we show the highlights, or show the team profile, of course.
Yes, 300, the Spartans coming from yesterday's match against Nigma Galaxy, or one of the closest and most jam-packed action game and series we have seen in yesterday's games, and maybe even in the whole WRL Asia Open Qualifier, Philippine region qualifier games. And now coming towards today and their last chance, at least in the phase 2, of course, facing up Fennel Adversity. Here is the lineup, and they recently has just won against G2 Backlist in a 2-1 scoreline. And well, they have met each other as well. Fennel Adversity and 300 during the upper bracket quarterfinals of phase 1. So this is gonna be round 2 of their boxing match.
True, and again, we're talking about Fennel, of course, just to give information to everyone what this lineup comprises of. Danny is still the forefront of everything. Captain Danny, the original member, the lone member from the original Fennel squad, is still manning the Dragon Lane, being paired up with Horizon. No strangers there. The last time that we saw them during a tournament, it was Horizon transitioning from the Baron Lane menace that he was to a very good support. They're now going to be joined by 3 interesting members. This will be the first time that we'll be casting this iteration of Fennel University. So let's kind of discuss this. So you have Ryuken, if I'm not mistaken, he was part of James Esports, also one of the up-and-coming professional players that we do have. Acker1, last seen with Grand Sky Esports team. And of course, Trevor. Trevor, who doesn't know Trevor? Trevor is like Team Secret's jungler, right? I mean, let's go. And of course, not just that, we also have to discuss about Fennel's support system. They have the great minds of Rebenga and General James. So this is going to be a very interesting battle. Just looking at the support staff, it's a battle between James and Coach Kaigu and company. So, I mean, there's a lot of things to unpack here, Giyong, and I know that I'm already setting up everything for our viewers to enjoy, for our viewers' information. But yeah, I just couldn't wait. Let's get it on.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really excited for this game as well. We have witnessed 10 total games so far as of today, and I'm not even gonna complain if we see 5 more games, because these 2 teams are just ready for this final ticket onto, or at least the final chance in phase 2, because it's going to be a different story in the last chance qualifier. And of course, if you are a team that wants to qualify for season 1, this would be the most optimal choice or most optimal time to qualify. And 300 coming from their games yesterday, right? Despite it being a bit of a sad ending, it was still a proper fight that they put out. Being beaten down, they rose back up just so many times and even pulled up 2 comebacks against one of these strongest teams right now, or the first qualified team here in the Philippine region, Nigma Galaxy. And so many highlights actually has been shown by this amazing team as well. And Fennel Adversity, well, and I'm really excited to see the games here today for both of these teams. I can't wait to head down to the champion select.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, someone asked me on my prediction. I did tweet it out. I'm not going to say it live on broadcast because I don't want to be tagged or mentioned whatsoever. But Guillaume, I'll be throwing you under the bus and ask you for your predictions. There's going to be no bias needed for this because both of the squads are Filipinos. We're good friends with both of them. But for you, logically speaking, or whatever speaking, emotionally speaking, spiritually speaking, who do you think would be advancing and getting that ticket over to WRL-A groups?
I think it's gonna be pretty obvious what I'm gonna be predicting this time, at least for the team that will be rising up here, because I saw them get beaten down so many times and rise back up, do the impossible, do what shouldn't be happening against one of the strongest teams right now at NGX in yesterday's games. 300, they are the Spartans for a reason. I think they're going to be putting up such a good fight here at the very least.
Okay. Do you have a scoreline? Or did I miss it? Did you give out a
scoreline? Not going to be putting a scoreline. Because I've been hoping from the very start to see a game 5, so it's pretty much that.
Okay. So you're guessing a 3-2 to happen here. All I want for today and then for the series is to have a 0 pause. That's it. I don't want any momentum breakers for both the squads. I feel that we deserve non-stop action from minute 1 up until the Nexus breaks down. And we also have, I think we still have a couple of times to talk about tendencies and to really try to review what is in store of what we have here for both teams. Fennel University, when talking about Fennel University, it always has been the Danny team, right? Danny has been one of the best marksman players that we do have here in the Philippines. However, the bigger however there is that we don't have a marksman meta, which means that he will be forced on the AP champions. But if there is one thing that really revealed itself over the course of the previous tournaments that I saw them, Horizon is actually a very good support player.
And he is going to be looking for a lot of plays here coming down towards this game. First pick priority going to be handed over here to Fennel Adversity. Unlike the previous series of Team Flash and GAM Esports, this time no Ash is gonna be let out here in the banning phase, as Team Flash or Fennel Adversity will be taking it away on their first ban. Gwen has been taken away as well. Aatrox still open here by 300, but I think it might be needed to be banned away as well.
Of course, I mean, we saw UNI Aatrox yesterday. Did really well against the squad of the 300. Also, Galio has to be banned away from Exocen. No brainers there. Yumi banned away by the 300 as a response to what happened earlier and as a response to what happened yesterday. But also, Giyang, I also need to get this out of the way. I don't think they are called Fennel Adversity anymore. We'll just call them Fennel because it says FL. How about that?
Let's call them Fennel. And they also picked up the Camille instead of the Aatrox. And I think they are going to be more confident with his champion as well. 300, they will be left out with a Karma and Aatrox if they would like to go with it. Or, you know, why not go with the Nautilus since it's also available? They actually go with the Nasus instead.
It's the same concept. Once you have Karma, you only have to have a Luden's Echo in the first few minutes of the game and you would be very impactful. We saw Marky go on a tear on this champion yesterday, but now Fennel just wants to make sure that the Karma, the Nautilus would be on their side as well. 2 engagers for Fennel. You have the Camille, you have the Nautilus, so 2 of them could just, you know, basically choose by themselves as to who's going to engage.
Kha'Zix's gonna be picked up here by Chaz, and this is gonna be a kill pressure that 300 once supposed against Fennel. Well, I'm also gonna be kind of nervous about this because Fennel, they do have such high mobility champions so far in their first 3 picks. Camille, the Fiora, even the Nautilus can easily close down any distance they do want to close out. And this provides so much map pressure as well in terms of engaging onto their enemies. 300 needs to be very, very careful in their next few picks.
And also one revelation that we have seen, at least in the previous series that we have casted, Wukong is now approaching the S tier territory when it comes to picking bans here in Southeast Asia. And for good reasons, because once he gets his advantages in the jungle, it's just so hard to engage upon it or engage on it. Aatrox was left open. And I really like this for 300 because yes, they don't have a Yumi, but you know what? There's another champion that can actually do almost the same thing, and that's the Karma. Karma with this Aatrox, it's going to be on a different level of bustedness. So it's very scary, Giyang, for the side of Fennel.
I'm also a little bit nervous here on the side of 300. Yes, they do pick the Aatrox, but he has to be a little bit assisted here in the laning phase, given how aggressive the champions of Fennel could be and how easily they can actually orchestrate a particular gank. Scaling as well has been invested here by Fennel and 300, as we do see the Jax, and wow, okay. This is going to be a jam-pack action mid to late game as well. And I think both of these teams are going to be eyeing on so many picks as well, since there is the Lux and Nautilus present here on Fennel. I mean, their lineup comprises so much pick potential, but 300 as well has been stacking on those, especially that Chaz is going to be handling this Kha'Zix.
Exactly. Chaz is how we call this guy, right?
The Chaz.
Whenever he gets his hands on this champion, I mean, multiple highlight moments was made possible by Chaz on this champion. But I'm now eager to find out as to how the laning phase will go for the squad of 300. Will it be Tatsuri's time to use the Aatrox? Does look like it. Yes, Helios would be the one to play the Jags. And for all the new viewers out there that has tuned in, we have Tatsuri previously from Team Secret. He's the mid laner from Team Secret. that was acquired by the roster of 300. And of course, Trevor was the jungler for Team Secret. So the sense of familiarity will always be there, Liam.
And I'm really excited about this. I mean, both of these teams has a strong experience already in this particular game. Has a strong sense of reading as well onto each other, as they have competed so many times already here in League of Legends Wild, even against each other. So in terms of getting a read and knowing the intentions of one another, this is going to be a lot of minor things being read out at the very start of the game. The slightest mistake can trigger such a big, impactful team fight that can lead to a lot of mixed results here towards this game, as both of these teams, like how we talked about earlier, does have good early game and late game potential. Game number 1 of this best of 5 series. Let's see who's gonna land the first strike.
Keeping my bets by myself to myself. I don't want anyone to know who I'm rooting for. Not really rooting for, who I predicted to really win the series. But one thing that I also would like to re-emphasize is the last time that I was casting Fennel, their identity has always been centered around controlled aggression. They're not going to go for, the risky plays that will wait for you to commit mistakes and be ready for those counter punches. Now, Trevor is on the Shyvana, which is heavily farming jungler. What you want to do if you are the 300 is to make sure that the Shyvana won't be able to sniff the dragons, right? So just as long as 300's laning phase would go in their favor, then I believe that their game plan will revolve around denying Trevor his buddies, his dragons.
Yeah. And it's going to be an important thing as well. I mean, Shyvana, it's always risky to have like your opponent being the one to take the dragons despite you being the one to have the Shyvana. It happened during the previous series, and that's something that Fennel wouldn't want to happen here in this game, since the scaling part of their lineup kind of relies a lot on Trevor having those stacks, having those upgrades on his abilities, and landing those true damage onto the members of 300 later on. Tatsuri did quite a lot here onto Acker, and that's what he would actually want to have in his situation here in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's a not so good position when talking about the waves here, because you could see that Tatsuri's wave is actually in a very dangerous position for him.
Yeah.
A GAM could easily happen. And remember, this Aatrox, without a World Ender, except from that dash and flash, you don't really have enough mobility. Looking at the laning phase, it does look like Fennel has the fundamentals down to the T. Trevor is now level 5. And again, just from one glance, I feel that Fennel has the better laning phase overall.
Yeah. And since they do have the Shyvana, the clearing of the jungle waves is much faster than how it used to be, and we see the difference even in how Trevor and Chaz reached their level 5 in terms of time. Chaz just recently reached level 5 and is on his way actually towards mid, as Tatsuri is just poking down Acker. Chaz in the vicinity. Hook shot away is going to be very easy here though for Acker.
That's okay. That's okay. This is more of like, Chaz, come down here. Help me push my wave so that I go for some recalls here. One thing to know, Fennel was actually able to get 2 scuttle grabs for themselves. Trevor is doing good against Chaz, at least in the first few minutes. Was even able to steal a couple of camps. And so, is that something that we expected, at least in the tail of the tape? Nah, I really think that Chaz is the better jungler, but I could be proven wrong. If there's if there's any better time for me to be proven wrong, now is the time.
And then it's also wonderful to see Fennel here in their lineup, because despite 300 having such a scaling lineup, Fennel does have that too. And in terms of setting up for plays, in terms of getting those pick-offs, they can actually just get it anytime they want. And since they do have the tools for it, Acker is just going to be patiently waiting for Trevor to actually visit mid, or maybe later on, he can actually just go towards the side lane, in which he has rotated towards the top side right now, Danny and Arisen, we are going to be setting our eyes onto them later on because the Nautilus dredge line always gets a filter onto the enemy whenever it connects. But 50-50 as well. I mean, if you cause yourself to miss that dredge line and go over the enemy, and or maybe land it onto a bad enemy choice, then it can be detrimental for you as well. So that may be something that 300 is eyeing on later on, since this is going to be a game of mistakes. Handshake, gentleman's agreement, peaceful early game so far here in the first 5 minutes. It's about to be broken though, as objectives are about to spawn in the next 25 seconds.
The Serpent's Fang has already been completed as the first item buy for Chaz. It's kind of a default item for him, but the effectivity of this item is just unparalleled, especially when you're facing against the Lux and the Nautilus. Light binding misses from Danny. Also, one thing that I would love to highlight, Danny is so good with his skill shots, and so that's going to be key for Fennel to really win against 300. He has to make sure that those light bindings hits the priority targets. And who are the priority targets? We're talking about Marky and maybe even Chaz.
If you get the kill onto Marky, that's already a big minus on their magic damage dealing into team fights. Now Fennel is starting this dragon, which is a sign on their proactivity, but 300 is looking to contest. Exosen slowing down Danny is going to be a good start. Big burst though onto the Kha'Zix. Chaz has to back away, but he won't be let to. First blood already as the Nautilus lands the anchor. Make that 2 kills here by Fennel. They get the dragon too. This is such an amazing start here for Fennel.
That's true, and that's the layering of CCs that's made available by the Lux and Nautilus combo. This is what we call the kill lane composition, bot lane. One ultimate was actually enough for the light binding to just secure its mark. And the best target of the best thing of all is Chaz was the one that was assassinated, meaning Fennel was able to get to objectives in the first 5 minutes. Is this something that you expected, Giang?
Yeah, and this is such a huge outcome that Fennel has gotten in just one initiation of Arisen. They won the team fight, got 2 kills, got the Mountain Dragon, got the RH, got 2,000 gold lead that can even rise up since they do have the RH. Items picked up here by their members. 300, this is going to be a bit of a challenging start for them. They do have that scaling lineup, so at most, maybe they want to pace themselves, play defensively. Topside though, Fennel is not letting them have the best of time.
True, and I think, okay, well, this tower will still be, that's 117, but that's still, a lot of tower plays that you're giving over to Ryuken. This Fiora versus Jax matchup is, to me, is a skills matchup. Whoever gets to, if a Fiora would be able to repost your counter strike, then that would be a trade in favor of Ryuken. Helios though is on the scaling side of things, looking at the keystones. He has Grass of the Undying, meanwhile Ryuken is on the Conqueror. So expect that Ryuken will be more on the offensive, meanwhile Helios just wants to stack up.
Props onto 300 though, as they do stack up their anti-healing items, Bramble West, Executioner calling him, and even on Marky, in terms of respecting the sustained potential here of Fennel, since 2 of them even got the Divine Sunder for that additional sustain. 300 stacking up towards top. Ryuken needs to fall back as the counter strike will land on just Arisen. 4 people suddenly here on the top. Arisen goes golden, but it won't even matter. Final spark by Danny, missing by a margin. But what will Fennel do? They stack up here in the mid lane in response to maybe pressuring a push, but Tatsuri is there for the wave there.
Yeah, but that's 4 people that was sent over by 300 for just one buddy of Fennel. Now though, it didn't go punished by Fennel. They were able to rotate well and make sure that the other towers will still be alive here. Tatsuri, no dives whatsoever. If it was NGX, I believe that Tatsuri would have died here. Just because, that's how NGX plays. Once they see Tatsuri, they would just dive Tatsuri over and over again. Fennel, though, still was able to get a win by getting the tower on the top lane. Not too shabby.
Yeah. Yep. It translates into more gold, which is what they actually would want as well. Not only do they have good late game scaling, but this composition thrives on so much damage as well. Rabadon's Death Cap already purchased here by Danny. Final Spark is definitely going to be someone's finals moment, and 300 might be needing to play a little bit reserved for the meanwhile and avoid some confrontations here from Danny and Ryzen. But that's going to be quite difficult when objectives spawn up, because Trevor with the Shyvana is constantly going to be threatening his scaling with those dragon stacks, and that's not
Possible
what
dive?
300 would actually want. Hextech Ultimatum here on the bot lane as Statsuri is just about to get bursted away. Never mind, flashes away and dashes right over. He stays alive.
True, and
Exosen.
that's actually lucky for the side of 300. It's not the same outcome that Fennel wanted, and if you are a fan of 300, that's actually the break that you need, because now Trevor does not have access to his ultimate, and now you can force a fight. Looking at the Helios is here. He wants to join the party, and making sure that 300 would have their advantage, at least in this skirmish.
Yeah, 300 responding accordingly, paying the due respect here for Fennel as the objectives are about to spawn. RH has spawned already. So Fennel might be eyeing on getting it once again to gain more leverage here against 300. And it's going to be quite difficult actually here for 300 to contest these, since in the retrospect of things, they're not really that much prepped as of now, as of 10 minutes into the game in terms of their items, unless they're going to catch them by surprise. But before that, yeah, Fennel gonna be very, very proactive here, taking the RH already just even before this dragon spawns up.
And more draconic bloodlines available for Trevor's Shyvana, which is closely approaching the scary territory.
Oh,
Exosen
deja vu.
force a face check.
Same position as the previous team fight. Final Spark landing onto Exo 7.
Tatsuri though.
He stays alive. There is a flank here by Helios on the backside, splitting the fight into two, but they need to be very careful. FL, they might actually overstep their boundaries as Statsuri is just landing those blows, chasing down
300.
Akron in the meantime. That's a double kill by Chazix, as now they got in 3 kills. This dragon as well will be denied onto Trevor.
Very good pincer movement coming from Tatsuri and Helios from the top, Tatsuri from the bottom, and basically Fennel had no chance. Their Lux was so vulnerable. Every engage option was already used by Fennel, and now 300 wants more.
Yeah, flash popped in there by Trevor, and that should be it. But Chaz is looking for that kill. Trevor stays alive. Actually, never mind. It's still gonna be Chaz getting that kill. 5-2 now in the scoreline, and look at the gold auto lose. Suddenly, the 3,000 gold lead of Fennel gets depleted in an instant after that fight, and we're seeing 300 now with the lead.
Yeah, it's a huge swing. Definitely a huge swing off of one very good counter punch from 300. We did say that Fennel's identity back then was to make sure that they're not going to go for a very aggressive play. But you know what changed? Ryzen's crowd control started onto Exos, and remember, this is still a Nasus that has a Fimble Winter that has access to a lot of HP because of his ultimate. So yeah, if your burst skills are being targeted onto the tanks, then you will not have a good time. Fennel got punished, and punished hard.
Yeah, I got confused earlier and worried about Fennel, since Danny also tried to burst out Exosen using the final spark and landing only onto him. So that lack of damage onto the other members kind of cost them that team fight, and I think that should be avoided here by Fennel. Now we're seeing 300 stacking up towards top lane, grouping up. Chaz just threatening a possible die, but Fennel actually still staying strong, defending the tower. Hextech Ultimatum. Tatsuri might just die as he has no escape options. And Trevor chasing now Marky, but they don't have vision on this Tribush. Exosen still looking to tank here for the team, as Chaz is looking for that assassination options. Acker is isolated. He needs to group up with him, as now Fennel looks to fall back. That's a nice light binding into the burst, but now he just goes golden, denies that damage. Marky is looking for a re-engage, but Fennel looking to engage. Chaz actually going in with the flash. 300, they don't go back, they don't retreat, they just march onward and forward as Chaz gets that double kill. This is just disastrous now for Fennel.
What a way to turn things around for 300. Yes, they suffered the first death. But Chaz is in peril here. You can finally join the fray. Teleport invested by Tatsuri, but what a bloodbath here, Yi Young. 300 doesn't want objectives, they want kills over and over again. At one point, I was scared for the side of Fennel because Chaz is just unlocked on those resets, right? This is still Chazix that we're talking about. One kill would just snowball into multiple kills. And again, I would love to highlight just the fact that Marky and Exosen, how Marky and Exosen controls those choke points, right? What they want to do is for you to really check, and the face check they did. Transcendent Embrace into Spirit Fires, into the tankiness of Exosen, and all that needs to be done is a chance to have a party.
And a small add-in onto that, I think the wards of Fennel was on cooldown, so they really had to face check in that Tri-Brush, and that caused a lot of hesitations and also vision impairments for the team. Chaz just was positioning himself so well in that fight too, and 6-2 on the scoreboard. This is such fantastic situation now for 300 in general, and to think that Chaz on this Chazix gonna be eyeing on so many squishy champions of Fennel. This is gonna be a nightmare for them for sure.
Level 13 even, so max evolution on all three skills here. 180 HP left on this tower. Fennel is forcing their way into the mid lane.
Yeah, they want to get this star, but also they are being prevented to do so. Naga Statuary joins the fight.
No.
Fennel's members drop down towards the ground. Tatsuri still continues to go forward. Goes Golden in the meantime to negate some of the damage. But now 300 has to retreat, has to fall back. They already gotten a kill. The tower is just too much to handle here. On the side of Fennel as well. And since Helios is a little bit late in the fight, since he was split pushing in the bot lane, they just need to fall back for the meantime and reset.
And that's actually the wiser decision here. Don't get over greedy, don't get overzealous. Although one thing to at least nitpick for the side of 300, that was a very early stasis from Tatsuri. Not that they were punished though. In fact, they were able to get a couple of more gold lead for themselves just by sending Tatsuri over the top lane. And did we say that it's already the it's the side lane meta? With Aatrox and Jax manning the side lanes, I feel for Fennel. I mean, they have the Camille, but I mean, with the resources that is being gifted over to the Jax and to the Aatrox, it's just a lot harder to execute if you are Fennel.
Yeah, I get what you mean, man. It's like they have Camille, they have the Fiora, but it's a Jax. It's a Jax of Helios that is gonna be bombarding or threatening those side lane pushes as well. And not only that, they are 300 is much ahead. There's the threat of Chazix as well, rotating across the map, and vision is gonna be so important here in this game for Fennel. They have to play things a little bit defensively this time. A while ago, at the start of the game, they were actually once threatening for dives, but suddenly 300 has turned the tides around there, and they're the ones who are actually pressuring FL.
Yeah, Pepperidge, was that Pepperidge? Farm remembers the point that Danny was able to get 2 items in an instant, but right now it feels like he got slowed down. And now without that burst potential coming from Fennel, it's just a lot harder for them to go and penetrate through 300. Now, Giyang, one more thing is that I feel like there's no anti-shield item for Fennel.
Yeah, no anti-shield. That was what I was about to say as well. The respect towards the shield, especially that Mark is using the Karma right now. They need that item. They do have some anti-healing, so good job here by Ryuken and Danny. Same as Aker as well. But aside from that, you also have to take into consideration the shield that Market can provide. And it's gonna be so detrimental for them. Exosen as well on this Nasus. Feels no fear being the one in the front here for 300. Look at him just confidently soaking those damage and providing that safety net for the backline members while waiting for Tatsuri to actually join into the fight. Chaz now looking to slow them down. Tatsuri as well being in the front as Morty just guiding them in. They need to be very careful because the flank is here from Helios as the counter-strike lands, but Ryuken actually gets that grand challenge proc. The healing is present here for Fennel as 300 might need to fall back. 3 members dead. Fiore is on a killing spree as now he is bloody hungry, looking for those kills. Exocen, you might be tanky, but not towards a Fiore here. Opry, you can. They finally get the tower in the mid lane, and suddenly they're the ones throwing the punches now.
Counter punch from Fennel has been their trademark ever since this org has been formed, and now Fennel enjoys the soup of this Baron. Marky in the area though, but will there be another miraculous steal? I don't think so. Horizon here is here to box them out.
Yeah, they spot the dog sniffing their way towards the Baron, and they're looking to get that kill. Well, the dog survives, but Fennel did get the better objective, which is the Baron. So now, split push is online here for Fennel. 300. Oh my! I think they got a little too overconfident in that instant when Tatsuri was going too much forward.
True. I was also looking at Helios very closely with his flanking position. The idea was great, but the execution wasn't there. Kudos to Fennel with the counter punch available. You're right, the Grand Challenge really did help them a lot. Just a healing from the Grand Zone, and also all the crowd control that was made available. Those counter punches from Fennel is so deadly. The burst is there, the shields are there, and 300 is now scrambling to challenge this Elder Dragon.
Will the contest be there though for 300 as they are in the vicinity, but they're hesitating for a little bit. And Fennel, they want to draw them in. They want them to be baited into this objective since they know they can actually fight. But the pokes are coming in from 300, especially from Marky and Ryuken. He is now on half HP. There's also a fight from Helios and Ryuken from the other side. And now it forces them to disengage. Trevor's taking a bit of damage. If he dies, that's going to be detrimental here for Fennel. As now Hexic Ultimate comes into the front. Helios as well is in the back. Split battle here. But 300 against all odds will get the Elder Dragon. But it doesn't actually help them. Fennel adversity amidst all odds. Despite the Elder Dragon getting into the hands of 300, Fennel will get the final punch here into 300's members, and they're now pushing into the mid lane.
I want a replay of that team fight in the Dragon. Feels like the 300 was over-focusing the Elder Dragon to a point that Fennel just had the time of their lives to just break down all the HP bars. And there you go, ladies and gents. Someone expected a 3-0. That's me. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Fennel will be winning game number 1 here.
Oh my gosh. In a such beautiful fashion as well, to think that, yeah, you were stating earlier that we definitely need a replay on what happened in that Elder Dragon fight, because it's 300 that got it. But I think that while, like you were right, while 300 was busy taking the Elder Dragon, Fennel was busy putting those HP bars down to execute health, and it's about priorities. And Fennel was getting the better one, I suppose, as they started this game pretty well. 300 came back, but Fennel at the very end, at the very best possible time, they made the right call to go and charge onto 300.
True. And reasons won't happen off of Epic Monster skill, right? If there's one thing that we know, Kha'Zix does get unlocked whenever you kill champions, not Epic Monsters. And yes, they were able to get the Elder Dragon, but without any resources under your belt to really utilize that Elder Dragon buff, that basically spelled disaster for the side of 300. Very well played for Fennel. At one point, I was scared for them, but yeah, they can do it. They can stand toe-to-toe against 300.
And that fight in the Elder Dragon was really interesting as well, because Helios and Akar were having their own battle in the tier 2 tower of 300 a while ago while the other 4 were battling in the Elder Dragon. And while they do reach the part here where they start to group up with their other members, FL was actually here busy attacking the members of 300, and it was so pivotal because the final spark nearly even got allowed Danny to secure that Elder Dragon, but it also didn't matter because it hit the other members of 300. Suddenly, the bodies fall, and FL smiles suddenly grew on their faces.
Sure, and Danny was so safe in the back line. He was disguising himself as a very, very harmless civilian, but in fact, it was still Danny's team. Fennel, highest damage dealt is of course going to be Lux for Fennel. Meanwhile, on the other side, that's going to be Marky. But what a way to start this best of 5 series game.
Yeah, and in particular, Danny, you mentioned earlier that he is one of the best, if not the best, ADCs here in the Philippine region. In this Lux, the performance is still maintained. No matter if he is on the AD marksman or the AP marksman, he will definitely deliver. And delivery was made here by Fennel Adversity as well. 32k, yeah, on Marky, pretty impressive. But I think it wasn't still enough here for 300 to make that W for them. 21 minutes elapsed, and I didn't even feel it was 21 minutes. I felt like it was a fast game. Arisen being the MVP here for Fennel, a well-deserved one, setting up the plays. And he was even the one that set up the first fight of the game earlier.
And one of the bigger really transformations for Fennel was when they transitioned from Wraith to Arisen. Arisen is just so aggressive, and again, just a quick trivia for everyone. Yes, Arisen was the Baron laner for the longest time before, but prior to transitioning to Wild Rift back in League of Legends PC, he was a support main. So this guy is no stranger to this caliber of plays. Anyway, Guillaume will be going on to a very short break, and once we come back, that's already G2. Call everyone, guys. See you.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count and the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at a gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Hero to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these 3 enriched panels: Farming Mode, Pre- and Post-Teamfight Mode, and Teamfight Mode. In Farming Mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre- and post-teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In team fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count and the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at a gallons. What is a great game without the competition for
All right, welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia Open qualifier for the Philippine region. Coming at you, GAM Gaming and Autolus once again here, this time for game number 2 between 300 and Fennel after that fantastic victory by Fennel.
Borrowing some lines from G10, huh? Coming at you is is
such
there
a great
under
line.
your link. Okay. But yeah, my God, coming at you is game number 2, ladies and gents, as we approach into a transitionary phase. Again, adjustments might be done by both squads. I feel like this is actually a game that I feel both of them could actually win. I feel that the draft was okay, but there's really something big that did happen. On 2 fights, we saw the impact of the grand challenges, and I guess that has to be respected by Coach Kaiko and company, Coach Stringfinger as well, for the side of the 300. But we'll see, okay? First things first, we have to know as to who's going to blue side or red side, because that's going to really determine as to what the priorities will be for both squads.
Because a while ago, Fennel, I mean, they did have first pick a priority, and they actually focused more on the Fiora a while ago for Ryuken, and Ryuken had such an incredible performance with this champion as well. Now, as they remain on the blue side, you can actually go with the same strat once again. In 300, it is actually so difficult for them. Quite frustrating, I would say, in that last fight when they got the Elder Dragon. I think that should be avoided at the very end here. And kudos actually to Rebenga on the drafting part here. Having Fiora, having a Camille in the mid lane. It's just so brilliant how they are able to orchestrate or construct these kinds of lineups, in which this is not what you would normally see, and even on some of the games we have witnessed earlier. But this one, Fennel, they have made this draft, made it work in game 1.
There's a no ban. I feel that we are just encountering. Okay, so that's okay. Reset. That's okay. And yeah, just banking on your or just adding to your thoughts. The very first thing that we really noticed with the drafting of Fennel was their I would say their ban on the Galio of Exos, and it was just so high back. Exocen on the NASA's isn't going to really give you the quote-unquote playmaking that would be available if he was on a different support. That's actually the double-edged sword, or the caveat whenever you're playing Nasus. Yes, you're going to be very tanky. Yes, you're going to throw a lot of AoE armor shredding shenanigans, but at the end of it all, there's really no playmaking potential on that channel.
A crowd control lacking a little bit in his side as well. Yeah, we did see him doing tremendous work though in terms of tanking and soaking so much damage, especially in the early parts of the game. But in that particular moment, I think the crowd control paid such good dividends there for Fennel, especially when Acker actually went on to Marky with that Hexic ultimatum. And now coming to game number 2, no tech problems this time, as we are coming out. Ray, no, Jay's gonna be taken away again here by 300. Still, the Ashe and the Gwen not gonna see the light of day. Let's see though if 300 will again let the Aatrox be open, and if Fennel would not take it.
Yeah, Gwen, Galio, of course. There's no reason for you to let that go. Yumi might be banned here. That's also an Horizon champion. There you go. Same set of bans almost. Yeah, I don't think any changes was done by both teams. This is going to be a Camille priority, of course. Camille has always been a very big priority for almost all teams here in Southeast Asia. We saw 300 do the same over and over again, but this time, there you go. The adjustment that was necessary. Take away Fiora from Ryuken.
Yeah, Aatrox gonna be available though here for Ryuken or Trevor, whichever would want to get this Aatrox, even Acker if he wants to. 300 gonna be banking on the Fiora this time. The Gragas as well has been picked up, and this kind of answers what they were lacking earlier. The crowd control, the disengage, the same as the tankiness, what it is present in the Nasus a while ago of Exocen, but Gragas does have that as well, plus a Disrupt Sustain too. Wukong will not will go early right now though for Fennel, and this shows some positive signs actually for them, denying as well the Chazix here for 300. Trevor gonna be trying this champion now.
Yeah, but there's a lot of potential counters to this Kha'Zix. There's still the Lee Sin, there's still the Fi. And yeah, I mean, looking at the lineup of 300 here, they're still able to flex this Riven onto the jungle. Remember, there's still Yone that Chaz could play, and he could also play the Shyvana. There's a lot of options here, but what I really liked about this Wukong pickup is the ability to really stabilize team fights, similar to what happened earlier, in where you see so many big skills coming from Fennel. The Grand Challenge was replaced by the Cyclone of the Wukong. The crowd control of the Camille will always be there. The Accept Ultimatum will always be there. Now it's Trevor's time to make sure that he will be able to find openings necessary for him to get resets, because if I'll be honest with you here, Giyang, I don't remember Trevor as a very big Kha'Zix guy. He's going to be very effective in the jungle, just not on Kha'Zix, at least in my memory. If I will be reminded of his prowess on this Kha'Zix, now is the time.
I saw him on Lee Sin and Wukong, though it didn't translate into a win when they were battling against Enigma Galaxy. So this is going to be a refreshing sight to see, and hopefully it does show some positive signs here for Fennel. And 300 banking on aggressiveness here and engaged. Actually, when they picked up this Riven as well, I'm wondering what they will put in their fourth pick. First time ever I'm gonna be seeing a Morgana here in phase 2 of WRL. And okay, so 300 wants some surprises as well, looking at their wild cards now.
I'm okay with this. You have a very decent wave clear with the mentioned Shadow. You still have access to the ever so annoying Dark Bindings, and Marky has been one of the players that really was so good with his skill shots. They also noticed that they lack on the crowd control aspect of things. Crowd control from Gragas is respectable, but Fiora really lacks in that regard. And so Marky and Exosen would be playmaking a lot here, because both of them does have initiation capabilities.
Yeah, and also I'm actually kind of excited on how many playmaking potential this Morgana can actually provide in team fights, because Fennel, they will go in, especially with the Wukong and the Nautilus here for Arisen once again, as they do get that duo with Danny. But the Soul Shackles can pose a problem as well here for Fennel. And as they do lock in the Yone here, looks like Spartan once again wants to charge here onto Fennel.
Exactly, and this is kind of a reminder of how busted the Morgana plus Yone combo is. All you have to do is to put the Black Shield onto Yone, and then he will go and go for some Soul Unbound plays. And yeah, it's actually a refreshing sight here, Giyang, that 300 is willing to get back to the drawing board, to the notebook, and play some champions that were really effective in the past few months. So yeah, I'm liking the draft overhaul here by 300, but for Fennel, it's the same story, right? They're so scary when it comes to crowd control, because they still have the Lux and Nautilus combo.
Yeah, so much banking on pick potential as well, but I'm kind of thinking of ways on how Fennel could cancel the Black Shield of the Morgana. Very few actually is going to be present, and if they would want to cancel or penetrate that Black Shield, they would have to kind of sacrifice a lot of utilities, because Kha'Zix does have that spike, that's those spikes. The Lux would have to sacrifice an ability at least, or land that third skill onto the Yone if ever, or Nautilus would have to waste a bit of his utilities or playmaking abilities like the Dredge Line just to cancel that or remove that Black Shield. So that may be something that 300 is going to be looking for later on as we head down to game number 2, in which Fennel is leading the series right now and looking so strong right now, and with this Kha'Zix and plus the supplementary of it with the Lux and Nautilus, oh my, so many plays can be made here by Fennel.
Of course, on all angles, right? Wave initiation from Kong, initiation from Camille, and of course the cleanup potential from Trevor. It will be the biggest wildcard here as to how effective this Trevor Kha'Zix is, as I stated during the drafting phase. now looks like we will have a standard Wilder. Finally, after so many games, we'll be seeing the Dragon Lane and the support here in the bot lane, and that's so understandable because that's the Lux not lose going against the Gragas Morgana here by Marky. And yeah, one final thought. I believe that 300 still has access to Marky's Ziggs, but they feel like Morgana is a better option, and I do agree with Kaigo on this one.
Yeah, they banned away the Ziggs in this second banning phase as well. So
Yeah, they were the one.
They were the one who abandoned away. Tatsuri and Acker trading blows quite early once again here at the first minute of the game. Marky taking a bit of damage as well there from the engage of Arisen and Danny. So 300 as of the meantime, while focusing for the early game clearing of waves. We need to be very careful. But
look at Chaz.
Quick gap closing here by Chaz. Can they actually get the kill?
Oh,
One more hit. He is burning to death, but still stays alive. Acker defies death this time.
Yeah, Stone Skins, some Grasp of the Undying procs, and also the barrier coming in clutch. Now 300 is not yet done. They want Ryuken, although Ryuken was able to push out the wave here. Exosen in the area, but Islam waiting to happen, not going to be committed.
Yeah. Fennel will have some safety net, but this tower is going to take a bit of damage, which is important for 300 to gain leverage a little bit in this early game. Marky safely farming in the bottom lane while Exosen is going across the map. After a while ago, it was actually a close one. I mean, it kind of is nerve-wracking to
close,
see him
bro.
almost dying.
Yeah,
And the hands there of Chaz and Tatsuri. Unfortunately, he was able to stay alive. Flash is still available for Tatsuri though. So as he kind of gets closer to level 5, the kill potential gets significantly high in this mid lane.
Exactly. You know what was unlocked there? Tatsuri's aggression. Now he has, a very good time here in the laning phase. But Exosen is still trying to back up his mid laner. He wants Tatsuri to finally have the game of his life under the 300 banner. Trevor with some high and low moments, but yeah, you can see level 5 to level 4 backer. They're trying to really help Tatsuri here.
Yeah, Tatsuri having best of its time in this mid lane as well. 500 gold leads, make that 600 as they clear the wave against Acker. And 300 overall is not feeling any threat so far here in this game. We're seeing a bit of a gold lead overall in total here for 300 against Fennel before the 5-minute mark, in which every bit of leverage in this game is going to be important as you scale up towards minute 5. Since Fennel, if they are not going to be able to land those pick-offs onto 300, that is a minute going by with them scaling up. And Chaz with the Yone, Halos with the Fiora, Tatsuri with the Riven, those champions scaling into the late game are going to pose a lot of threats on the succeeding fights.
True, and also exciting to see what Helios has in store for us. Actually, Helios, just a quick trivia for everyone. His main lane prior to transition to the Baron lane is actually the mid lane, right? He's the mid laner from RRQ. And now after transitioning or before transitioning to Team 300, Helios switch lane onto the top lane. And that's okay because Helios has always been the best, I would say, best mid laner that can go on the side lane here in the Philippines. So it's nothing out of ordinary. It's actually kind of expected and it does make sense. And right now that he has access to these champions that he's so familiar with, we're just waiting for some explosions to happen from this guy.
One slight trigger can be leading on an explosive team fight indeed, as now actually they are going towards Arisen for the damage he has taken, but still will be able to fall back 20 seconds before the objective spawn up. And 300, they are actually in perfect position to maybe start the RH, but seeing them recall says otherwise, as maybe they are wanting to take the dragon instead.
Of course, more into the scaling, but I feel there's something that tells me that they would go for an all-out fight here.
Yes.
Remember what happened earlier, and where Fennel was able to get the advantage in the first 5 minutes, just because of Arisen's engage and the follow through by Danny. Look at Trevor having the tough hands life here. He's spotted though, so he has to be careful. There seems to be a handshake, and Tatsuri is trying to challenge this or pose some threat. That's it.
Yeah, Fennel as well is posing some threat onto the top side of the map. Final Spark gonna be getting that last hit, as the other
What?
members
So-
of Fennel are actually taking a bit of damage. And never mind, not the
way.
Final Spark. Arisen has gotten it. My oh my, so many surprises happening in this game.
Yeah, well,
Double
that's
objective.
a backbreaker, a momentum breaker, everything breaker for the Santos 300. There was no reason for Horizon to be able to steal that one. The jungler was on the other side, and Fennel once again here in game number 2 was able to get 2 objectives.
What? Oh, Arisen, he must be so happy right now. I mean, Fennel, they have taken this Mountain Dragon for the scaling, denying that scaling as well onto 300, and are spawning the Rift Herald right now to get this tower down, and we're seeing 300 responding with a rotation. They won't still be able to stop that push. So unfortunately, now they are down 2,000 gold at 6 minutes, and this is actually helping the scaling here of Fennel, especially onto Danny.
It has been a familiar theme for 300. It feels like that their early game has always been on the back foot here, Kiyong. And this game is no stranger to that. Does this mean that 300 would be surrendering this game altogether? I don't think so. They will go for plays, and look at the plays here.
Wow! Oh, the cask brings Trevor back, but he does have the flash, so still he's able to go back to safety. But that was kind of nervous for Trevor to go back and be forced back there onto the fight. 300 starting to look plays across the map now, as well, they couldn't push though here in the top side, given the contest that Fennel is putting over towards the top side of the map. We're seeing Danny as well lingering in the area.
Ooh,
now they
Exo.
go and engage. Depth charge, knocking Helios
Nice
off.
repose.
Nice parry though. Yeah, repose. Fate sealed, not landing onto the necessary target. So lacking of damage, will not get that kill. Never mind. He gets that kill with the help of Marky. So one kill in
Exo.
return. Final
He's so
spark.
tanky.
Yeah, he is.
What? I thought it was already on lethal range, but Exo's health bars actually on a good end. There you go. All right, so that's a Giant's belt. I got fooled for a second there, and Danny with already a level 2 final spark didn't really do much damage, but man, oh man, this is the difference of having Exosen on a playmaker rather than a soaking tank in the Nasus. Did you see that very beautiful explosive cask onto Trevor?
Yes.
Truth be told, Fennel did actually surrender some of their momentum there. And yes, there were moments in where Fennel had the opportunity. Very good engage from Horizon, very good follow through by Danny. But a very timely repose by Helios, and my man, his mechanics is just putting them on a different level right now. But that's just one kill. Fennel still is in the lead.
Yeah, the game is actually still relatively slow compared to the other games that we have witnessed so far. And now at 8 minutes, things are just focusing on to the farm. Oh, that is kind of fortunate, as the final spark of Danny steals out that Scuttle Crab away from Helios. It just emotes away while recalling. 300 right now gonna be eyeing on picks once again. So eyes on Exosen later on. Those plays, just like the one they did on the treble, will be attempted to be repeated once again for sure. And Fennel, they do have their own ways in setting up, since their composition really thrives so many ways on those pick-offs. The Hextech Ultimatum, those light binding, and also that dredge line from Arisen are going to be posing a threat here towards 300.
Of course. And now state of the map, Helios is late to the party. Fennel, 5-man strong already, or almost, because look at Ryuken. Ryuken is so close to this fight. Helios is so late into this party.
Oh, cask used early on. Danny is still very, very much safe, as now Fennel is pushing forward, gets the exploding HP there onto Exosen after getting the Rift Herald, and 300. Their playmaking was a little bit messy there. The cask didn't really put Danny in a bad spot, and still was able to make that really high damage on that final spark.
And more to that, that was a 4v5. So, I mean, if it was a no casualty encounter, you would be happy with that if you're 300. But 300 has to do better. And speaking of better, that's the better thing that you could do.
Yep.
Tatsuri showing some flashes of his solo kills, the vintage Tatsuri that many fans are waiting to show up, at least in that regard, was able to show himself.
Yeah, and that's the momentum they might need now to be able to try and contest this Ocean Drake that Fennel earlier wanted to start. 300 are the ones starting this objective now, but they need to be a little bit careful because Trevor is in the vicinity, light binding, doing a little bit of crowd control as 3,000 is remaining on the HP of this Ocean Drake.
Oh,
Trevor eyeing,
Horizon?
looking for that counterplay, but they got countered instead as Fennel got engaged here by 300.
Fate Seal!
The Ocean Drake is still gonna be taken here by 300 as now they look for the dive. The Soul Shackle's doing so much, but Chaz actually very, very low. They're just waiting for him to
Smites.
come back,
Okay.
and Druken will just land that final blow, but they need to look at the other members. So that's actually doing a lot of work. That burst with that Wind Slash just does tremendous damage onto the members of Fennel, and now it's only Daniel remaining alive, and Healers will be more than happy to finish this cleanup.
That's an ace for the side of 300. Horizon just respawned here, and to make things worse for the side of Fennel, 300 is now focusing the tower on the bot lane. Just would love to highlight the fact that Chaz was able to catch 1, 2, 3 people with his Fate Sealed, and from that point on, it was so easy for 300 to really execute. Also, kudos to Exosen in making sure that Horizon will be taken out of the picture right away. Before the fight even began, Horizon was already out of the picture. And that's 300's team fighting for you. Fennel was ahead at that point, right? With the goal lead that they have and a couple of things in their favor, but 300 refuses to die.
Yeah, it was also pivotal that 300 turned onto Horizon instead of committing onto the Dragon because Trevor was ready to jump. He wanted to get that steal, but what he did not expect is 300 turning onto Horizon and forcing that play, causing FL to just a team fight in that 4 versus 5, and that slight difference in numbers allowed the 300 to now be the ones dictating game, but a sudden surprise. FL now will go into the mid lane. Nice Riposto to deny that Hextech ultimatum, but the final spark doing the damage. The Fate Seal onto the back, still lacking the damage. FL has gotten 2 kills in exchange for Yuken.
Oh, that's okay though. I mean, looking at this team fight, it's not going over soon, Giyang. All right, finally, both of them decides a deuce, and we'll just go back and again, Fennel still was able to crack the defenses here by 300. They saw Marky and Nexus and by themselves, and they did not hesitate to go win. This Camille pickup from Fennel University has been so good for them because they can easily pull the trigger, right? I mean, Hawkshot into Hextech Ultimatum has been their calling card for now. Acker would be going with a follow through, and with Danny and the rest and being there at the backside of things, it's just so easy to execute their composition, right? Now, if you are 300, do you want that to happen again? Definitely not. What they have to do here is to make sure that if ever they're going to leave, especially this dual lane by themselves, they have to cover them with some visions to make sure that if it happens again, there will be an easier way for them to back them up.
Yeah, because if you get caught there, especially by those engaged of L, it's gonna be so difficult to exit. You only have 1 black shield as well from Marky, so if you miss a target, if you're a little bit too late, then FL just gonna be easily deleting your HP bars here on the side of 300s. Now Trevor, alongside with the other members of FL, will just force that fight. That's how quick they can easily obliterate a single member of 300, and it's demonstrated perfectly. Hextech ultimatum gonna be used here onto Marky. You have a black shield, but I have my members, and I can easily just slice down you with my foot. 2 kills picked up. FL may be posting here on the Baron as they are actually starting it. Thatcher is in the vicinity. Chaz as well, ready with that Fate Seal, but I don't think he can actually get this for the team. They are preventing him from having access onto the Baron. 3,000 health
Right.
remaining. Can actually
It's
go
you.
in. No, he gets
Cancel.
denied as they just body block his face
Tatsuri,
shield. But the
though.
damage being
Chaz
put
is here.
by Tatsuri. They
Chaz
need
is
to
dead.
stop them right now. The Baron still taken by Fennel as now they're just going to be getting the kill. Tatsuri
Okay.
fights for such a long time before falling down while Helios is busy split pushing into the bot. That's going to be a Baron and 2 kills picked up by Fennel. But 300, they got the tower in the bot lane and they got the kill onto Horizon.
Yeah, still though, Fennel was able to get the main prize, which is this Baron. Another good showing from Fennel. It started with Exosin being caught out of position, and look at the movements from Fennel. The aggression, the confidence to make those plays. This Camille is just unlocking them over and over again here. The layering of crowd control, the ease of execution, everything points towards Fennel. And right now, 300 is going to scramble to play defense here, because right now, if Fennel gets to at least push this advantage to a 5k goal lead off of this Baron power play, it will be a lot harder for 300 to respond later.
Yeah, the slightest mistake, the slightest delay on exiting and disengaging caused a lot of problems here for 300 because there is no gap in terms of follow-up here for Fennel. The moment one goes in, everybody follows up in order, in perfect synchronicity.
So
and
good.
300, they can't leave those gaps open here for Fennel to take over because they're just going to be repeating what they did earlier. That small pick-off onto Exosin, like what you mentioned, cost a Baron and some kills picked up here by Fennel and even towers. So the push earlier by Helios is now denied, basically.
I mean, if you're Fennel, it'll just it feels like that you could deduce that the other members of 300 would continue on split pushing, and this is actually one of the risks that is basically attached to a split pushing composition. If you have a very good engage option on your side, you can force fights over and over again, and that's what's happening right now. Fennel splitting the map this time, using the purple worm buff to try to take down towers left and right. Will be able to take down the bot lane tower, but nothing further than that. Exosin will engage.
Yeah, he wants to make plays this time after getting killed a while ago, and they will get Acker in a blink of an eye. But still, Ryuken posing a threat in the bottom lane and still allowing F to gain that gold lead with that Baron power play. 300, yeah, they do get that kill, but it's still just a single kill that they have gotten. Not much in effect since there's no objective available. They will at least try to get this tower in the mid lane. Final Spark, not getting those kills on the cannon.
Yeah, that's okay though. I mean, that's something that you would take any time of the day. If you're 300, you want access to jungles of Fennel if you are to play offensive. But right now, 300 is on the defensive. That's for sure, right? Right now, I mean, the way 300 is playing this is that they have full confidence that Tatsuri and Helios would be winning the 1v1s. It's just that Fennel is just so quick to their feet that if they decide to engage, it will just be a disaster for Exosin and company. Now, how do you counter this? It's just about to make sure. It's about making sure that you have vision in areas that are very heavy on the priority side, especially this Baron. So now Exosin is being forced to face check, but because he has everyone at his backs, he can actually just plant those visions or struggle with those visions, and Exosin is just doing that.
And again, similar to a while ago, we didn't even notice that much. It's already about to be
Engage?
an Elder Dragon
Nope.
spawning up here for this game. That is an engage. That is a cask. Beautiful cask onto Arise. But can they actually follow up? Because Trevor is on the backside, jumps right back onto his members. But now Final Spark
again.
timed perfectly there onto
Fate Shield
Tatsuri. But
onto
so
three.
does the Fate Shield here of Chad. But can it actually be enough? Maybe yes, maybe no. But Danny is doing so much before he actually falls down. Ryuken and Trevor are still alive, but more numbers is present now for 300. They will get this tower at the very least in the mid lane. Wow, that fight was definitely explosive and quite explosive enough to allow 300 to get even this inhibitor tower in the mid lane.
They got slowed down. Ryuken still has access to the hook shot. Hextech ultimatum on cooldown though, but 300 surprise, surprise, was able to win another team fight, was able to get the tower in the mid lane and also the tower on the top lane. Look at this, Guillaume. What a series of events. What team fights are we witnessing right now? It started with Trevor not really having access to the resets that we are talking about. Trevor is going to be an integral part for Fennel to really be able to get back on track here, at least in the last few minutes of this game. Elder Dragon has to respawn, Inhibitor about to respawn as well for the side of Fennel. And if you are actually just tuning in, yes, we already have Inhibitors in Wild Rift.
Yes, and as well, I want to point out, Exocen was premier in that fight earlier. That cast, a beautiful engage by the support
Always,
of
right?
300, causing so many problems here for FL. And now with the momentum that they do have, the silent whispers earlier by the fans of 300 are slowly turning into loud roars and chants here for this team, as they are now starting this Elder Dragon. FL wants to contest, but they're being prevented from doing so. Huge waves are also crashing from the mid lane and bottom lane. I don't think they can actually take this anymore. They have to force their way in.
Horizon
they're
so
supposed to be
deep.
forced right back. That's the engage once again. Horizon forced to go golden. It's a huge engage again by 300 as Danny looks to go with the final spark. Does deal with some damage onto two members of 300, but it simply is not enough. And now as 300 marches forward, as FL loses members, 300 just focusing now on the push into the mid lane, grouping up once again, while Helios is really split pushing once again into the bot lane since the inhibitor has spawned up there.
Wait. This is so uncharacteristic for the side of 300. They are now hesitating to do one moves, but that's okay though. I mean, 300 has finally settled to the fact that they want this Elder Dragon. They're going to take it for themselves. Final Spark, a little bit too far from hitting its goal here. But one thing to note in that team fight alone, the MVP for me is going to be Helios. He found Danny, and Danny had no chance but to flash away. Trevor, with Guardian Angel still available, will be able to survive this. Yeah, the burn's not enough for him to be executed here, Guillaume. But again, what a weapon 300 has right now. You have a Tatsuri that is so deadly on the serve, and you have Helios being able to find those small openings to see the vulnerable spots of Fennel. And now Exocen again on the playmaker will be able to find a Ryzen time and time again.
Oh no, Horizon, he's just gonna be falling down. That is so sad there for Horizon. And now with numbers advantage again, 300 can easily just start up this battle. I mean, even if they don't have numbers advantage, they can actually do so because they do have the Elder Dragon buff. Helios is busy split pushing in the bot lane. That is 3 members being sent out here by FL just to try and kill this Pure, but they're even struggling to do so. They're taking too much time, and here comes Exocen joining the fight. They're gonna head down there. 2 versus 3, no problem. They do get the kill onto Helios, but that doesn't matter because they get 3 in return, and 100 will get this game number 2 in return to FL's Game 1 win.
We have a series, Giang. It's a 1-1 for both the Filipino squads. Down to best of 3, down to the T. And let's go, Giang, because this has been one of the most intense matchups that we have ever seen. It's always like this whenever we're casting Filipino teams.
Yeah, and kudos to both of these teams actually, because we're all constantly looking at these supports actually. Both Horizon and Exocen are kind of like the main initiators here, and whoever gets caught out as well kind of becomes the path for the other team to make those big plays. Exocen was struggling earlier, was getting caught by Fennel as well earlier on, but at the very end or mid part of that game, he started to pop off, make those plays, throw in those beautiful casks, and allow 300 to win those team fights.
Exactly, and again, it's night and day on having Exocen on a playmaker, right? This is actually one of the few highlights in where we saw Chaz's impact in the early stages of the game. But this is also a very good fight in where they were able to separate Ryzen right away. The battle ended before it even began. A very good Fate Sealed And this was the Tatsuri plus Helios show, right? I mean, when given the opening, when all the resources has already been invested, it's just so easy for these champions that doesn't necessarily have to rely on their ultimates to be very effective. Like, you have the Fiora and Riv. These are the long engage, long team fight champions that once the team fight goes the distance, it will be a lot better for you.
Yeah, and those extended team fights definitely turned out so well here for 300. Not only that, Chaz as well was posing so much backline threats whenever he cast that Soul Unbound into the Fate Sealed, joined in or buffed up by Marky with a black. Then Marky was also on top of his game, landing those Dark Bindings in the most crucial parts of the game, and that causes so much interruptions for the members of FL. That Fate Sealed was beautiful coming in from Chaz, by the way, getting 3 people in FL, and despite Danny getting some kills across that fight, still 300 with their playmaking potential, with those executions. Oh, that.
I mean, you can see that Danny was so desperate to deal some damage, but because his flash was already burned just by the pristine positioning coming from Helios, the pristine flank coming from Helios, Danny was not able to make his impact felt, at least in that game. And this highlight moments that was made to you by, of course, the Elder Dragon, the Baron buff, and the mechanics of Helios himself.
Yeah, such a slippery dude, and the moment we saw Exosen joining with him, FL's chances of getting that nice kill, I mean, they got the kill on the Heroes, but it took so much time, and 300 was already inside the base, wanting to end this game and wanting to move on to game number 3.
True. There you go, and now that we have an even series here, Young actually have, you know, 2 thoughts as to who's going to win the MVP. You could easily give it to Chaz, you could easily give it to Helios, but I feel that Tatsuri's performance on game number 2 was night and day compared to game number 1, and I feel that he deserves it more than you know, his comrades. But we'll see. Right now though, it's a 1-1, 23 minutes in. It's kind of, you know, the games goes the distance. The game goes the distance here, Guillaume. But make no mistake, it's an action-packed series of events, and there you go. MVP for the 300 is going to be Helios, and this is okay. This is respectable.
Helios making so many plays earlier, the split push, allowing them to secure that inhibitor tower early on into the game in the bottom lane. The split push as well, he initiated into the top and bottom lane as well. I mean, side lane, typical Fiora stuff, but also how slippery he can be in the game and allowing that those advantages for 300. He is going to be looking for more here as 300 finally answers back, tying up the score here in the series. Let's see who is going to gain leverage this time into the series and threaten match point. Will it be 300 or will it be Fennel? We'll know for sure. Before that, we'll just go into a very short break. You're watching WRL Asia Open Qualifier, the Philippine region. Otolus and I will be back.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post teamfight mode, and teamfight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre and post teamfight mode, we can see the gold difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In teamfight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' teamfight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in
Alright, welcome back to the lower bracket finals here for the Philippine region. Young Gaming and Oculus again here on the series of Fennel and 300. Who is going to be getting the first lead here on match point? That is to be determined here as we are going back. But recalling that game number 2 though, 300 getting that win with their team fighting capability. I mean, we saw that split push, we saw their strengths earlier, we saw the playmakings of Exosen. Just so beautiful to see.
Yeah, of course. But just a little bit of correction. It's not a match point for anyone. It's down to a best of 3. It's a best of 5 now. Right, Yang?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean,
we just have to wait for game number 3. That is really going to be very pivotal. Because again, Giyang, this game number 3 would be, I don't know, the most important game of all. It will give a lot of pressure to the losing team, and now 300 is on the blue side, so we expect that there will be a lot of mixes and matches in this draft.
300 this time as well is gonna be on the blue side. So first priority, FL be the one to remove the Aatrox this time, as well as the Yumi, since they have been very consistent in taking this champion out. 300 actually gonna be removing the Kha'Zix here, in which Trevor did the tremendous work as well in this champion earlier, but I'm wondering what they are gonna be using at this time. FL, despite losing in the second game, still is very creative, has a lot in their pocket, so I'm kind of interested to see what this time are they cooking up here against 300.
If you're Fennel, you don't have to really pan the Galio, because what you could actually do here, Giyang, is for you to force 300 to make a decision to pick the Camille, and once Camille gets picked up, for Helios, that's actually when you go for the Galio, maybe even snatch away the Riven. Riven is still open. Those are the two champions I feel has been very, very influential, at least in this game. Fennel decides no more Riven. That's a very good champion for Tatsuri, but there still is a Renekton though.
Yeah, and also the Aatrox available for the taking if ever Fennel would like to take that route. But 300, what will be their first choice? Do they
Yubi?
take in the Camille? Yumi, yeah, actually it's available if they want that. We have been seeing the cat taken away so many times in our games now, and finally it is free. We
Oh,
spawned here.
Jax. And it's a very Arisen-esque champion. The very first time or very first few times that Arisen played as a support, he wasn't hesitant at all to play the Yumi. Also Exozen, but it does look like that Fennel is content in taking away the Galio from Exozen. Now 300 would be the one playing the Yumi, and most likely is going for the Aatrox.
Yeah, Aatrox. So much sustain again available this time, especially with the cat added to the mix. And we're gonna be seeing Exos and Nasus once again here in this game. Sustain is gonna be high. The Yume, especially when built with AP, deals tremendous amount of damage and provides a lot of stats actually towards whoever this cat is gonna be attaching towards to. FL locking in the Akalido, another
This
late
is,
game team fighting champion.
Yeah, and also an Akar champion. He's like known to be one of the better Akali players that we have ever since his time in the amateur scene. So it's actually quite no surprise here. Is there going to be anyone that can reveal the Twilight Shroud? One thing or one champion that comes on top of my head is Karma, but I don't think you would go for a Karma Yumi. I saw that once before. It was so obnoxious. But we'll see. 300 is willing to play that route of going for the ultra sustain and having the Yumi carry the damage department.
So many shields, so many heals if ever, and movement speed buff as well with a Karma. FL still gonna be taking this Wukong for the team. Team fighting definitely is strong on this red side team, and I am gonna be looking at those hero entrants later on by Arisen. Scaling wise, this is going to be very strong on the side of FL as well. 300, despite having a lot of healing, especially with the Yumi, this is going to be very scary still. But with the Zed, once again, we have witnessed early in the previous series how strong the Zed can be when paired up with the Yumi, and especially when the Yumi is building AP. So those burst downs are going to be amplified once again here, this time by 300.
It's just going to unlock the Zed to go for the ultra aggressive plays, right? But hey, you know what? It's still Chaz that would go for the assassins. So it will be Zed for Chaz. And this is a very beefy lineup for 300. They have the cat, they have the dog, they have the cat. And now the question is, well, where will the sustained damage come from? If you're Fennel, is this the time? Okay, all right. So this is okay. I was actually thinking of Senna, at least to provide you with some global presence, but also, late game scaling late game scaling aspect of things. But Ziggs is also okay with that. Fennel has always been a lineup or Ziggs team because they're so good in utilizing this champion. And it might just remind everyone why we hate Ziggs.
And this is a lot of AoE damage that they are also posting for the latter fights as well. One Mega Inferno Bomb, if the healing will be a little bit delayed on 300 part. The execution with the Akers Akali later on is going to be pristine, especially with the perfect execution. So lots of things can happen in the team fights later on. But I saw Chaz later as well, especially with the Zed Yumi combination, because the damage is still gonna be very, very high on that combo later on, which we have witnessed in the early games a while ago.
Yeah, is it giving you some PTSD moments? Right, okay, so this is kind of what I expected. Exosen will be the one playing the Yumi. As we enter into the game here, not yet actually, will just be us, but it's kind of interesting what's going to happen here because there's a lot of things that we have to unpack. First of all, Tatsuri is not going to be is not going to use a mechanically intense champion. He will be the one playing the Garen just cause it's effective nonetheless. Remember when we discussed Garen, it's always the champion that's never out of the meta. a very standard tank that still presents you with a very good amount of damage just because of the ultimate, and a very good crowd control as well, because there are just a few champions that does possess silence here in the game, and Garen is one of them.
The cancel on the combinations as well because of that silence, and it's gonna be something FL would be a little bit irritated later on, and has to keep watch on Tatsuri. Let's see who's gonna be getting this lead this time on the series. Will it be 300 or FL? And let's look at the matchups actually first. In Ryuken and the Helios, we have seen so many Camille versus Jax games all throughout the day, and the late gaming or late game scaling of the Jax always poses a lot of threats. But this time 300 is gonna try to prevent that from happening, or at least are gonna be attempting to slow the pace down here for the Ryuken, with he just being assisted here actually by Exosen.
Of course. Also, I'm actually curious if there's going to be anyone that would be building Dawn Shroud. We discussed the item as one of the soft counters to Akali, because you can actually reveal, you stealth a target for 3 seconds, and 3 seconds is like eternity here in Wild Rift. So there's actually no need for you to go for Twisted Fate. What else? Karma. What else? Who else does reveal? Karma, Twisted Fate, and Rengar, maybe. Those are the champions that can easily directly counter Akali's Twilight Shroud. But now, with the introduction of that item, that's no longer needed. That's Tatsuri, though.
Flash available, will opt to use it to escape. A fantastic gank being set out here by Trevor. That may not be a kill win, but that is a utility or a spell taken out there for Tatsuri to at least gain leverage here in this mid game. Or it's a mid fight here for Acker.
True. We'll see. Helios against 2 people, but then again, he has Exosen, and this is also one of the underrated aspects of Yumi's pick. He's actually very good in trading. Do you know that at level 1, be it League of Legends PC or Wild Rift, a Yumi can actually outtrade the Draven? I swear. Like, I mean, it's no cap. I've been talking to a couple of pro players, and they're saying that the trading of Yumi is so busted that you can actually win against a Draven.
Speaking of wins, that is a fantastic win, and that is primarily because of Flash not available by Tatsuri, and Acker made most out of it. And well, I haven't witnessed that just yet. I mean, you winning against a Draven, but I have seen a Draven with a human. That is obnoxious in the lane.
Right, there is a roam here by Chaz himself. However, I don't think he will penetrate through the defenses here by Fennel. But there you go, another good showing from Fennel, at least in the early stages of the game. Potential 3v3 here in the bot lane, Giang.
I think Trevor has been spotted out though, because he opted in that Oracles, and 300 has snuffed out the intention here of FL. If ever, it would have been kind of amazing here for FL, since Trevor's already level 5. The Cyclone is gonna do so much crowd control there onto 300. While they do reset, still we are on par here for both teams. Just minutes in. Maybe things will just spice up when the objective spawn.
True, and so Acker didn't actually need to use the perfect execution earlier to execute Tatsuri. Again, it was made possible by very timely roams by Trevor, and I think that's one of the reasons why Trevor is one of the better junglers that we have here in the Philippines. He's just so good in impacting the game, and I actually love this from Fennel, because this is kind of a trademark or throwback to when Trevor was the Wukong main in the jungle, when he was facilitating for Tatsuri's Yasuo. I still remember it as if it was just yesterday. There's a lot of stories to unfold in Wild Rift, but right now, Ryzen and Ryuken want some blood. They will be unsuccessful to do so, because, hey, you know what? That still is Yumi plus a Camille.
Double slows as well present with Helios and Exosense champions. Oh, that's a lot of damage that Ryuken actually took. And well, Helios will not pop in that Hextech ultimatum, but they will force Ryuken to fall back for the meantime. Well, we are going to be 30 seconds away from the objective spawning up, and that is something that 300 is going to be looking for, since they have been attempting some engages for quite a while now. Same goes for FL, but more aggression has been present here for 300. That's going to be a nice knock up there onto Helios, forcing him a little bit back. There is sustain present here with Exosen, so that's not going to be that much harm here for 300.
True, of course. 1-all. And in a couple of seconds, we could be in for a very explosive fight. Do you think this will be the time that we'll have a full-on 5v5 for the first 5 minutes? I mean, in games 1 and 2, Fennel University was able to get 2 objectives back-to-back, right? I don't think that they have the necessary advantage to get 2 objectives again, at least in this game. And also, Chaz is just so good on this Zed. We saw this, the Zed plus Yumi combo, and it's going to be interesting as to if Acker would still contest this. He's in the position though.
Yeah, FL still going with the same
Silence.
strat. One goes DR, one goes contest here, and FL will not get the
Acker's
RH.
dead.
They need to fall back though, but Ryzen still staying. The Acker's
Chaz?
already dead from the burst a while ago by Chaz, and no trade's gonna be happening this time. Just the Dragon plus that kill a while ago by 300 gonna be felt here by FL. They move towards the mid lane though to at least gain some gold, and 300 is gonna respond accordingly towards top side.
Yeah, but this is actually huge for Fennel. We all know how big mid lane towers are, especially if you have the Ziggs, because once you put down the HP bars of these towers to a very critical health, all you have to do is to put out the satchel out. That's it, right? So Danny,
They nearly got it too.
yeah, Danny, just 2 plates away from, or just a couple of HP away in taking down this mid lane tower, which is just going to be very big for Fennel. They got the Ocean Dragon though, which is just going to help them in the sustain department. So yeah, it will be very interesting. You did highlight the fact that Ryuken has a very good scaling, so are the other members here of Fennel. So going for that dragon does actually make a lot of sense.
Yeah, FL responding with so much respect now, and this is very much needed for this team, because the sustain on the 300 side is quite high, and they're starting to build anti-healing now, at least on Acker and Danny, and it's actually quite sufficient already since both of them deal AoE damage. 300 does respond with a bit of anti-healing too on their side with Helios and Chaz and even Exosen here. AP building again on this Yumi. Slowly but surely, this is gonna build damage here for 300 side. They're also grouping up here in the bottom lane with Marky in the vicinity. It's gonna be quite difficult though to dive here. Megan Fernabot is gonna stop them. And Ryzen actually wanted to contest Marky a while ago.
True. Now Fennel 2 man strong and trying to defend this tower, and especially with Trevor in the area. You did mention this, that Wukong is just so hard to dive, right? So Fennel is going to decide to just take this blue buff. RQ, sorry, not RQ, but 300 knows that this is just going to be a very risky proposition, so they're just going to let that go. No reason to go for high risk, high reward plays, at least in this few early minutes of the game. We're looking at a very standard laning phase and a lull state as we wait for the next objective to spawn up. And Acker going against Tatsuri, I don't think he will have a repeat performance anymore. He will be able to assassinate a Garen, at least in the next few minutes.
It's going to be very difficult. Slow start as well here for this game. We only have seen 1 kill for each team. An objective takedown by both teams as well. Towers, well, there is 1 here for 300, but this is pretty much balanced for the meantime. It's about to get changed in a short while though, as we're already starting to reach, or about to reach, the 10-minute mark. And once those power spikes come in, especially for the side of 300, they're going to be initiating more fights early on, because Chaz was already hungry actually. He was looking for fights or assassinations a while ago, going across the map. Just was a little bit unfortunate because FL is very defensive, especially in that bot lane a while ago, grouping up, clearing out the waves, preventing any dives.
You know what? I just remembered, Giang, that this was actually the last local grand finals that we had here in the Philippines. It was RRQ versus Fennel for the grand final. So this is actually another rivalry that was so storied. And they, although there are a lot of members that was switched out for the side of Fennel, the story still continues, right? Fennel is still an org that has been in the phase of 300's members quite a bit.
Oh, and
Yeah, that's okay. That's just some random trivia that I have to get out here there because I just remembered. You know me. I mean, I don't remember much of things, but whenever I remember them, I'm so happy. And remembering them, remember me, Ryuken. Ryuken is dead.
yeah, yeah. That is sad. That is sad. And FL doesn't want that when RH is available. 300 gonna be happily starting it this time. After that advantage they have took out, and Tatsuri is gonna be preventing any engage. Trevor still won't hesitate though. He does have that backup with the
Oh.
hero's entrance. Mega Inferno Bomb is available, but they're not using it for the meantime. They want it at the best possible time, but that time is ticking out because Helios is already taking a turret in the bottom lane, applying more pressure after he wins that duel with Ryuken, and they will ditch the RH, but will transfer towards his Mountain Dragon.
True. Again, they want to prevent Fennel to have the scaling dragons over to their side. Ryzen, though, wanting to contest this, eyes on Acker, because Acker would be the one detrimental to the chances of 300 to secure this. He's so far away, though. The priority of the push in the mid lane is still on the side of 300. Now, Marky and company slowly and surely try to chunk down this dragon. Patience is going to run out. And so we have what we call the Dragon Dance.
Yeah, FL's Trevor's Cyclone still on cooldown. Same goes for the hero's entrance. So this is going to be challenging for them to
Helios.
contest. Meanwhile, the final chapter is going to be thrown out here towards FL. Not gonna be the best possible chance though, or usage of that ability. Now, with FL having their utilities, having their
Teleport?
abilities on cooldown, will be using it. That's a nice stun.
No!
Pairs up with the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's gonna be disastrous here for 300. Still trying to fight back, but they're already
Okay.
losing numbers. 3 people dead. Market trying to flee. Helios as well, but FL happy with the timing. The moment Trevor and Arizen's ulti were up, they go in without hesitation. And that is a
Exactly.
nice use of the charge.
And on that, they were also able to burn the ultimates of 300 before the fight even began. And I'm not 100% sure as to why 300 even did contest that one out. One big thing that I saw in that team fight was that Suri's ultimate being used on the decoy. Oh my god. You know, this is why Wukong is just on a special level right now in terms of the tier of the junglers, because you
Of
can always
annoyingness
use
too.
that. Exactly. I mean, just one decoy was able to prevent one execute or one key ultimate coming from 300. And look at this win. Fennel now was able to get the tower in the mid lane. As we said, that's the most important tower in the game. And this is, how should I call it? How should I say this? Fennel-esque. This has always been their trademark. They're going to play it slow. They're going to play it with controlled aggression. They're going to scale up, wait for their carries to have all the items that they need. Now that they have 2 dragons under their belt, it looks like that Fennel is in a very good spot in game number 3.
Yeah, this is gonna be hellish for Chaz as well. For Zonia's enchantments, just to provide that extra safety net here for Fennel. And 300, they have been struggling a little bit for quite a while now. 13 minutes into the game, slowly FL is building that gold lead and scaling on a scaling lineup too. So things are starting to get complicated here for 300. Even Ryuk being or having a hard time against Helios for quite a while. Later on, it's not gonna be present anymore. He's the one who's gonna be charging at him, especially when he gets his items. But for the meantime, the other members are making the plays, taking some towers in the
Of
mid
course.
lane, bot lane, and now top lane with all outer turrets. This is jungle access now present for FL.
Exactly. And now it comes down to 300 being able to, again, do what they're best at, which is to find miraculous team fights. Not really miraculous, but uphill team fights. This is still the Yumi, though, with the Garen and the Nasa, so a lot of things that is still needed to be respected here. We remember from just the series earlier that Cerberus, not really Cerberus, but Team Flash was at one point, but because they had the Yumi, it didn't really matter, right? So will it be the same thing that will happen here in game number 3 for 300? We'll find out, but looks like that Fennel is just so ready for this Yumi in stacking this dragons.
Yeah, and their chances are kind of slimming down though as FL scales up. I'm trying to like simulate a scenario or a team fight here for both of them, but 300 if they charge head on to FL, it's a suicide basically. So much interruptions with those crowd controls are just so present with FL, which is one of the reasons why they are actually even able to take these towers, outer towers, for absolutely free. Now as the Baron spawns up, they're setting up a death rush, and 300, they have no way of checking here.
Ryzen.
It's just too risky. They gap close as Ryzen taunts Marky, but FL will be backing a bit for the meantime. Helios is still in the bot side, doesn't have a teleport, and FL knows this. But they will back away for now as well as they send Ryuken to contest that push.
Yeah, the only concerning fact there, though, for 300 was a lot of the minions was stacked up in the mid lane, so that's that's a small win for Fennel, though. The 1v1 continues, Helios and Ryuken. But Helios has to be careful because Trevor is here.
Yeah, he is in the vicinity. Ryuken just baiting him by a margin, but Helios actually spots him out, so he is just going to be backing away. Chaz is here as well.
Ooh, 300 got it.
It's Chaz. Yeah.
Yep.
Good job by
And
Chaz.
because of the buff sharing mechanic, now three members does have the blue buff: Chaz, the cat, and of course Marky. So yeah, a lot of spams on their way, at least in the next 1 minute or so. But yeah, I mean, it's now starting to unfold the struggle that Fennel is having on the side lanes. Helios is just dominating the side lane 1v1s right now. Was almost able to take down the tower in the bot lane. And yeah, this is going to be the make or break factor. The next dragon will determine as to who really is going to win this game. Because Fennel, with 3 dragons, especially with Coach Rebecca, his fascination of the 3 dragons is just so high. So I know that Fennel would prioritize this.
Yeah, and they're buffed up as well. They're ready for this. Rabadon's Death Cap on both Acker and Danny. Void Step as well, Infinity Orb, and now they go in. Hero's Entrance gonna be cancelled here actually, and 300.
Oh, Acker!
So they're forced a little bit way back. The Mega Inferno Bomb deals a bit of damage onto them. Helios is trying to chase the backline, but they turn onto him, forcing him back this time. But Trevor, they sends out the clone. He is going to be able to disengage for the meantime. No casualty for both teams, but a lot of these skills utilized. 300 is going to be starting this dragon, while FL is going to be contesting, but I don't think they are going to be contesting the dragon. They don't have their ultimates anymore, and
no ults.
This composition needs that.
There's a teleport that is being invested by Ryuken, though. They still want blood.
Yeah, Trevor is kind of low though. Actually trying to tank here for the team, but Acker actually lands that Shuriken. No perfect execution, but it's about to be available here for this Akali. He goes too deep though and has to fall back. No flash, no Shuriken. He is going to be falling back of Ryuken, guiding him. Only Chaz was taken out there.
The more important objective though was that yes, Chaz surrendered his life, but they were able to prevent the 3 dragons win condition for Fennel. I know some of you guys might be wondering why 3 dragons is just a different... why I think 3 dragons is a different level of win condition. Because it is. It just gives you a lot of stats to work with.
It's a permanent
although
buff.
It's not an Elder Dragon. Yes, exactly. Although it's not an Elder Dragon, although it's not a Baron buff, it's something that can really boost your win rate. Right now, 300 has to sniff this though.
Yeah, they have to test. FL does not hesitate. They are going to be committing. Marky spots him out, is trying to interrupt, but can they actually take it away? Never mind. FL still take it. They will be able to back away, and a clean exit. Rather, 300 almost getting that bottom inhibitor though. As he goes back in, he's going to be sacrificing his life for that inhibitor. At least make it worthwhile.
Similar to what happened on, to game number 2. Fennel secures the Baron buff, while the split pushing Helios was able to take down the tower. So now the question is, in the next few seconds, how will Fennel use this Baron buff? Because this could easily be utilized as something to take the positioning or the priority on the map. And then right after the Elder Dragon respawns, you can actually set up that brushes and force 300 to face check. FL though still wants to push in the mid lane.
They are gonna try 300, just stopping them for the meantime. Force use that final chapter to at least clear the waves out as well. But FL with this Baron buff, especially on the cannon, getting a bit of damage here onto the tower while waiting actually for the Elder Dragon.
Yep.
Thrice in a row, we are gonna be reaching that point of the game. Ryuken gonna be engaged upon, but it's relatively safe, especially with that counter strike. And now, with Baron buff available, after split pushing in
Top tower though.
or pushing in the mid. Yeah, that's a huge wave, and Acker, luckily, is there to clear out the wave. Fast recall is present here for FL.
I think, but that's a huge advantage that 300 was able to get naturally for themselves. I believe that tower is less than 10% in health, and it forced Fennel to go back. That's actually the more important part. If you are a fan of 300, what you wanted to happen there was Fennel to waste their precious time, because that's basically the name of the game. You have to burn the Baron buff. Now 300. Because of the minion wave pushing on the top lane, Fennel had to go back. And so they know that the Elder Dragon is still not being taken. Now is the time that they're going to check this Elder Dragon. Fennel would be setting up dead brushes. Look at Acker. Acker has been so huge in the previous fight.
Yeah, but Helios is again on the top, especially a split push once again on that very, very low HP. And we're seeing the reactions now of FL. The goal of 300 is not really to contest the Elder Dragon, but just to stall out FL. And given that we do know Helios is ahead against Ryuken, that's going to be quite a pressure here onto FL. They're now trying to poke Marky. For the meantime, not really the best target here for FL, but it is an attempt towards them. 300 still fighting on their line here in this game, despite being down 5,000 gold.
I kind of want to see the 1v1 that is happening right now between Helios and Ryuken. I can see that Helios was able to, did actually use his Ignite. Ryuken is half health, but now 300 wants to challenge this blue buff. No, won't be able to get it. I don't think so.
Good attempt. So maybe Danny actually gets that blue buff.
Yep.
And he definitely needs it. He is low in mana right now.
Exactly. And he's a Ziggs. He's a spamming bot. And he definitely needed that blue buff to at least prevent 300 to further push through. Still, Marky's in the area. Doesn't want to surrender the position here in the Elder Dragon. On the top side, Ryuken has almost pushed Helios away. So Helios is actually on his way. This could be a 5v4. Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna force it. 300. They're going on their way towards FL, but that is a big damage. Marky is actually taking so much. He is definitely almost in an instant. And FL, they do not hold back on their damage. Now, with numbers advantage, they can start up this Elder Dragon. Though Chad is still alive without Death Mark, he is still gonna be looking for options to enter in this Elder Dragon pit. Tatsuri as well. Though it is a cannon, it's not going to be felt that much. They sniff out Chaz here. Oh no, goes golden, but what can you do anymore? He gets taken away, and that is 3 people dead. FL, no one's there to contest this Elder Dragon. There's a fight happening as well in the mid lane while Acker is being chased away by Heal, but it doesn't even matter. FA got the Elder.
And now with the Elder buff under their name, they can force another team fight in this Baron pit. And it does look like the Fennel finally found the gap. Finally found the necessary element for them to close down this game. Fennel now sets their sights onto this Baron. And what a huge swing. They denied Chaz, they denied Exosen, and Fennel is well on their way to actually win this game.
Yeah, Helios gonna be attempting a 1v1 versus, but it's more scary towards him now because Ryuken has both the Baron and the Elder Dragon buff, and now FL, they are buffed up literally here in this game, and they have been attempting this for quite a while now, especially on that Elder Dragon. But that pivotal moment when Helios joined the fight, when Ryuken was able to shove up the waves off lane, FL, that was their key in starting that Elder Dragon.
Yeah, Marky was a little bit impatient there. Helios was a little bit late, like 0.5 seconds late, or maybe 2 seconds late. He had no reason to force a face check there, although I understand they had no vision, and the Elder Dragon will spell disaster for them and for their squad. Now, Fennel 2 buffs under their name. This is going to be so methodical. They're just going to break down all the towers and barring a very miraculous team fight coming from 300,
Oh.
this is a Fennel game.
Yeah, they need a miracle right now. 300 is trying to fight back, trying to throw those punches, but it will be ignored. Fennel is now match point.
There you go. My God. After suffering a 0-2 loss against the 300 in the phase 1 of the qualifiers, Fennel gets the advantage here. Ladies and gents, hold your horses because we could be in for underdogs joining WRL-A. We're talking about Acker, Ryuken. Acker, a very recent acquisition. And even, the minds of Trevor, the minds of James and Rebenga joining a very prestige league in WRL-A is just a story to tell to almost everyone here as we look into the highlights.
Yeah, the initial part of the thing was so even on both of these teams, but at the latter part we saw FL having the slightest edge but making most out of it in terms of output. Acker in this part almost got taken out, and the only reason they struggled in that team fight was because their ultimates were down. But if were the other way around, FL could have won that team fight. But this time in the latter part, in the Elder Dragon fight, when Ryuken managed to show up the waves, that's the time where they did not hesitate, and Market was just too much forward despite the effort of Chaz. Well, he just got spotted out, and they quickly FL just took him down, negated and deleted the chance of 300 and coming back into this game.
The story for Fennel. Suffering defeat from the 4 of the members of 300 back in the last time that we saw them battle with each other. That was WCS finals for the Philippines, and now they are on the cusp of winning and basically eliminating 300 at least in this phase 2, right? If Fennel wins this, 300 has to go through the last chance qualifier that has a lot of very good teams waiting for them. I dare say that it's very possible right now. 24 minutes, a very intense matchup, but the discipline for Fennel has always been there for them.
Always on point in this amazing team, and the MVP is gonna be Trevor with this Wukong. Tremendous efforts and playstyle demonstrated here by this talented player of Fennel, and overall in their kit, in their strategy, it definitely worked here against 300. And now at match point, this is going to be so tough here for 300.
Exactly, and very, very well deserved MVP for Trevor. Again, Wukong, Trevor, I really feel that Trevor's best champion are the champions that can really utilize or basically enable his teammates, not the carries. But on game number 4, we might see something different here, Giyang. We'll just go on a very short break, but by the time that we get back, that's already G4 for everyone.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Hero to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we'll reshape the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post team fight mode, and team fight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre and post team fight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In team fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of scales and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we'll reshape the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post team fight mode, and team fight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players.
And welcome back to the Wild Rift League Open Qualifier for the Philippine region. This is GAM Gaming with Autolus once again here for the fourth game in this series between 300 and Fennel. And now, as they post match point in the series, can 300 post back? Can they actually take this to the third game number 5 as of today? Do you believe in the G15
15 games? 15 games. I feel for the prod, I feel for everyone, but I'm just so excited for the fans because it went the distance for all series, all intense games, intense matchups, leading onto this moment. Again, I believe there is something that we have to say here. Giyang, Fennel wants that revenge. The last time that they saw, exactly, and the sweetest way to have that revenge is by qualifying themselves to the WRL-A group stages, and it's a very possible now that they are one win away in doing. You could also see that in the past 3 games they were so evenly matched, and it all went the distance. It came down to the dragon fights, Elder Dragon fights. That's always been the case. Now the question is, will there be a transition in to the play style of not just 300 but also Fennel? It feels like that. I think this is the time that you can actually go for the hyperscaling champions, and just go from there.
Yeah, Fennel just gives so much vibe on how LCK actually dominated the League of Legends PC scene with so much low activity across the map and just scaling out through the game through their movements and denying the aggressiveness of their enemy. 300, they drafted such an aggressive composition with a Zed, with the Camille, even with the Yumi to start off those team fights. But FL, for some reason, how they were able to negate that and scale up their hyper carry scaling champions like the Jax and the Akali. And this time, since it has worked so much, and as they switch towards the blue side, this time they are now going to be able to pose out for this against 300. And I love what you said. The storylining of this game, of this series, just so beautiful, coming from the upper bracket quarterfinals of phase 1. Now this time, as they in the bracket finals, they're ready. They're ready. They want this revenge against 300.
It's not just that. Again, a lot of series between Fennel and again the boys from 300 really did go in the favor of 100. I think if anything, you know, I think they are on a 4-3 series loss streak against this guys, and having that revenge is something that Fennel fans want here, Giyang. And so now the question persists. Are they going to draft a scaling composition? Because yeah, we saw Fennel go for the Jax, and that Jax was really a menace come late game.
Yeah, Aatrox gonna be open again here for Fennel for the taking. They have been avoiding that, or at least not taking interest in that, since they have other plans in their lineup. But this time they are gonna be the Fiora, which worked in their game number 1. Ryukan was so brilliant with this champion earlier, and 300 had such a hard time dealing with them.
And they're going to snag the Riven once again. So this was actually the best performing champion Tatsuri. I believe that this champion will go over a playmaker once again for 300. They're saying that, you know what, the recipe for them to win this is for them Exos and Maker and have Tatsuri have more impact. But this is again the best pick that I can always envision for Trevor. Trevor, yeah. I've always seen him as the Wukong guy, and no, he's not going to go for that, but rather he's going for the Kha'Zix. Round 2 for him.
Yeah, Acker is gonna be the one to utilize this Wukong this time, as Trevor gonna be patiently waiting on those isolated members of 300, but this time we are gonna be sponsored once again here by Trevor. This time with, or at least with Sin. So it's a good matchup. It's always entertaining to see a Kha'Zix and the Lee Sin matchup single game, because it's about punishing each other's mistakes. It's about setting up for the team. It's about utilizing those damage burst onto the people who are kind of most vulnerable in a fight.
It's just Coach Kaigo saying, hey, you know what, Chaz, I think it's time for you to show off on this champion. And we have seen it many times already, Giyang. Now the scaling AP champions has been removed from Danny, but he still has a Corki. Danny good on the Corki. Now, is this the time that he brings out the Corki? I know that Vex is still an option as an AP carry in the bot lane, but I think it is actually a Corki angle.
It can actually work here for FL, unless 300 has other plans on it. It is available. Marky can use this.
Okay, Karma.
They go with the Karma. Okay.
I didn't remember the Karma was actually left open. It just feels like this champion would often get selected in the first rotation of picks, or maybe even banned in the first rotation and second rotation of bans. Fennel, what would you pick? I'm looking for Corki. Do I get the Corki? I don't get the Corki, but I get the Varus.
Yeah, this is really strong, especially with the lineup that does have it. And sustain the team fight for so long, or at least suppress the other members of 300. They can find a way to pierce through their HP bars. And given the lineup here of 300, well, some of them are actually quite vulnerable. And be a 50-50 here for FL, but they do have a lot of engage here against 300.
I love that we saw this at the hands of Helios. He made plays 1, after another, he was able to secure a championship for the squad for his former squad of RRQ. I still remember Koreans saying kill Akali, but Akali just won't die. So if this is going to be a throwback for Helios, it's going to be a very welcome one.
They definitely need this. If 300 wants to push this into a game number 5. So far, this is a buffed up lineup that FL has drafted. So them definitely such a creative way in drafting this. 300 is not gonna be the Akali here for him, but it's gonna be Tatsuri looking for ways across the map later on. Scaling wise, this is really strong for both again. I'm gonna be looking forward to the Varus though, Danny. This is a rough right to see, but we have seen some games where in the well, the piercing arrow definitely piercing, especially if you have that anti-shield item.
Of course. That's actually one of the things that we have to consider here, Serpent. Always on the menu, ladies and gents, whenever you play the Varus. And my biggest X factor, though, if you are on the Varus end of things, my biggest X factor will always be the Braum. I feel that Braum is a very niche champion. It can negate a lot of damage by using the Unbreakable, but yesterday we saw Braum not really having a good time, right? Also, one of the good things when playing Braum is that you can actually play counter engager, and where when talking about Fennel, we always have to remember that they are the counter puncher. They're not going to really be on the action side, but would be ready to commit mistakes and be over aggressive. They are what we call the most disciplined team in the Philippines, and for the good reason.
Let's see as well if ever the Dawn Shroud will be used this time, since there is an Akali on the side of 300. And well, since FL does want anti-engage and want engage, that may be a perfect item for Horizon. But now, let's see. Match point still present here for Fennel as 300 to establish the time or try to tie up the score.
Let's see. Exciting times, Giang. Let's focus on what's going to happen in 3 minutes of the game, of course. Now that Suri actually is the one playing the Akali, it's not going to be Helios, but it's an answered prayer for all the fans of Tatsuri, because they want Tatsuri on the Assassins rather than on the Bruisers. Would help them definitely, I think. But it's not just on Tatsuri. It's also more about how his teammates will mount him, right? Will they be able to give Tatsuri the necessary space that they were able to give him during game number 3? Not game number 3, game number 2. Remember game number 2 when his Riven was given space? He was just a menace. It was so good in dictating the tempo, getting pressure by himself.
Yeah, very, very independent and also very scary against all the enemies trying to attack him. But here by Chaz, a little bit near onto the tower though. So fortunately, he wasn't in, but being quite aggressive early on into the game. This shows some good sign onto them, at least on their intention, especially with Tatsuri here, with an assassin champion. FL gonna be posing or experiencing a lot of threats here from 300, especially with Nexus, and I think to take this blue buff away, if they do secure the Scuttle Crab on the top side, sending now Helios to join them. FL, can they actually stop this? This is an early fight, possibly we have seen so far in the whole series, but they do back away for the meantime. I don't think 300 wants this.
Okay. Braum is actually a very good level 1 to 3 champion, just because he can stack the concussive blows, and the concussive blows is so easy to proc, especially if you are with melee champions. The very vital thing here is who gets a priority on the lanes. Whoever gets a priority on the lanes would actually be able to respond easier in this blue buff takedown. The 17 young, they were already able to steal the Gromp, but they want the prize, the bigger prize, the blue buff. Not going to be secured here by 300. It will go to the hands of FL.
Ooh, that's it though. Actors held down to have a little lower than that even in a while. That short instance. But yeah, Chaz unsuccessful in the steal this time on the blue buff of Trevor. It's a little bit unfortunate. It does have his own, sitting a little bit in this bot side jungle. So no problem whatsoever. Level 4, no dive threat, I think, here. Unless he reaches level 5. They actually go in. Acker doesn't have mana, might need to fall back for the meantime.
Okay. At one point, I did not expect an engage coming from Acker, but he still went with it. Now it's just lobbying off position here in the mid lane, and I think there will be no casualty. Acker would be resetting, meanwhile, 300 and Company would be taking whatever resource that they can get from the map. One thing that I have noticed here, Giyang, is that Danny is still on the scaling side of things. Oftentimes, we see Varus go for armor penetration once right away. Yes, he already has that serrated Turk. There's that one item, like, and that's the Tear of the Goddess. So it's most likely going to be a more Raman.
Especially for that late game piercing damage. FL does want Danny to off in terms of the
Yep.
team fights later on. And this item definitely helps, especially when you get that power spike, when it transitions into a Mirumana. The early on, when it's not yet a Mirumana, well, the damage doesn't really get felt by the enemy members. But once it transforms, it's just so obnoxious. And with a Varus, I think this is one of the premier items as well. The Varus, especially when you get that Serpent spam, you can just like shred to those HP bars, even against tanks. And we have seen it
Of
so
course.
many times already here in WRL2.
It really depends as to how you are going to build your Varus, right? The best anti-tank build for Varus is, of course, the on-hit one. I don't think he will go on-hit here. He will go for the poking ones. So what he would really want, or what Danny would really want here, is to really focus down the squishier members of 300, namely Tatsuri, Marky, maybe even Chaz or Helios. Chunk them down even when the fight begins. That's the play for Mr. Danny here from Fennel. But now it looks like we will have an understanding in a quick trade. Fennel decides to go for the Mountain Dragon. Meanwhile, 300 goes for the tempo advantage of the Rift Herald.
Yeah, 300 wanting to accelerate this game with the Rift Herald. They are going to be exactly spawning up this quite early. I was looking for Danny's damage actually from all those pokes. With Glacial Fissure just going to be thrown out here to negate any attempt of 300 and taking this first star. But it's very low already. 284. One mistake can 100 have access on their jungle.
And this is actually, I would say, a commendable play coming from 300, not being too eager, not being too impatient. They know that Fennel is ready with their counter punches, right? And so they will be content with some tower plates. Yes, their goal is for them to break down the tower in the mid lane, but that can wait. Rather than going for the high risk, high reward play, they'll just go for this.
Yeah, if that Q hits onto Arise, it would have been execute damage with that perfect execution.
Yep.
That's so brought down by that Braum. Will have to force, or at least will need to go back towards the base for the meantime. The gold though, FL is doing a really good job despite the attempts there of 300 bullying them for so many times, taking jungle camps here of Trevor. They're still able to match them in terms of gold, especially considering 300 getting the plates in the mid lane.
Exactly. That just means that we're in a very even game. Whoever loses patience first, whoever would be on the overextending side of things, then he will be the fall down. I love attrition, as we always call it, and so now Danny just has to be a little bit careful.
Oh, the body slam flash onto Danny. Can they actually get the execute?
God,
That
the
kick
kick is
was
there.
amazing. Hitting onto flash away. Chad is still alive, but not for long. As Acker joins the fight. 2-for-1 trade in favor of 300, but they're looking for more. Rugen trying to flash away, but that wind slash deals so much damage. Chasing away now. Helios wants to die. He wants to get that kill onto Ryuken, but is it gonna be worth it? He's gonna take a lot of damage from that tower, and Acker is just here chasing him down.
Whoa,
no hesitation
what a play.
whatsoever. Wow, Exosend drawing attention there as well. Wow.
Dude, his explosive cast and just bringing Acker over to a very critical position. We might have just saved Helios his life. What a play coming from the veteran himself. And lost in all that chaos, Brother Gian. Well, he was able to break down the bot lane, was able to get some tower plates for himself, and was left to get sources for him as well. So showing ends of life in this game number 4 and wanting to really extend the series is the right now.
Yeah, and Exosen, I saw him definitely in because he initiate for that fight early, saved his teammate and allowed them to gain leverage in terms of gold heavily now.
Another
Now they're
time.
looking for a possible dive, though Cask is not available. So it's making some flashy plays.
no.
Now
He's
with the Glacial Force. A little bit preemptively though, and quite early. Now 300 has proper timing. They can re-engage once again when Exosen has the Cask now.
I thought Exosen was about to die there, but remember, he still has stasis. This is the Liga stasis here in Wild Rift. And they actually have the numbers advantage. There are 5 people from 300 here. Meanwhile, Fennel is the one deciding to get that split push going. They sent the Fiora here in the bot lane. Meanwhile, Fennel won here. Akrat's won.
Oh, not the best position here. Exosen is quite low. Goes golden, but will just die here under the hands of Acker. That is not the way to go. That pass was just so pivotal there for FL to take, and they did not hesitate on that.
And I really like the wording here by Fennel. They just know where 300 is pathing towards to. That allowed them to go for the very aggressive play. Horizon is now on his way to revive. 300 will still be the winners of that war because they will be getting this Rift Herald. But man, oh man, what a close series. What a close game. This game number 4 could still go either way.
FL has took their chance in catching out 300 because they have been so sneaky as well, looking for those flashy plays and attempting to gain leverage against FL. But not only FL gonna be the one to think defensively, 300 as well. You have to be those just coming in from FL now with Infernal Dragon spawning up actually. This poses a lot of 300. FL wants to the dragons again.
Rush.
That Q. Marky with the kick. No kick this time. But Horizon actually took a bit of damage there. Actually thought
But he has Warmugs, brother. So Horizon should heal back to full health. 300 though wants to chunk down and burst down this Infernal Dragon. Acker in the area. He's been so pivotal with his engages. Fennel.
They know where Helios is and they're taking their time. Exosen is just brought down, so unable to use the Cask. And now FL, this is their time now to go in. Helios though goes in onto them instead. Oh, that's a nice stoppage there by Horizon. Concussive blow definitely as they catch Helios down. Now with the Dragon readily available, no one to contest. Chaz is alive, but I don't think he can actually interfere here. FL, wow. Their execution definitely is on point.
Exactly, like Fennel, what? What is this? This is a newly team. Acker wasn't supposed to be their mid laner. I know for a fact that Arise was supposed to be the mid laner for Fennel, and Acker was an emergency substitution just a couple of weeks back. But look at the coordination of these people, or of this team. It's just on a different level. First, they were able to chunk down Exosen. He was not able to do anything, not even pull off his stasis. Helios tried to go for the hero play, but was just a little bit off. A couple of Timos off with that wind slash and wanted to go for that combo. That's for sure.
It's a Timo way.
Yeah, I know. That's basically how 300 wants to win this fight. But Trevor finds Marky very
isolated.
vulnerable. I know. On the top side, though.
Able to flash away, but not
Acker
a
is
different
still alive?
story
Okay.
here for he will
Sorry?
fall down. 300 gain leverage somehow across the map, but it's not that much felt here by FL. I mean, that's a kill. No objectives to funnel that up.
What a team. What a game. What a team. I mean, the discipline is always going to be there for both these squads. 300 though would play on the aggression, but Fennel will always be ready for the punishment if you overextend. So now Fennel suffers 1 death. They have to go back to the drawing board. Acker with no flash available. That's the reason why he surrendered the death. Would be waiting again for 300 to overextend. And
Yeah.
I mean, this Braum, this Varus, all the crowd control that is available, the Glacial Fissure, the Chains of Course, the Cyclone, it's allowing for them to really just isolate members of 300.
Oh, this is typical war strategy that FL is doing right now for 300. They know that 300 is really aggressive. They know that they want to go in, so they drafted this composition that definitely can punish those over aggression. They're overstaying, overreach of 300. The combination of the Glacial Fissure and the Chains of Course definitely all attempts of
Yep.
300. We saw the struggle of Exo in that previous fight, and FL, they know they can try multiple times, and we're not even considering yet the scaling here of this composition. Those piercing arrows are gonna hurt on the squishy of 300, and FL, they're just happily scaling. We're seeing equal parts of or equal gold here for both teams, but as the game goes and as the dragon stacks increase here for FL, just gonna get much leverage here in this late game.
And always, you have to look at Danny and his positioning. This is so hard to pull off. You have a lot of assassins trying to gun for your head, but he's always in a very safe position that Tatsuri is not having, ability to get into his on top of his head. But looks like 300 is just
gonna go
waiting.
in.
There's another engage.
Exosen, he's gonna struggle to get out. Unable to
And
cast
challenge
that cast
again.
once again. Deja vu. FL just
Oh my
definitely wants his head,
God!
but Helios, that engage was brilliant. Will it be? No, as he lacks a of damage. Tatsuri is so low, has to hide inside his shroud, unable to get killed. Good job here to get that kill onto Ryuken, but that is just one trade after another. Able to defend themselves. That good engage.
My God, it started with Chaz with the dragon, the flash into the stun of Helios. But you're right. I mean, the play was there, but the body fall really for the side of Fennel. And 300 still over flashy. Was able to find that. Oh, didn't really get too much. That's just one kill. That's just one kill though. Now Fennel with the patience game, still ready with their counterattacks here with two dragons. With two dragons under their name, they want this third dragon. We all know this. 3 dragons is just so big of an advantage when it comes to this. Are permanent stats added onto your team and onto your stats. Giang, this has been
Oh my.
very up between the two teams.
Heated as it can get here in this lower bracket finals. Whoever is gonna gain leverage in this fight. This is a last dragon here on this Elder Dragon, and FL definitely wants this. Exosen looking for the and he caught with Glacier Fissure.
There you go,
The stash,
Tatsuri.
just
No.
Cyclone making the play. Oh, the cast works here for Exosen. Can they actually funnel though with regards to damage? Still 300 fighting back.
Okay.
Barky out of that. Just 2 kills they have picked up. This is their chance. Exosen has done it. FL, they still have Trevor though in the vicinity. Low HP members on members of 300. They are starting this Ocean Dragon.
This is
Exosen
so
wants to
important.
interfere. Chance
50-50.
looking for the
50-50.
steal. Can they actually get it? They
Stolen!
do get it here for 300. The timing on this smite is just premier here for Chance.
What a series of events for 300 in their squad. Not only were they able to get 2 kills, they were able to steal the third dragon from the jaws of Fennel, and now they have their sights over to the Baron. Teleport, I believe, is not available for Fennel. 300 wants to burst down this Baron. Half health already, but Danny is just so nearby.
The death timers are strong. Acker has just recently respawned, but
Teleport.
oh my god, Danny hurts so much. Now with Trevor, they funnel onto him. They want to cancel
What a
this
kick.
Kha'Zix, and he won't be able to fall back. 300 though gets stopped with their Baron attempt, so that's what FL wants primarily.
That's
And
the
despite Trevor falling down, at least there's no back for 300.
That's the main goal, but what a series of events once again, Giang. Again, 300 really wanted to burst down. the Baron, but they didn't really have a sustained damage source, right? They don't have a marksman, they don't have a Kha'Zix, they have a Lee Sin though. And it wasn't that fast that Fennel was able to respond, able to get in time to prevent 300 from taking that Baron. Now, the jungler is down for another 15 seconds, but I don't think it's enough for 300 to push through and get this up. So it's going forward once again for both his squads. And for the win of the past 3 games, Elder Dragon.
Oh, 300. They're saying not only the re-engage capability here of FL, but also capability. I mean, Danny does have the piercing arrow. I've seen a major tournament wherein a virus just gets those steal on those Barons. Danny can just do the Gumayushi steal against 300.
Did you know that even before Gumayusi did that play, in Wild Rift we also had that play, and the one responsible was Kiral from SBT. That was or maybe even Gensa from Cerberus. That was a long time ago. That was during the Summer Super Cup, but that was so memorable for me and all the Wild Rift fans out there. And yes, you're right. That still is very possible.
Very possible in this game, and look at how 300 is respecting them right now.
Exosen.
When they group up, when FL groups up, they just make some plays. Exosen again getting caught. Gleaser Fisher forced the flash here of Exosen, but now so many tools has been used here by FL. They need to fall. Cyclone is now on cooldown. That Glacier Fisher. FL is just so vulnerable.
Yeah, but he has already popped his ultimate as well. A lot of resources has been invested by both squads. It now comes down to who's going to pull that trigger first. He found his mark, but it's not going to push through with his Shuriken flip. And look at this, Giyang. It's almost 20 minutes, but the tower in the middle lane for 300 still standing strong. What is, ladies and gents? This is controlled aggression at its finest, not just from Fennel, but also from 300.
Healer is actually going as they spot out FL attempting to get this Elder Dragon. They spot out Exosen as he needs to fall back. As a nice ult, but he forces them back here on L, and they are the ones starting this Elder Dragon now. There is also a huge wave. Mark top lane, so that's something that FL has to take into consideration. They send out Ryuken, but this means advantage for 300. They are now starting the Elder again. And Ryuken has to read the group. They regroup once again here for FL. And
Trevor!
They transition onto Trevor. He goes golden, but still, he's in a bad spot. Flashes away, jumps away. Out
teleport, Ryuken is
danger
here.
The Cyclone, the re-engage by FL is just too much.
Danny.
And now, oh no, Exosen is there, but so is Danny here after the engage of Helios, and now he's looking to fall back. Double kill now by the Striven. Chaz looks to join him. They're trying to protect Helios, and they do so, but in exchange for what? Nothing really, as now Chaz is still relatively but Acker wants to get those kills. He does have
Ryuken.
procs another GA. Can he actually escape? Might be not. Now he goes gold, but just will die here. Oh, that is sad. They lose 4 members in that fight, and now FL, they just continue to fight here.
The value of Horizon's Braum is just too much in that range, Giyang. Concussive one after another, and again the teleport play is coming from Fennel. They want to, they're sniffing this. They know that they're so close in that qualification to the W group stages. So is Horizon, and they're now starting their dragon 20 seconds before Chaz respawns. Giyang.
They have to contest, they have to try, they have to stall ever or else. Fennel will just get this for absolutely free and can pose for either banner, even the game-ending push, and no one's gonna stop now. 300, they have attempted so many times, but this time it's gonna be the most scary situation with Elder Dragon for FL, and they're starting this Baron already. They know they can just fight 300. They can turn onto the members of 300 at any time they want.
Look at Acker. Look at Acker. Perfect positioning
from
him.
They catch Chaz at the best possible moment. Sneaky plays indeed. Now it's a nightmare for 300. They're trying to flee, but FL, they got what they want. I mean, they can just turn into the Baron now.
Oh my god, plays coming from the freshest member, the newest member of Fennel, the mid laner himself, Ecker, finds the head of Chaz, and that means that Fennel will be securing 2 objectives in a row. That's the again. That might have just done it here, Giyang. That might just have booked the tickets up over to WRL-A groups.
The best possible case here for FL. They are buffed up for this game against 300. They have been fighting so well in this game. So they have out Exosen, and now they have catch out Chad that allowed them to secure that Baron for themselves. Now across the map, they want to get all inhibitor towers taken down here. And my oh my, 300, they have to play this so they try to defend from all these pushes coming in from FL. There's even that wave marching into from the bot lane. Oh no, the curtains are closing here for them.
1 tower down, 1 tower down. Baron buff is still so strong
down
here. Used.
Cyclone has been used definitely, and the Exosen is just gonna get killed, bursted down on Bubble and FL.
That's it.
On it. You mentioned the ticket, and they're getting it. They got the revenge finally on 100.
Oh my god, what an upset. I am saying it. Wow, okay, Fennel finally did it. After so many attempts of trying to win against Chaz and the boys, Fennel was able to secure themselves a win. And their seats in WRL-A groups. My god. Yeah, this is a historic moment, not just for the organization, but for Philippines Wild Rift. Unable to do the unthinkable. As we look into that, there were so many plays was done correctly by 300. But every single one of them an answer.
Yeah, Fennel, they're reading them, read them so well in this game. The way they are canceling the way they are catching Exosen so many times in this game just allows them to gain leverage the moment the fight even starts. It's a 4v5 basically, and their timing is just impeccable. The moment they get Exosen, they're done. And look at this fight. The flank there of healers was denied. Why? Because they have all the tools and they have such fast reactions whenever they attempt to do so. Helios, despite his attempts, even in this particular fight when they turned, it's just so difficult. I mean, that kick from Chad,
that was insane.
Perfect. That follow-up,
that was insane.
Both of us were even surprised how they lived there, and this is why. I mean, the defenses, especially from Arise, is just too good as well.
Yep, and this is the value of Arisen's Braum. Doesn't have money. He doesn't have all throughout this fight. Like very little mana to work with, but it doesn't matter. All you have to do is to just punch them in the face and apply those concussive blows. This melee versus melee matchups. Once you have the Braum, it will be a good time for you. And what a draft! And now I'm a believer of this Braum composition, and a huge shout out to the support staff of Fennel. Oh my god, Rebenga.
Oh my
General, I'm making things work for Fennel, and know that they are so much enjoying what happened here, but this was the final nail in the coffin. With a very good flanking position, was able to find Chad, and that's all she wrote.
I can't wait to see their win cam. That was a post here, same as Enigma Galaxy yesterday, as Fennel does secure their spot, being qualified for Season 1. Such a victory here. This strategy that they have used here against 300, controlling their aggression and punishing them for every bit of mistake they make. To that type of impeccable here. We see Marky having 31,000 damage, but it doesn't matter with them being crippled in number of fight starts and how intricate just Fennel can be.
I know. And you know what? We have to say it. Acker, playmaker. Let's go.
Yeah.
My God, there you go.
MVP, yeah. Well deserved.
This guy was just part of an amateur team just a couple of months ago. Was picked up by Guy was picked up now by Fennel in the last few weeks heading into WRL-A and was the MVP in the clinching games finals. My God. What a way. Congratulations to Fennel. I have congratulations to Sir Reichi. Congratulations to the organization. They have gone but now they deserve this spot. So deserve this spot. They've been the most consistent team from the Philippines. I tell you that.
Consistency indeed, and to think that they were taken out or brought down to the lower bracket by 300 in phase, basically defeat all people in that lower bracket to qualify for phase 2, and now finally they got the revenge on 300 and will join Nigma Galaxy being qualified for season 1. This is just so much growth in this amazing team, and I can't be more happy for them.
Oh, it's so crazy. I'm still in disbelief here. Young 300 would have to qualify themselves in the last chance qualifier. This is going to happen in a couple of weeks' time. There you go. Just a quick recap. It would be Cerberus and Team Flash coming from and also of course from the Philippines we have Fennel joining in GX. From the C qualifiers, it would be Buriram United joined by Invate Esports. But what a story that we had. 14 games. It's a pleasure always to be the voice for these games.
And despite this being such a long day, it is made worthwhile with the performance of all these players from all these regions. Invate United Esports, Cerberus Esports, Team Flash, Nigma Galaxy, and joining us now in season 1. We still have the last chance qualifier, of course. So for all those who have lost, they still more chance to join these 16.
No, just one more opportunity. The problem there, Giyang, is it's just one slot.
Yep.
To rule them all.
Bloodfest.
I know, it's a bloodfest, and it's the story is not too unfamiliar for most of the teams from Southeast Asia. Last chance qualifiers always deliver. But what a story for Fennel. Again, I'm still in disbelief. I'm still in awe. No more final words for me, Giyang. Just it's so good.
And it's always a pleasure to see this. I mean, this is why we love Wild Rift, and it has been definitely a pleasure for me as well to cast this alongside with you and G10, and we hope for sure to see more of these in the future. Have watched the phase 2 of WRL Asia Open qualifier. This has been Giyang, Autulus, Ethan a while ago, signing off for now. See you last chance qualifier where we have one slot remaining for all those who want to join us.